In a wooden house, in which a window and a wooden table were visible, a man's hand was visible on the floor. The guy in the green shirt got up from the floor, lowered his head and wondered where he was. The guy with black hair looked out the window, where there was a blue sky and green hills, thinking that he heard birds singing. He turned around, seeing his face in the mirror. There was a green spot on his cheek. The guy frowned, looking at himself in the mirror. He had black hair with green strands, green eyes, and a green spot on his cheek. He asked in surprise who it was. He touched his cheek, clenched his teeth, and asked what was wrong with his face, and he looked bad. A blue system window opened in front of the main character, and he looked at it in surprise, raising his hand and muttering, "Wait a minute." On the system window it was written, "Status, Race, Goblin, Level 1, Skills, No." The guy looked at the system window in front of him in shock, frowning and shouting inquiringly about what. The system window showed Race, Goblin, Level 1, Skills, None. The main character shouted that he had been reborn into a goblin. Fantasy Frontier is a popular game with high ratings. A game poster with a huge monster made of black fog, a white mask and red eyes, who extended his hand towards a warrior in green clothes, who showed a clenched fist to the monster, holding a sword in his other hand. People loved the game for its incredible graphics and intricate plot. This RPG became too viral and popular because of its high ratings. The main character was sitting in front of a computer monitor. He thought that he, too, could not pass by her, and she completely sucked him in. A hero in green clothes, a white mask and a red cloak, cut with his sword a green goblin, who was thrown back from the blow. On top there was a goblin's health bar, which almost completely dropped. The guy touched his face, lowered his gaze, and thought in surprise that yesterday he had just killed one goblin and raised his level, and then fell asleep and became a goblin. The main character thought, why, of all the possible options, a goblin? He held a mirror in front of his face, looking at its reflection and putting his hand to his chin. Raising his eyebrow, he said that he looked like a man, but his race was goblin. The system window showed that a program was running to merge the memories of a person with a game character, and the main character asked in surprise about the merger. He fell to his knees and touched his head. A black fog was emanating from the guy. There were different moments of life in several windows. A guy with black hair was smiling at a little girl who, smiling widely, hugged a pink toy rabbit. A crowd of people stood around the main character and the little girl. A guy with black hair with wounds on his body and tears in his eyes was carrying some kind of bag, while the silhouette of a man was pointing at him. His hand touched the ground. The guy looked up at the sky where the dragon was flying. The main character put his hand to his face. Sweat flowed down his face as he clenched his teeth and realized that this is it. The guy whose body he took over was not living the sweetest life. A girl with black hair opened the door to the room. She smiled widely, closed her eyes, and asked her brother to get up. "And it's already morning? They have a lot to do." The main character looked at her and smiled. He apologized and asked to give him a couple of minutes. Blue sky, wooden house with a blue roof. A girl with long black hair carried a basket in front of her in two hands, skipping along the street. Smiling broadly and closing her eyes, she giggled and said that today she would prepare the most delicious lunch for her brother. The main character smiled, looking at her, putting his hand on the black cloak, and said that he was really looking forward to this. The guy thought that the road and landscapes were also familiar. The main character looked around, putting a black hood on his head. Other people were walking around the city, and he thought that, without a doubt, he had entered the world of the game. The border of fantasy, the setting and the surrounding atmosphere coincided with the world of the game. The guy adjusted his black hood and looked forward, thinking that based on the memories of this body, he and his sister lost their parents and now lived together. A large building with three-story towers, which had red roofs. The guy thought that they were under the auspices of a black market merchant, who were using them as hired labor. The girl with black hair stumbled on a stone. She gasped loudly and flew down to the ground. The main character picked her up, telling her to be careful while the girl held her basket tightly. She turned around and smiled widely, thanking her brother and saying that she was fine. The guy smiled, looking at her, and told Lily that he would always look out for her. The girl blushed, clutching the basket to herself, and laughed, saying that since she was blind, she could only rely on him. The main character lowered his head and frowned, with a serious expression on his face, thinking that although he said that he would protect, he was a goblin, the weakest race of all. The guy clenched his hand into a fist, raised his head, and said that even though he was reborn here, why, and what should he do now? The mansion of a black market merchant, a building surrounded by a stone fence and dark gates. The main character waved his hand at Lily, who was standing at the door, with a smile, and said that they would see each other later. The girl waved her hand at him with a smile and agreed. He remembered how he caught his sister on the road, preventing her from falling, and thought that he mostly does all the errands, since his sister is blind, but she still does some housework. The man who was sitting on the throne, wearing red clothes and a hat, pointed forward, with a dissatisfied face, asking to get him black ore. The main character nodded and agreed, looking away. The guy was dragging a cart that was loaded with black ore. Behind him there were mountains of this ore, and someone came up next to him. The man hit the cartwheel with his foot. The cart fell to the ground and the main character also fell to the ground, letting out a cry of pain. 3 people stood nearby. A guy with blonde hair pushed the cart. He raised his hand and, with a wide mocking smile, raising an eyebrow, told the main character to move, or the goblin would not be able to cope with such a simple job. The main character pursed his lips and put the cart back on the ground, looking away to the side. A guy with green hair and a horn on his forehead turned to the blonde, calling him Butch, and asking if it was true that he was able to enter the Magic Academy. The second man with pink hair smiled, saying that only representatives of the elite society are accepted there. Butch closed eyes and smiling contentedly. He said that getting there was not easy. The main character was sitting in front of a cart with black ore, and Butch sarcastically asked him what it was and he wasn't finished yet. The blonde waved his hand, and looking to the side, said that what a pity, at this rate he wouldn't even have time to eat. The guy with 2 others walked back along the road, biting his lip. The guy with black hair lowered his head, thinking that being reborn into a goblin would suck. The system window showed status, intelligence, 2, magical abilities, 1, physical strength, 0, special skills, none, race, goblin. The guy in the green shirt was holding a box with 2 loaves of bread and vegetables. He sighed. Sitting on the stones, there was a cart nearby. Black ore was lying near the black market building. The guy said that according to the map of the mansion, 125 years have passed since the main events in the game. His age corresponds to his human age. But why exactly a goblin? The main character's eyes widened, reflecting the silhouette of a man with a cloak and a weapon in his hands. 4 people jumped from the sky, wearing heavy knight armor, red cloaks, and holding a shield and sword in their hands. A bright golden light shone from the people's helmet jack. The main character looked up in shock, frowned, and shouted how they got here. The guy clenched his teeth, looking forward, and thought that there was a special squad of people in the game. The Holy Knights. A knight with a red cloak that fluttered behind him. A cross was visible on his armor on his chest. People screamed in panic that they were being attacked. Lily raised her eyebrows and turned back towards the sound. Many people were running through the streets of the city. The guy in the hat put his hand to his face and loudly called out to the guards, asking them to protect them. The main character put his hand on his cloak and looked away, frowning and thinking that he was now in the depths of the continent. Had the dominance of people increased so much during all this time? This is different from the plot twists in the game. A bright golden beam of light that cut through a couple of people. The knight held his sword as he struck. His helmet openings glowed with a bright golden light. The man with gray hair and a mustache laughed loudly, smiling widely. He put his hand to his face, looking to the side with red eyes. The man shouted that this is what happens when someone challenges people. The main character sharply opened the door, shouting to Lily that he needed to run away quickly. The girl sat against the wall with tears in her eyes, and the guy called her again. He approached the girl, frowning and shouting that they were leaving. Butch pushed the main character, hitting him with his fist and running forward, telling him to get out of the way and not get in the way. The main character hugged his sister by the shoulders and asked how she was. She muttered that she was fine. The door was sharply opened by a man in a red cloak. There were other knights behind him. He shouted that here he was. The man with red eyes smiled smugly, saying that the 2 monsters did not have time to escape. What a pity. The main character and Lily were sitting on the floor. The guy put his hand in front of his sister, clenching his teeth, while the shadow of the man loomed in front of them. The guy got to his feet, pushing his sister back, and thought that he couldn't defeat him, but still, frowning, the main character loudly shouted to Lily to run away now. The man with gray hair swung his sword sharply, leaving a golden trail after the blow, and the main character flew back. He clenched his teeth, drops of blood flying out of his mouth as he thought that he had just been reborn. The man with red eyes looked at him, his mouth open in a wide, crazy smile and laughing. The main character looked up while his body was dissolving and thought that he had died so absurdly at once. Darkness, the main character asked in confusion. He died. In the distance, a figure was visible that glowed with a bright white light, and the guy thought that although he had been reborn, he could not do anything. He thought that he could neither protect himself nor his sister, and yet his family, Lily, would die. A white figure with long hair stood in front of a blue system window. Blue light emanated from the silhouette. His hair glowed white as he looked at the system window with his mouth open. A system window with something written on it. The silhouette thought it would lend its power to the main character. A notification sound, an inscription, a notification appeared in the tablet. All types of magic were studied. The numbers on the system window began to grow. Many inscriptions with skills appeared on it. The main character opened his eyes slightly, looking at the system window that illuminated his face, and said. He flew in front of him, thinking that this was his status, and his level had increased so much. A bright white figure with long hair and horns on his head told the guy to listen carefully. He would not be able to use all his powers at once, but gradually he would master them. The figure opened its mouth, saying that after transferring the power, it would die. The main character asked her to wait, asking what? The figure glowed with a blue light, casting a bright glow around itself. She said that there was no time to talk and time was running out. She asked the guy to kill them all. The main character opened his eyes, looking forward in surprise and lying on the floor. A man with gray hair pointed at Lily, smiled and shouted that she would follow him. The man was smiling widely and madly, his red eyes glowing as he screamed at the girl to die. But suddenly someone asked him to stop. The main character stood with his head low, wearing a black cloak and hood. Two knights stood in front of him, waving their weapons towards the guy. They shouted how he was still alive, and that this would not last long. The protagonist's green eyes glowed green as he looked at them from under his brows. A notification sound sounded on the blue system window next to one of the skills. The guy frowned, one of his eyes now casting a purple light as he thought he should kill them all. The main character spread his arms to the sides. A blue light shone around him. His cloak fluttered behind him from the energy. He screamed, "Dark magic demonic leap." A bright blue explosion could be seen, from which purple lightning zigzagged, cutting through the knights, who flew away from it. The main character's eyes glowed with a purple light, and around him was the same purple energy. The knights were lying on the floor, behind the guy who stood on the ground. A man with gray hair turned to look at him. He looked at the guy in surprise, opening his mouth and asking what. The main character clutched a sword in his hand, and the body of a knight lay nearby. The guy stood behind the man, who clenched his teeth, saying that he dared to raise a sword against his sister. The man with red eyes turned on him, screaming and shouting that he was a brat, a monster, and who the hell he was. The guy frowned at him while purple energy shone around him. A sharp blow ran through the man, and blood flowed from his shoulder. The main character looked at him, waving his sword behind his back, saying that he was just a goblin. Lily sat fearfully with her hands folded together, turning around questioningly. In the city one could see houses with gray smoke coming from them. The sky turned orange. A man in red clothes and a hat frowned, saying that according to the statement of the guards, the invaders had already left the city. Next to him was a man in a black suit. People stood on the road talking. One of the guys asked if they had managed it, and this couldn't happen. Another man put his hand to his chin, saying that someone had seen a demon in a cloak who had dealt with people. A girl with blonde hair smiled and said what happiness. Another girl with dark hair smiled widely, saying that thanks to him they were safe. The main character and Lily were sitting near the wall. A system window opened in front of the guy and he looked at it with a frown. The system window on which it was written, Reincarnation, Awakening Level 1, the task was completed. On the second system window it was written that dark magic was being studied, and the guy asked about the study and the task. He screamed and put his hand to his face, clenching his teeth, purple and black energy reaching towards him behind him. The guy trembled and Lily raised her head to him in concern, asking what happened and whether he was in pain. The guy turned to her and with a wide smile said that everything was fine, thinking that this is how he would eventually receive his new powers. Butch approached the man in the red hat, looking at him with a wide smile and spreading his arms to the sides, and said that thank the gods, everything is okay. He looked at the man, saying that of course he didn't want to say this, but he was the demon in the cloak who dealt with the people. The man looked at him with a wide smile and asked that he had coped with everyone. The guy raised his hand and, closing his eyes, said contentedly that it was not in vain that he trained his magic and entered the magic academy. The main character looked at him gloomily, frowning, his face hidden in shadow. The crowd of people smiled widely, looking at the blonde, saying that Butch was incredible and thanks to him they were all saved. The guy with blonde hair smiled smugly, narrowed his eyes and said that there was no need to thank him and his duty was to protect the residents of the city. The guy shrugged, closed his eyes and said that if they want to see what kind of magic he overpowered them with, they can look into his mansion. But this spectacle is not free. The main character looked at Butch with displeasure, thinking that he was just looking for easy fame. Someone shouted that he wanted to see this magic with his own eyes. Another asked how much it cost, and he would pay any amount. Someone said that he didn't have any money and he could give something. Butch looked back over his shoulder, noticing something. He waved his hand towards the main character and his sister and, smiling contentedly, said that the goblins still survived. And how stubborn they are, they have a great will to live. The guy with black hair frowned at him and stood up from his seat, calling, Lily holding his hand. The main character looked at Butch, telling him that it was not he who defeated the people and why he was lying. The blonde shouted displeasedly what he was talking about and why he should lie. The main character, frowning, told the guy that since he wasn't lying, let him defeat him. And if he wins, he will confess everything. The guy with the horn on his forehead frowned, saying that the guy had lost his fear, but Butch waved his hand in his direction. The blonde smiled smugly and raised his hand, blue-violet flames burning around it. He waved his hand, throwing flames towards the main character and shouted that if he wins, what will the guy do? The eyes of the guy with black hair glowed purple. Butch spread his arms to the sides when a strong explosion of dark purple light passed in front of him. In the place where the main character stood, he told everyone to watch how this goblin was burning in a dark flame. The guy shook his head with a wide smile, shouting that this is how he defeated people with his incredible dark magic. Suddenly his eyes widened and a dark purple mist appeared around him. Butch raised his head, asking what it was, and a huge dragon appeared above him from the dark purple fog. The dragon's eyes glowed with a bright red light and he extended his paw towards the guy, who screamed in fear. The dragon grabbed Butch with its paw, bringing its muzzle closer to him, asking if he really defeated an entire squad of people alone. The blonde looked at the dragon in fear, tears were visible in his eyes. Butch trembled, looking scared at the dragon and shouted of course, but the dragon said not to lie to him. Dark purple energy enveloped the crying guy, who shouted that he was not lying. The dragon said that he was lying and for this he would pay with his life. Butch stuttered and shouted that he lied. He hid in the warehouse and did not fight with anyone. The main character asked this way. The guy in the black cloak snapped his fingers, the purple energy dissipating into the air, revealing a crowd of people and an orange sunset sky. Butch screamed in fear, looking around as tears streamed down his face and asked what. The main character looked gloomily at the guy, frowning and thought that dark magic is an illusion. This spell casts a hallucination on the enemy if he meets the gaze of the caster. Butch fell to the ground with a crowd of people behind him. The main character looked at his sister and took her hand, saying that they could go. People looked at them with their mouths open. A girl with pink hair asked what that just happened. Someone shouted, asking the guy if it was he who dealt with that group of people, and the main character turned to them, asking whether it was true. He took his sister by the hand and walked forward with her, asking who this hero was that protected the city. The main character thought that he had been reborn into the weakest goblin, but before his death he was able to become the strongest. The main character frowned, waving his hand from which there was a bright purple light. He thought that with this power, he could protect him and his sister. Lily and the main character were sitting on the stairs near a destroyed house. The girl raised her index finger and smiled widely, with her eyes closed, and said that her brother was acting strangely, and that he must be tired of all these events. The guy looked at her and asked her to turn her head. The girl raised her eyebrows questioningly, asking what. The main character extended his hand to Lily's cheek. He cupped her cheek with his palm, summoning dark magic, healing. Purple-green pluses appeared in the air around them and a green light shone. The guy frowned, looking at the girl and thought that she had been blind since birth. Lily sat on the stairs with her eyes closed while healing green energy came from his hand, and he thought what if he used high-level magic on her. The girl's eyes opened slightly as she looked at the blurry figure of her brother in front of her. Lily's eyes widened. She asked what was happening. The main character was reflected in her green eyes. She screamed what she saw. The guy looked down at her with a smile, blushing slightly. He looked at her with knitted eyebrows and said that during the attack of people, something had changed and now he could use dark magic. Lily looked at the guy in surprise and concern and asked how this was possible. The main character put his hand to his chin and, looking away, said that maybe he had been talented all his life, but his abilities could only manifest themselves in a critical situation. Lily looked at the guy in confusion, opened her mouth and asked loudly, and that's all? They are goblins after all. The main character smiled, looking at her. He stroked the girl's hair and told her that, be that as it may, he was glad that she could now see him. The girl smiled, tears streaming down her face as she cried, looking at her brother and saying that it was true. Her brother was able to heal her. He was simply incredible. The guy with black hair hugged the girl who pressed herself against his chest and stroked her hair, closing his eyes with a smile. The system window showed, Reincarnation. Level 2 Awakening. The quest is completed. The second system window showed that new dark magic spells are being studied. The system window showed the file goblinfairy.upd added. The main character's eyes widened and he frowned, hugging his sister, mentally asking what was happening. A girl with white hair, next to whom there was a bright blue light, said that she had a new job. A girl with green skin and black clothes flew out of the system window, saying that since she wished it so, nothing could be done. Lily and the main character looked in surprise at the small green creature in front of them, who hovered in front of them, saying that she was a goblin fairy, and she was entrusted with the mission of leading them to the hidden goblin village. She stood on the guy's hand, smiling, white wings were visible behind her, and the girl said that she was glad to meet him. The fairy tilted her head, looking at the guy, saying that he was an invincible goblin. The main character frowned at her, asking about the hidden goblin village, a magical continent, an uninhabited area. Lily and the main character walked through a dense forest behind a fairy who was flying ahead. The guy frowned at the smiling fairy in front and asked that she was a goblin fairy. The main character looked at her with displeasure, thinking that the border of fantasy was a game with an open and vast world. The fairy looked forward, smiling, and the guy thought that because of the developed gaming system, it was possible to meet many unusual races, and yet. The girl with white hair turned around, looking to the side and asked if something was wrong. The guy looked at her in surprise and smiled nervously, saying that everything was fine. The fairy stopped. Ahead was a village with many houses, a magical continent, a hidden goblin village. The main character frowned, looking forward, and said that he did not know that the goblins had their own village. He thought that it was never mentioned in the game either. The fairy lay on the head of Lily, who looked up in surprise, and resting her cheek on her hand, sighed, saying that a concealment spell was cast on this village, so it's not surprising that he didn't know about it. The guy smiled awkwardly, saying that's how it is. The guy and Lily looked in surprise at the fairy, who flew to the side, saying that they should come here and she would lead them to the headman. They walked through the village where other goblins with green skin and pointed ears turned to look at them. The villagers began to talk and the main character turned to them, thinking that this was happening to them. The goblin children ran up to Lily, saying that she was so beautiful and asking to play with them, while the girl looked at them in confusion, blushing. She smiled nervously and looked away, trying to say something. The guy looked at her, and the fairy in front of him crossed her arms over her chest, saying that she did not have to attend the meeting. The main character put his hand on his hip and turned to Lily, saying that if she wanted, she could play with them. The girl smiled widely, closed her eyes and blushed, happily agreeing. The guy smiled, turning around and looking at her, thinking that she had only recently regained her sight. She must want to have fun and let her rest at least a little. The main character and an old goblin with a white beard and a cane in his hands were sitting on wooden chairs by the fireplace. The old man gasped and said that he did not know that there were still goblins outside the village. He looked at the young man and said that their prophet was right. One day a guy would come to the village, along with a goblin fairy. He and the main character turned back, where a picture hung above the fireplace, which depicted a girl with long white hair and black horns. Near her there were many goblins sitting on one knee. The elder said that according to legend, he was obliged to give the young man their hidden treasure. The main character frowned and looked at the goblin in disbelief, thinking what it meant to hear the prophet's voice at the time of his death. The old man turned away, getting up from his chair and asked to wait, and now he will bring it. He was leaving and a fairy flew up to the main character. She flew next to the guy, saying that the inhabitants of this village are very kind and open to guests, but living far from civilization, they are doomed to remain without vital resources. The guy understands what she is getting at. The goblin held his head with tears in his eyes while one of the monsters kicked him. A huge bat and a monster with white skin smiled evilly standing next to him. The fairy said that the fate of goblins cannot be envied. All monsters despise them. The hero with a red cloak on his back and a sword in his hand walked forward, while behind him lay many dead goblins on the ground, next to which EXP was written. The fairy said that for people they are like insects, unable to fight back. She frowned, the firelight illuminating her face, as she said that people call it natural selection. But it's complete nonsense, because it's just mowing down their species day by day. The main character lowered his head and clenched his hand into a fist, saying this is how it is. The guy remembered how he killed a goblin in the game as his character, saying that it was true, and in the game goblins were the weakest opponents for the player. The guy put his hand on the white mask on his face, saying that he would never have thought that he would be in the skin of a goblin. The main character in a red cloak and a sword in his hand turned back, where behind him was the bloody corpse of himself, with his eyes wide open in horror. The inscription +X15 appeared above the main character. The guy said that he was killing them indiscriminately all the time. The old goblin put the scroll in the hands of the main character, saying that it was for him. The guy pursed his lips and unfolded it. The fairy flew closer, also looking into the scroll. The eyes of the protagonist and the fairy widened as they both looked at the scroll in surprise. The guy looked up at the old goblin, who turned his back to them. Without turning around, he said that the life of their race was too fragile due to exile. The guy pursed his lips and frowned, and the fairy crossed her arms over her chest while the old man continued that their existence would very soon come to an end. He looked over his shoulder and narrowed his eyes and said that if they had a leader, they could survive. The main character stood up from his seat, calling the headman. He turned back through the window, where many goblin children were looking at him. They walked into the house and stood in front of the guy, looking at each other excitedly. The girl clasped her hands together, one of the boys clenched his hand into a fist, and the second looked at the guy with tears in his eyes. In unison they asked him to save their village. Other villagers stood at the door of the house, and the main character turned to them. Someone said that this was the young man from the prophecy. The villagers knelt on the wooden floor, asking for please. They knelt in front of the guy, bowing their heads low, and loudly asked to save them. Lily was sitting on a stone in the forest looking at the fairy. The main character was sitting on a stump nearby. He folded his hands in front of his face, looking forward thoughtfully, and thought that based on their game description, goblins are the weakest race on the continent. Alone they are weak, but in a group they can create problems. Some of the goblins have special powers, and this race also has high reproductive capacity. The guy narrowed his eyes and frowned, thinking that the goblins were still facing complete extinction. Lily looked at the fairy who was flying next to her, smiling widely, and the guy thought that the human race had begun to actively conquer the continent. The main character looked away and pursed his lips, wondering why this happened. The goblin fairy extended her hand and asked what the main character intended to do now. The guy looked up, looking at her. He stood up from his seat and said that first he wanted to make sure. The guy waved his hand, opening many system windows in front of him, saying that he wanted to make sure what abilities he had managed to unlock, and whether he could help the village with his skills. The guy put his hand to his chin, looking at the system window with many inscriptions, thinking that although he replenishes his skills by completing tasks, they are pumped at fairly low levels, and they are even displayed in a strange order. On the system window it was written Shadow Guard, Dark Impulse, Shadow Camouflage, Shadow Threads, Evil Eye, Dark Illusion, Dark Veil, Hellfire, Poisonous Fog, Lethal Capture, Elemental Coding. The guy thought that there was probably no skill tree in the program. The main character looked away at another system window. It said Race, Goblin, Intelligence, 408,600, Strength, 634,500, Physical Strength, 1.123123. The guy thought that in addition to a bunch of skills, his status had also increased. The guy stood in front of a large stone, looking at it as the system window closed in front of him. Suddenly the guy disappeared in front of a huge stone, leaving behind a stream of air. He jumped, raising his fist back, his eyes glowing blue as he shouted that he would test his strength first. The guy hit the stone sharply, leaving a powerful impulse from the blow. Small stones flew off to the sides. The main character stood in front of a huge stone, along which there were cracks from the impact. Lily clasped her hands together, looking at it in surprise, and the fairy next to her clapped her hands. The guy's eyes widened, glowing blue, and he looked to the side. The main character waved his hand. The name of the skill, Dark Magic, Hellfire. A strong and bright purple explosion passed in front of the guy, leaving behind a purple mist. Lily put her hands on her head as her hair was blown by the wind. The fairy turned over in the air from the wind. A large explosion rippled across the ground, sending dark mist into the air, and Lily raised her arms up into the wind as the fairy flew behind him. A dark fog was visible in the air. The main character put his hand to his chin, holding a piece of paper in front of his face, and said that this was not bad. His younger sister stood next to him with a smile, holding a fairy in her palms. On the paper was written, Enhancing Magic, Shadow Guard, Dark Impulse, Shadow Camouflage, Shadow Threads, Healing Magic, Dark Healing Magic, Goblin Affinity, Non-Verbal Attack Magic, Evil Eye, Dark Illusion, Protective Magic, Dark Veil, Attack Magic, Hellfire, Poisonous Fog, Deadly Grab, Magic of Enchanting Objects, Elemental Coding. The main character sighed and looked to the side, thinking that now that everything was in order, using spells would be much easier. He looked at the scroll that the headman gave him and said that now he needed to finish one unfinished business. In the scroll that the headman gave to the main character, there was a map indicating a specific place in the hidden village. The fairy, Lily, and the guy walked along a path that was surrounded by flowers. In the middle of the clearing there was a large stone. They stood in front of a huge stone with black inscriptions on it, a magical continent, a hidden goblin village, an ancestral cemetery. The goblin fairy flew next to the guy's face, looking at the stone, and said that this memorial was built in memory of the goblin heroes. The protagonist's eyes glowed green and violet energy glowed around him as he said that at this place he must cast the most important spell. The guy said, "Dark magic, goblin kinship." A huge army of various goblins appeared behind the main character, as well as a large dragon. Goblin in armor, with 2 fangs and glowing purple eyes, inscription, Hobgoblin. A huge dragon with green skin and glowing purple eyes, the inscription, Dracagoblin. Goblin girl with black hair and white strands, and glowing purple eyes, inscription, Goblin priestess. A goblin in armor and an iron helmet, his long ears were visible. A purple light from his eyes could be seen from the slit in the helmet. The inscription, Goblin general. The goblin hairdryer turned around and smiled, looking at all of them and saying that they had finally arrived. The guy turned around, saying that once every 1,000 years, even goblins are born. He walked forward. White luminous flowers were visible nearby. The guy said that individuals have incredible abilities. The helmet of the goblin general, in the cut of which a purple light was visible. The guy said that these were mutants among ordinary goblins. The main character approached the goblin general, standing in front of him. He lowered his gaze to the guy, who said that these are heroic souls that came to life thanks to him, and they will do whatever he says. General O's body glowed with a purple light. On the other side he was illuminated by a blue light. He called the guy a savior. The general got down on one knee and bowed his head in front of the main character, saying that they were ready for his words. The guy calmly looked at him, saying that he wanted to defeat the army of demons and the army of people. The guy thought that in order to bring peace to these lands, he would become the one who would bring peace to the goblin family. A huge dragon flew over the goblin general, and a tall, strong goblin with purple eyes, the main character, stood in front of them, waving his hand and hugging his younger sister with his other hand. Purple energy glowed around them. The guy was flying against the backdrop of a dark sky, on which there were many stars. The main character's body was illuminated with bright white light. The guy closed his eyes, tilting his head slightly, floating in the air. Someone called the guy the Chosen One, asking him to wake up. The main character grunted dissatisfiedly and pursed his lips, displeasedly asking to be allowed to sleep. Someone loudly shouted for him to get up now, and the guy flinched, his eyes widening in shock. In the sky, throwing off a bright white light, a girl was flying in a black dress, over which there was a white cape. She had golden eyes, long white hair, and black horns on her head. The guy looked up at the girl in surprise and asked in a trembling voice who she was. With a determined face, the girl put one hand to her chest and extended the other one forward, saying that she was a goddess, a goblin goddess. The main character looked at her with a frown, repeating that she was the goblin goddess. He remembered the picture of the girl in the headman's house above the fireplace. The guy put his hand to his chin and thought that in the headman's house he had seen a fresco depicting a woman with 2 legs. And who would have thought that even goblins have their own deity? The main character looked up at the girl, thinking that although at first glance you couldn't tell, she looked more like a seductive succubus than a goddess. The girl looked down at the guy with a gloomy look, saying that he had just thought something obscene in his little skull, and the guy immediately began to deny it. The girl closed her eyes and raised her hand, saying that on the day they met she had little time to properly clarify the whole situation. Opening her eyes, the girl frowned, saying that she would tell him why she decided to reward him with part of the divine power. The main character looked at her, raising his head. He thought, after completing the game, one could not count how many goblins died a miserable death, after all. They are the weakest race of all on the continent. The hero in a red cloak and a mask on his face swung his sword, cutting down many goblins. He grabbed one of the goblins by the neck and he threw back his head, sticking out his tongue. The guy thought that this race was expelled because of its powerlessness. The goddess said that even they can become the strongest. The goblin with a red cloak that fluttered behind him, he smiled, raising his hand. The guy looked at her incomprehensibly, asking that they want to become the strongest from the weakest, and how. Green goblin hands, between which a bright light shone. White energy flew around. The goddess said about the heritage of the ancestors. Several goblins were flying in the air, holding their hands to their chests, between which bright white stars of energy flew. The goddess said that the main character had taken all the power from her fallen brothers. She frowned, looking forward with a serious gaze, and said that dozens of the weakest united into one, becoming the strongest. Such is the strength of the goblins. They all want to protect what is dear to them, and his younger sister is also dear to them. The guy remembered Lily, who smiled widely and blushed. The goddess spread her arms to the sides. A bright white light glowed under her. Energy fluttered from her hair and clothes, and with her eyes closed she said that in the future their race would face an inevitable demise, but only he could change this. The main character opened his eyes in surprise, lying on a soft pillow under a blanket. The sun was shining outside the window, the sky was blue, and tree leaves were visible nearby. The guy sat up on the bed and looked at his hand, saying that it was only him. He clenched his hand into a fist and looked forward decisively, saying that he understood the goddess, and he would create a new and safe world for them. The guy held a white quill in his hand while he wrote a letter on parchment. There was an envelope on the table with a signed application for admission to the Magic Academy, an exam in dark magic. The main character said it was ready. The goblin fairy with flowers in her hair looked down and stretched her arms out, asking if the guy was sure this was a good idea. The main character turned around, holding the letter in his hands, and said that he was sure and that she should not worry about it. The guy walked up to the window, looking out of it and putting his hand on his hip, said that he wants to create a world where all the villagers and his sister will live in harmony and prosperity. He thought of a tall man with gray skin and red glowing eyes, saying that to do this he needed to defeat one of the kings of the demon army that rules this territory, namely King Deer. A stone castle with a green roof, around which there was a stone fence and large gates. The guy said that at the moment, Deer lives on the territory of the Magic Academy, which he himself founded. The main character was kneeling with his head down at the throne on which the figure of Deer was sitting. The guy said that if he became an outstanding student at the academy, he would be able to meet him in person. The silhouette of the main character piercing the silhouette of Deer with a sword. The guy said that at that moment he would kill him. The main character stood on the road, stroking Lily's hair, and told her that she would have to stay here. He thought that he had to leave her in a hidden village so as not to expose her to attack. The guy put a black hood on his head and smiled, telling her not to worry and that he would return very soon. His little sister put her hand to her chest and looked at her brother worriedly, asking him to be careful. The main character looked at the goblin fairy next to him, saying that he was heading to the academy to take the entrance exam. But what would she do? The fairy said that of course she would have something to do in the village. She put her hands on her hips, looking at the guy with a smile, and said that looking after him would be much more interesting. Magic Continent, territory of King Dur, nearby city. The main character came out of the building. A fairy was flying next to him, and on the building there was a sign with a man who was sleeping in the bed. The guy put the hood on his head and the fairy next to him reached out, saying that it seemed like the academy was in that direction. To the side, someone shouted at the girl, "Is she really not capable of doing this normally?" And the main character turned towards the voice. The girl's voice asked for forgiveness. Near the cart sat a girl with long turquoise hair. In front of her on boxes, with a pillow behind his back, sat a man, looking at her. A man with dark hair and a beard kicked the girl, shouting that because of her he was late for the deal. The girl covered her face with her hands, which were in chains. There were people in front of the main character. One of them said that the man is back to his old ways. The second replied that he always gets so angry when his slaves do not behave ideally. The first said that the goblin slaves have an unenviable life. The goblin fairy crossed her arms over her chest, looking displeasedly at the man, and said that this man himself was a low-ranking demon, but he was arrogant over the weaker ones, and he just wanted to hit him hard. The main character put his fist to his face, frowned, and thought that he seemed to know the man, and this was the slave trader Bradley. A man with a black beard and black hair smiled evilly. He extended his hand, a lot of gold coins fell from it, and the man's eyes glowed with a red light. The guy thought that in the game there was a character named Bradley, a lower demon nobleman who made his fortune in the slave trade. Behind his back there are a lot of terrible crimes. Blackmail and breach of contracts. Simply put, he just has a terrible reputation. The guy smiled, removing his hand from his face, and thought that it was lucky to meet such a caricatured villain here in the city, and it was time to check how the summoning of the heroic spirit works. The guy with black hair turned his back and looked over his shoulder and told the fairy to take care of that girl. She stretched out her hands and sighed, closing her eyes, agreeing and saying that he might not have spoken. The main character sat on one knee in the alley between the houses with his eyes closed. He summoned dark magic, goblin kinship, and a purple light shone from below, illuminating his face. He extended his hand to the ground, near which a violet light shone, Energy swirled in the air, the guy said. Following the light from this impenetrable darkness, come to the call and carry out his order. The protagonist's eyes glowed purple as he summoned the Goblin priestess. A purple pentagram appeared under his hand, with purple energy emanating from it. A column of purple light appeared from the ground. Dark energy flew in the air, and the guy's black cloak fluttered with energy. The girl's thighs with a black tattoo on them. The goblin girl with black hair and a blue streak of hair hung her head low. She threw her head back, closing her eyes, dark energy flying around her, and she was wearing a black dress on her body. The girl opened her blue eyes, which glowed with a faint blue light. The goblin priestess raised her hands up, stretched, and said that she had not visited this world for a long time. She turned around, waving her hand and smiling widely, winking, asking the guy he called her and how she could help him. The goblin fairy crossed her arms and looked questioningly at the priestess, raising an eyebrow and saying that she was being too frivolous for a heroic spirit. The guy pointed his thumb behind his back. While the priestess and fairy looked at him with smiles, he said that he wanted to ask her for one favor. The man with the gold ring on his finger pulled the chain, shouting to get up now. Bradley held the chain that was tied to the girl with turquoise hair, saying that even though he got it for cheap, it was still so useless. The turquoise-haired girl fell to the ground, a shock running through her back as the man screamed again that she was useless. The crowd of people was whispering among themselves. The main character pushed past the backs of two people. He told Bradley to listen and the man turned in his direction. He asked the guy who else he was. The main character stood in a black hood, pursing his lips. The guy in the black cloak extended his hand, saying that he didn't need this girl, so let him give her to him. The man waved his hand, asking why he would give her. She was his, he bought her. The guy asked, it means he doesn't want to get rid of her. Bradley sighed and turned away, closing his eyes, saying that of course not. The main character smiled. He extended his hand and, looking decisively at the man, said that he would buy her, this slave, paying 100 times more than her original price. Bradley looked at the guy from under his brows in shock and asked why. The guy put his hand to his chest and again said that he would buy this slave, paying 100 times more than her original price. Gritting his teeth, Bradley frowned, asking what. He extended his hand, looking at the guy, and shouted that this girl was worth a maximum of 30 gold, and he wants to pay 30 times more for her. The main character looked to the side, saying that here is the money, or this is not enough. Behind him the goblin priestess was carrying a large bag, shouting what she was carrying. A number of large brown bags fell in front of the confused Bradley. The man looked down in surprise, saying that there were all 300 gold here, and asked the guy if he was sure. There were many bags of money lying on the ground. One of them opened. A lot of gold coins fell out of it, and the main character replied that of course, they were all his. He looked at the man seriously, asking so they agreed. Bradley sat on the ground with a wide smile, collecting bags of money, and shouted that the goods could not be returned. He left on a cart, and the girl with turquoise hair and the main character looked after him. The girl in chains put her hands to her chest and quietly asked why. The guy turned to her. He knelt down on one knee in front of her with a smile and said that he was a goblin like her, which is why he saved her. The guy told her that she had nothing to worry about. The girl, confused, asked where the man had gone. The main character told her not to think about it, and now everything will be fine, and no one will offend her anymore. The girl looked at the guy with her yellow eyes, asking no questions. Bradley hid the received amount in his black safe, which he keeps in the cart. A man with black hair carried bags of money into the cart. The main character thought that he knew about this from the time of the game. A black safe with a gold pattern on the sides. The goblin priestess has special skills in stealth and ghosting. The priestess walked through the wooden wall of the cart with a smile. There was dark energy around her. Thanks to stealth, she quietly approached the Bradley cart, and ghostliness allowed her to penetrate the wall. All that remains to be done is to take your own money from the Bradley safe. The priestess squatted down by the black safe, extending her hand towards it, from which purple mist emanated. With a smile, she looked inside the safe, which contained many bags of coins. The main character thought that they still belonged to him, and deceiving such bad people was not so bad. The guy thought that they could not allow the slave trade to flourish in their new world. A girl with turquoise hair sat on her knees on the ground, looking up. The priestess with black hair stretched out her hands with a wide smile, saying that the master was such a flatterer, told her that only she could handle this. The fairy next to her nodded. The main character extended his hand to a girl with turquoise hair and asked if she could stand up. The girl looked at the guy in confusion, her mouth open in surprise. She blushed and mumbled a quiet thank you. The girl in chains took the main character's hand, again thanking the guy. He turned back to the fairy, asking her to take the girl to the village. She flew behind him, agreeing. The guy turned around and said that he was going to the entrance exam. The main character raised his head, looking at the dark bird that was flying in the air, a stone castle with a white dove flying next to it. The guy bowed his head, looking decisively forward and clenching his hand into a fist, said that from now on a new story will be written. Magic Continent, the territory of King Dur. The main gate of the Magic Academy. A guy in a black cloak stood in front of the large open gate. He thought that only the children of aristocrats could enter this elite school. He thought that anyone could also take part in the exam, and if he had the ability, he would be unconditionally accepted for training. Several students stood in the hall. One of them had dark energy flying over his hand. A man with a tablet was writing something on paper. The main character extended his hand, over which a huge fog of dark energy was flying. While the man was confusedly writing down the result, he thought that despite his race, they simply could not ignore his abilities. The guy clenched his hand into a fist and said that if he became the best student in the academy, he could meet with its director, King Dur, and then he would overthrow one of the 7 kings of the demon army with his own hands. The guy was walking along the road. There were other students nearby. One of the students with black hair raised his hand and pointed somewhere with his other hand, saying that the students who were going to the entrance ceremony should line up. All the students lined up at the entrance to the stone building, some talking among themselves. The main character sighed and closed his eyes, standing at the end of the line. Someone pointed a finger at his shoulder and the guy turned around. There stood a girl with blue eyes, pointed ears and blonde hair. She looked modestly at the guy, clenching her hands into fists. She was wearing a short dark red dress with purple sleeves. The girl opened her mouth and embarrassedly asked the guy to listen. She closed her eyes, pressed her hands to her chest and asked if he had any food, for example something sweet. The main character looked at her in surprise. He reached into his pocket, lifting his coat and muttered about sweets. The guy's eyes widened when he found something. His hand shook as he held the pink bag. There was a note from his little sister, where it was written that she had prepared chocolate for him for good luck and that he should try his best. The blonde abruptly snatched the pink bag from the guy's hands, and smiling broadly, said that this would do. She closed her eyes contentedly and blushed as she ate the chocolate from the pink bag, holding it in her palm. The main character looked at the girl in shock. His eyes turned white and he loudly shouted no. Smiling widely and scratching the back of her head, the blonde thanked the drooping guy, saying that whenever she gets nervous, her magic gets out of control, but food helps with that. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise, saying that she was already relieved, and thanked him, but suddenly stopped at the last word. A dark mist appeared around the protagonist and he looked over his shoulder, his eyes glowing red as he muttered that Lily made this chocolate. The blonde looked at the guy in confusion, laughed awkwardly and said that it looked like she had done something that she shouldn't have. She clasped her hands together and, closing her eyes, shouted that she was asking for forgiveness, and she did not know that this chocolate had been prepared by her loved one. The main character looked down at the girl gloomily, frowning. He said with a gloomy look that this chocolate was made by his younger sister, whom he had taken care of since childhood. Since she was weak from birth, all she could do was take care of the house and household, and she did not find any other way how to support him, so she decided to make chocolate, putting all her love and feelings into it. The blonde looked at the guy, thinking that it looked like she had opened the gates to hell. The girl put her hand to her chest with a smile and, looking towards the guy, said that thank you to him again. She will definitely repay the debt and her name is Letty. What's his name? The main character looked down at the floor and awkwardly said that he had no name. He looked forward, thinking that for some reason he had absolutely no memories of his name even after reincarnation. Letty said that's how it is, and the main character pursed his lips, thinking that it's not surprising, because all his life he lived as a slave of the lower class, and they don't give names to people like him. The blonde looked at the guy with a wide smile and, putting her hand to her chest, blushing slightly, said that she would come up with a name for the guy. She put her hand to her chin and asked how about the name Lime, since he has such bright green eyes, like the color of a lime. The guy looked at the girl in surprise, raising his eyebrows. Green leaves from the trees were flying nearby. He smiled and closed his eyes, saying what nonsense she was talking about. Letty put her hands on her hips and said it was a great name and it suited him. She said it meant they would know each other. Lime smiled back at the girl and, looking at her, agreed. A voice was heard on the arch of the purple pentagram, which told the students who were taking the entrance exams to gather in the central square of the academy. Letty looked decisively at the guy and clenched her hand into a fist, saying that they needed to go quickly. 2 people stood around the corner near her. The guy with brown hair frowned, saying that this is the guy. The guy with blonde hair gathered in a loose ponytail and a long red cloak leaned against the wall, crossed his arms over his chest and said displeasedly, "Yes, this is that goblin slave that he forgot here." The central square of the Magic Academy, a group gathered on the grass in the middle of the paths. An inspector in a green suit, with a fountain pen and a tablet in his hands, called the next one. A group of students stretched out their hands, creating magical energy in front of their hands, and the tester shouted to eat. He wrote something down with a pen on paper, and one of the students put his hands behind his head, cursing, and the other clenched his hand into a fist, saying excellent. The inspector called the next one. Letty stood with a smile, putting her hand on her hip. She moved her hand back, green energy gathering in front of her. Screaming, the girl waved her hand, sending out a beam of green energy that broke the mannequin in front of her. The other students looked at this in surprise. Some said that the rumors were definitely true. Letty looked forward resolutely. There were rose flowers next to her. Someone said that the princess of the Dark Elves herself had arrived to enroll at the academy. Lime's eyes widened in shock and he looked to the side, wondering if Letty was the princess of the Dark Elves. The blonde smiled widely and blushed, awkwardly scratched the back of her head, and the guy thought that this couldn't be happening. She didn't look like a princess at all. Lime put his hand to his face and confusedly thought that maybe he should talk to her more formally. Letty put her hands on her hips and, smiling contentedly, snorted, asking the guy if he saw it. He extended his hand, looking at the girl, and with a smile said that it was amazing, and if she continues in the same spirit, she will easily pass the exams. Letty jumped joyfully and clenched her hands into fists, asking if he really thinks so, and thanked the guy, saying that she will continue to try. A man in black boots walked along the grass, asking what they had here. The blonde man in the red cloak raised his eyebrow mockingly, extended his hand and said that the non-entity, who would never pass the exam, praises the princess of the Dark Elves, and how funny, the inscription below, the vampire Hague. Lime and Letty looked questioningly at the guy and fell silent. The blonde pointed to the main character and with a mocking smile told him that he remembered him. He was Butch's servant, and that he forgot here. Hague shrugged his shoulders while the people next to him laughed and mockingly said if he really thought he was capable of passing the entrance exam. Lime just sighed and closed his eyes, turning away. Letty in front of him crossed her arms over her chest and frowned, saying that he came here to take the exam. And so what? The guy with black hair looked at her, thinking that he could stand up for himself. Letty screamed that she was 100% sure that Lime was much stronger than a brute like him. The main character looked towards the girl with a raised eyebrow and wondered how she knew this, and she had never even seen him in battle. The blonde turned his back and looked over his shoulder, displeasedly telling the girl that she was going out of her way to protect this simpleton. Letty pouted and frowned, looking after the guy with displeasure. She clenched her hands into fists and turned over her shoulder, shouting that Lime should show them his strongest spell. The guy with black hair sighed and closed his eyes, thinking why he had to prove something to someone. The guy told her that he would try. Letty screamed at him to be more serious. She was rooting for him. The main character calmly looked forward, thinking that if he was more serious, he would simply smash this square to pieces. The guy looked at his hand and thought that although he wanted to test his strength to the maximum, he thought that he should restrain himself so as not to arouse suspicion among others. The inspector in a green suit shouted for the next one to come out. Lime extended his hand forward, standing on the field. He closed his eyes, turning away. Opening his eyes, the main character spoke forward. A bright purple light began to emanate from his finger. A huge purple beam of light shot forward from the main character's side, demolishing everything around him. The students covered their heads with their hands, screaming as they were blown away by the pulse of purple energy. Dark dust from the ground rose into the sky. On the field there was a huge hole in the ground from the guy's blow, around which dust was scattered. The inspector dropped the tablet and pen from his hands, looking forward in shock and stutteringly asked what it was. Lime pursed his lips and put his hand to his forehead, closing his eyes, thinking that he had overdone it. The students looked at this in shock, with their mouths wide open. Hague fell to the ground. Letty smiled widely, joyfully jumped up next to the main character and clenched her hands into fists, shouting that it was incredible and the guy was very cool. Lime thought that although he overdid it on the practical test, he still passed it. The guy smiled awkwardly and, scratching the back of his head, lied to the girl that he gave his best, as she asked. After the written test, they started a break. The students stood discussing the test. Letty leaned against the wall, crossed her arms over her chest and looked worriedly in front of her. The main character asked what happened. The girl closed her eyes and said that the tests had always been a complete torture for her, and they had just been taken out for the entrance exams, so she was worried. She asked if the guy was worried. Lime looked at her, standing against the wall. He looked away and said that he was a little worried. The guy thought that this test contained the main lore components of the game, and since he played it for days on end, he had no doubt that he answered all the questions correctly. A shadow hung over the main character, and he looked up. Haig looked down at him with displeasure and, waving his hand, frowning, said that he didn't know what kind of trick the main character pulled to deceive the examiners, but someone like him couldn't do magic like that. Lime put his hand on his hip, looking at the guy with a calm look, and replied that he apparently has a lot of free time to think about others and not about himself. And is he really so sure that he passed the exam? Haig clenched his hand into a fist and looked at the guy angrily, asking what. He took the hilt of his sword in his hand, about to draw it from its sheath, and asked how dare he. A voice was heard from the purple pentagram on the arch, which said that combat tests would soon begin, and they needed to go to the central square. Lime and Letty turned around when they heard the announcements. Haig clenched his teeth and walked forward, clicking displeasedly and saying that this time they had been interrupted. He looked over his shoulder at the protagonist, frowning and telling him to know his place. Lime looked after him, frowning. A man in a black raincoat, blue vest, glasses, and brown hair held a tablet in his hand, frowning and saying that he will explain how the combat tests will be carried out. From this year, the essence of the combat test has changed. Many students looked at the man, who said that while previously students would demonstrate their skills by sparring against each other, now all students would fight against the same target. The students looked at the man in confusion. Someone asked what this meant. Someone asked how it was all against one. Haig frowned, crossing his arms over his chest. Letty looked forward with a serious look, listening. Lime also looked forward seriously as the man explained that their director Deer had introduced a new entrance test policy. A bald man with gray skin, the man continued that in his opinion, only the worthy can stand against one of the strongest opponents. Letty and Lime looked ahead silently, frowning and pursing their lips. The iron gates began to open. The students looked towards the gate in fear. Dust from the ground rose into the air. Yellow glowing eyes were visible behind the gate. A huge dark paw with yellow claws stepped onto the ground, emerging from the shadows. The creature with sharp fangs and yellow eyes looked down. The huge black dragon opened its mouth wide and roared in front of the students. Lime looked at him in shock, raising his head, his cloak fluttering from the force of the dragon's roar. He thought that this was a thunder dragon. It only appears at the end of the game and does not live in this region. The guy clenched his teeth, frowned, and mentally asked if he was their opponent. A huge dragon with a golden horn on its forehead. The guy thought it was a thunder dragon. It appears only at the end of the game. Sweat ran down Lime's face as he thought that they, the applicants, should defeat him. The disciples ran away from the dragon, who shook his head, screaming, and one of them fell to the ground. Yellow lightning flashed from the dragon's mouth as it raised its snout. Lime looked at him in surprise, raising his eyebrows. The dragon opened its mouth wide, from which a bright beam of yellow energy flew out, around which lightning flashed. The students turned back, looking at the beam in fear as they ran away from the dragon. There was a powerful yellow explosion. Fog was flying in the sky. Students were lying on the ground, which was scorched. Haig stood among the fleeing students and shouted in fear how they should deal with him. Letty clenched her hands into fists, looking at the dragon, her long strands of hair flying. She pushed off the ground and quickly ran forward, looking at the dragon with a determined look. Lime turned over his shoulder and called out to the girl in fear. Drops of sweat ran down the blonde's face, and she frowned and shouted that she must pass this exam at any cost for her entire kingdom. Stretching out her hand, the girl called upon the wind bonds. Turquoise chains entwined the dragon's body. Letty summoned a wind arrow. She extended one hand and brought the other back, holding a turquoise energy arrow with turquoise energy gathering around it. The dragon tried to break the chains that his girlfriend entwined. Her eyes widened in surprise at this. Suddenly, the chains around the dragon broke and he turned his head towards Letty. The dragon looked down at her. He opened his mouth wide, in the depths of which energy was already gathering. The blonde clenched her teeth and screamed, closing her eyes. She thought that she did not want to die. Letty's eyes opened slightly and a purple light fell on her face. In front of her stood the main character, who extended his hand, his black cloak flowing back, and in front of him was a purple wall. The dragon's head collided with a large purple shield that the guy summoned. He looked at him calmly, holding out his hand. Lime looked over his shoulder at the girl, asking how she was. She was sitting on the ground, confusedly saying that everything was fine. Lime turned forward again and asked her to wait a little and he would quickly deal with him. Letty looked questioningly at the guy, asking about quickly. The dragon, baring its teeth, banged its head against the purple shield that the guy put up. Growling loudly, the dragon threw its head up. The golden horn on his head glowed brightly. Lime looked up when he noticed this. Dark clouds gathered in the sky. on which the light from lightning was visible. Bright lightning struck directly from the horn of the dragon on his head. The dragon turned its head as yellow lightning flashed around it. He hit his head on the guy's shield and it shattered into purple fragments. Golden energy appeared in the dragon's mouth as it opened its mouth. There was a bright, huge explosion on the ground, throwing stones from the ground into the air. Lime flew into the air holding Letty in his arms. The guy looking down said that he couldn't be penetrated so easily, and what a hassle he was. The girl with blonde hair looked to the side in fear, pressing her hands to herself and screamed that they were flying. She looked at the guy who told her that they didn't have much time and she should wait downstairs. The main character abruptly let go of the girl and she flew down, opening her eyes in surprise. Letty screamed loudly, raising her eyebrow and looking down with a shocked look. A black silhouette of a girl flying to the ground, she screamed loudly. Letty landed on something green and soft, closing her eyes. She jumped on a huge green slime and asked what it was. An inscription, a call of a heroic spirit, a goblin slime. Slime Goblin, a peaceful creature that existed hundreds of years ago. They were very weak in battle and led a reclusive lifestyle. But due to a worldwide drought on the continent, they completely died out as a species. Dark smoke flew around the dragon as the dragon stood on the ground. The dragon looked forward with its mouth closed, its body glowing with a faint yellow light. Lime looked down at him, his cape flapping in the wind. The dragon raised its head, looking at the guy. Violet energy began to glow around the main character, and he mentally cast a dark magic spell, Acceleration. The guy's eyes also glowed with a purple light and he said that they would see who was who. The main character flew down sharply while a bright purple light shone around him. The dragon opened its mouth and, raising its head up, shot a ray of light into the sky towards the guy. Violet energy wrapped around the golden beam of light. The main character flew away from it, leaving this violet energy behind him. Many golden balls of energy flew out from the dragon's mouth. Lime quickly dodged them, maneuvering between the balls in the sky. The dragon looked at this in surprise, opening its mouth in which another charge of yellow energy was collected. Suddenly, Lime kicked him on the side of the face, sending out a purple pulse from the blow. The dragon flew to the side, raising its muzzle. The main character, surrounded by energy, turned around, his eyes glowing brightly. He watched as the dragon crashed into the ground to the side. There was a bright, powerful explosion, and cracks ran along the wall. A cloud of dust rose at the site of the explosion near the stone wall. The guy landed on the ground. Stones fell from the wall to the ground. Other students ran into the building. Haig also ran between two columns while stones rained down above him. The dragon stood on the ground, a cloud of dust dissipating at its paws. The main character stood on the ground, clenching his hand into a fist. His body glowed purple. His cloak fluttered behind him with energy, and he decisively said that now that they were alone, they would play seriously. The dragon's eyes glowed with a bright golden light as he looked at the guy with his teeth bared. Lime raised his hand looking at her and said that now they will play seriously. The dragon's eyes widened as he looked at the guy. Opening its mouth wide and raising its head, the dragon roared loudly. In the dark clouds, golden sparks were visible that shot from the sky. Lime dissolved, leaving a purple light behind him and said that he decided to summon thunder clouds, as he expected. Next to him the dragon raised his head. Golden lightning came from his horn on his head. Lime appeared behind Haig, who was peeking out from behind a column. The guy in the dark cloak took the sword from the blonde, holding it by the hilt and told him that he would borrow it for a while. Haig turned back in surprise, asking what. In front of him the main character flew into the air, leaving a purple light behind him. Lime raised his head, looking up, and cast a dark magic spell, Elemental Coating. Between the dark clouds could be seen the yellow light of lightning, which gathered into a huge ball below them and struck the ground. Lime flew in the air, lightning around him turned blue and the dragon raised its head at the guy. The main character held a sword above his head while blue lightning gathered around him. He frowned, looking down, eyes glowing purple as the guy said, "Strike of the sword of darkness, thunderclap." A huge bright blue lightning bolt shot from the sky to the ground. The dragon looked up when a blue light illuminated its face. A strong, powerful explosion passed across the ground, which broke the stones on the ground, causing them to fly into the air. Dust rose from the ground, and blue lightning flashed across the ground itself. Lime table next to the dragon, which was lying on the ground. The ground beneath it was broken from the power of the blow. The guy looked at the system window that appeared in front of his face. On the system window there was a rebirth quest, level 3 awakening, completed, new spells available. On the second system window there was an icon of a sword with a black blade and a yellow pattern around the edges. It was written that for killing the thunder dragon the sword Mjolnir was received as a reward. At the column of the building behind the main character, a man silently watched him. A man in a black cloak and brown hair adjusted his glasses and said with a frown that this was the first time he had met such an unusual individual, and he should report him to the director. Haig and the other student were pressed against the wall, looking at the guy in shock, their mouths open. Letty was sitting on a large green slime, also looking down in shock, her mouth open. The system window in front of the main character dissolved and the guy looked to the side, adjusting his hood and saying that it looks like the combat tests are over. A couple of hours later, many educational buildings, one part of the wall that surrounded them was broken. Letty and Lime looked up. The girl opened her mouth in surprise and raised her eyebrows. On the wall hung a table on which were written the results of the 8349 entrance exam. Candidates for entry: number 153, no name, race, Goblin. Number 154, Tiara Letizia Nilf, race, Dark Elf. The girl smiled widely and, closing her eyes, turned to the guy, saying that she had no doubt that he would pass the exam, but for some reason she was also counted, although she didn't mind. Lime smiled, looking towards the girl, and said that she was the only one who was the first to challenge the dragon, wasn't she? Letty crossed her arms over her chest and said that if that's the only reason, then yes, it's logical. The guy raised his eyebrows and asked that her full name was Tiara Letizia Nilf. The blonde put her hand to her chest and, smiling widely, said that yes, but it was too long, so let the guy just call her Letty. She slammed her fist into her palm and said sure. The girl took a fountain pen and brought it to the paper with the results. She hummed while she wrote something and the main character tried to see what she was doing. The word without a name was crossed out and the name Lime was written above it. The blonde closed her eyes and showed 2 fingers, smiling and saying that he has a name, Lime, right. The main character blushed slightly and sheepishly scratched his cheek, laughing. Lime and Letty were standing in a white room. Next to them was a man in a white cloak who was holding something. The girl was wearing a brown vest and skirt, and a red crystal on her chest. She smiled widely, saying that this uniform was so cool. The guy looked away to the side, standing in a black vest and trousers. There was also a crystal on his chest, but green. A man with dark green hair with a wide smile handed them a robe and a book, saying that these were their textbooks and robe. Lime put the robe on himself, waving it in the air. It had a green insert on the inside. The guy put the hood on his head, adjusting his robe. Letty stood in the same one, however, the inside of the girl's robe was red. The man told them that they were in a dormitory, and before joining they needed to pass a selection test to get a place in the dormitory. Lime raised an eyebrow at the man and asked about another test. He raised his hand and with a wide smile said that in their academy the dormitory is divided according to the level of magic that is contained in their body. A man in a white robe rolled a device on a cart, which was covered with a white cloth. From above, other students were passing onto the balcony in the room. Lime looked up at the other students who were standing above them on the balcony. The man with green hair smiled, raised an eyebrow and said that he was wondering how they would pass this test. One of the students looked down with a bored look and asked that the 2 passed the test, and he heard that this year it was very tough. The other students were whispering. One of the guys with black hair said that only 2 passed him. The students laughed. 2 leaned on the railing and one of them said that at first glance these 2 did not seem capable of anything. Letty frowned at them and clenched her hands into fists, calling the students. In front of her the main character waved his hand, stopping the girl. He looked at the blonde and told her to calm down and it wasn't that important right now. Letty pouted her lips and frowned, saying that the guy was too kind to them. Lime raised his hand, looking away, and asked about the essence of this test. A man in a white robe with a wide smile pointed to a black device on which blue drawings were visible. He said that everything is very simple, and they need to stand in front of the device. It will automatically analyze the amount of dark magic in their body. The man put his palm on the blue touch surface of the device, saying that you just need to touch the panel with your palm. A blue system window appeared above the device, and the guy said that the result would immediately be displayed on the screen. A man with green hair, smiling widely and blushing, clasped his hands together, standing over the device and saying that this device is the latest model, and just recently the Academy allocated money for it, and they were so lucky to get it. The man with green hair grinned evilly, clenched his teeth and said that this is why it is simply impossible to fool the device. He extended his hand and said that Letty would be the first. The girl looked at him decisively and clenched her hand into a fist, agreeing. She frowned, looking down at the panel and extended her hand towards it. The girl looked in surprise at the system window that opened in front of her, which appeared above the device. A man in a white coat pressed the tablet to his chest, looking in shock at the results and asking what it was. The blue system window showed race, dark elf, intelligence, 96.0, strength, 33.0, dark magic, 32,000 physical strength, 200,800. Lime put his hand to his chin, thinking that these are Letty's indicators, and there is an amazing amount of dark magic in her body. He thought that as expected from a dark elf princess, she had great potential, and if she continued to develop her abilities, she would become an excellent warrior in the future. The system window showed that the system had identified a suitable hostel for the student, Lucifer Dormitory. The girl stood by the machine with a smile while other students looked at her, talking to each other. Someone said that she was really enrolled in the Lucifer Dormitory. Another answered that the most powerful magicians in their academy live there. Another said that she was a rare princess, the race of dark elves, and that's probably why the system enrolled her in this dormitory. The man with green hair tusked with displeasure. He looked at the guy and called the next one. The man sighed, closing his eyes, saying that although they measure his strength, he doesn't expect much from the guy. He's a goblin after all. The main character put his hand to the device, thinking that he had already checked his indicators for a long time and a lot of time had passed since then. Purple energy appeared around the guy as he closed his eyes and thought he was wondering how strong he had become. Lime's device vibrated. The man with green hair clenched his teeth, frowning at this, and asked what was going on. Suddenly, the device exploded in front of the main character, glowing from within with a bright blue light, who covered his face with his hands and closed his eyes. Letty screamed and covered her head with her hands, her clothes flying with energy. The other students also covered their faces with their hands. The man with green hair trembled, looking at the guy in the cloud of dust next to where the device used to be, asking how this happened. Lime opened his mouth in shock, holding his hand out in front of him and mentally cursing. Sweat dripped down the face of the man in white clothes, and he looked down at the machine in shock, opening his mouth wide and shouting that it was the newest machine, and it cost 500 gold. Lime awkwardly scratched the back of his head and smiled nervously, saying that cars break down and this happens. The man raised his hand and looked at him angrily, saying that the device had recently been purchased by the academy and had worked perfectly before. He asked what to do with his test now. The main character smiled awkwardly, apologizing and saying that he didn't want this to happen. The man pointed his finger at the guy and, frowning, shouted that as punishment he was assigning him to the weakest dormitory of all. Letty clenched her hands into fists and frowned, looking forward in surprise and asking what. The main character frowned, looking ahead puzzledly, and thought that if he was assigned to the worst dormitory, he would never meet the director at this rate. The students were talking in confusion, and among them stood a man with brown hair and glasses, frowning. The main character sadly lowered his gaze, frowning, and thought that he would have to come up with another way to meet him. Magic Academy, the dormitory of the lower rank of Sir, the building on which cracks were visible. The main character was sitting on the bed, looking at the system window in front of him. The system window was reflected in his eyes as he thought that his main goal at the moment was to become the best student at the academy, so he could meet the director. A world map that showed mountains, a large castle near the sea. One of the parts was marked in dark color, with the inscription "The Territory of King Deer." The guy thought that he would kill him and seize all the territories belonging to him. Having closed his eyes, the main character put his hand to his chin and thought that because of his own mistake he was enrolled in the dormitory of the lowest rank, and what should he do now? Letty waved her hand with a wide smile, standing on the path that led to a large red brick building. The guy thought that maybe in the future he could transfer to Lucifer's dorm with Letty, but he still needs to try to pull this off. The main character looked up, noticing something. He looked at a blue book with a yellow pentagram design and symbols on it, a piece of paper sticking out of it. Lime took the sheet in his hands and smiled, looking at it and saying that this is his chance. Wooden door with a white sign and black inscription. A girl with short brown hair looked ahead in confusion, asking if he really wanted to apply for the magic tournament. The guy showed the paper in his hand, saying yes. A girl with blonde hair gathered in a ponytail pointed her finger forward. A bright flame was gathering around her hand. The guy pointed his palm forward, next to which a purple light was shining. The main character thought, an academic tournament. This tournament is held once a year in order to identify the most powerful magician among the students' academy. Sparks were flying near two students. A guy with short brown hair was smiling. A girl was standing next to him. This tournament is a centuries-old tradition of the academy, and anyone can take part in it. The student was kneeling with his head low. Next to him a man in a black robe extended a black hand, above which was a purple sphere. The winner receives a prize personally prepared by the director of Deer. The main character frowned, looking resolutely ahead, and thought that, simply put, the prize itself would be presented personally by the director, and this was a great chance to meet him. The girl outside the window put her hand to her chest and said awkwardly, "He entered the academy only 2 days ago." The guy answered in agreement. The girl, looking at the main character, said that the magic tournament is a rather dangerous event. He understands this, and although anyone can participate, freshmen are not recommended to appear at the tournament. Lime looked at the girl seriously and replied that he was aware and still wanted to take part. The girl awkwardly looked at the guy, sighed and asked him to wait a couple of minutes. She was writing something with a fountain pen on a piece of paper, a blue crystal glowing next to her. The girl frowned, saying that a strange freshman had come to their appointment. A man with glasses sat in a red chair in the office, frowning and asking if he was the same one who broke the device. The girl looked worriedly at the guy who was visible in the window and put her hand to her face, asking if she should refuse his application. The man smiled, put his hand to his chin and said that no, let him sign up for the tournament. The girl replied that she understood. She placed a piece of paper on the counter in front of Lime and said she accepted his application to participate. The girl closed her eyes, telling him to mean that the organizers were not responsible for his safety at the tournament. The guy answered her that he understood everything. He looked ahead with a calm gaze, thinking that this was his chance, which he must take advantage of, and let King Dur wait for him. Magic Academy, the highest ranked dormitory Lucifer, a large red brick building with a large gate. The female half, a couple of girls, stood in the shower. One of them was behind the curtains, covering herself with them, and the second was holding a towel to her body. Water poured across the floor and flowed into a drain on the floor. Drops of water flowed down the blonde's body. She smiled. Letty's hair lay on her shoulders as she raised her hand to wash it. The girl put her hand on the tap, turning off the water. She smiled, blushing slightly. Steam was flying in the air. The girl dried herself with a towel, thinking that she was so lucky to meet Lime, and he even saved her life. She blushed harder and, closing her eyes, with a wide smile, remembered how Lime held her in his arms, thinking that he was like a prince who had picked her up in his arms. Letty shook her head, remembering how she flew down, thinking that then he mercilessly threw her out and what she was even thinking about. The girl sat by the bed on a red chair in a white blouse, combing her hair, thinking that when she looked at him, she saw something majestic in his figure. She looked forward, blushing, and thought that it was as if she could not take her eyes off him, as if she never wanted to leave him. Blushing heavily and lowering her gaze in embarrassment, the girl pressed her hands to herself, wondering why when she thinks about him, her heart beats so hard. Magic Academy, Sierra's lower rank dormitory, deep night. Lime lay on the bed, pressing his cheek to the pillow and closing his eyes. Suddenly the lying guy's eyes opened. He landed on the roof of the dorm, dark energy flying around him. The guy said to appear to the Goblin priestess, and behind the main character a Goblin priestess appeared, around whom a dark fog was flying. With a wide smile she said, "What's here?" The guy looked up at her and said that he had a request for her and he would need her abilities, but the guy hesitated on the last word. He looked in confusion at the priestess, who was dressed in an academy uniform, and asked why she was dressed up like that. The girl showed 2 fingers and closed her eyes contentedly, saying that it was a disguise. Lime looked down, awkwardly saying that this is not necessary, but as she wants. He said that he needed her to explore the school using ghostliness. The priestess looked at the guy and said that it would be done. The main character looked up, adjusting the hood on his head, and said that another guest had arrived. A goblin fairy with a long braid and white hair appeared in the sky from the purple fog. She waved her hand, greeting the guy and saying that she delivered the girl to the village, and right now she is under the care of his younger sister. The guy remembered the girl with turquoise hair who was lying on the ground. Lime smiled at the fairy and thanked her. The fairy flew up to the guy, and he, looking at her, said that even though she had just returned, she and the priestess could draw him a map of the academy. The fairy tilted her head questioningly and asked about the map. The main character smiled awkwardly, saying that he meant a map of the area. The fairy sighed and waved her hand, closing her eyes and saying that he would have said so right away. And yes, she can draw a map. The girl opened her eyes and looked to the side, asking if he was here. The guy also looked to the side, his black cloak fluttering in the wind as he said that yes, they were heading straight towards him. Lime turned to the White Castle, looking at him, and said that their secret mission was beginning. Tower of the Director of the Magic Academy. The main character walked along the roof, looking towards the tower, in the upper window of which there was a light. The guy called on dark magic, shadow camouflage. Dark purple energy appeared around him and the guy thought that this would help partially hide his presence. He frowned and stood at the window. The light was on in the room. The main character hid around the corner and looked out the window. A man in a blue robe sat at a long table in the center, and there were 3 other people in the room. A man in a blue robe who had a long white beard, long white hair and gray eyes, the headman of the Wesker Council. A girl with black hair and a ponytail, purple eyes and a purple dress, the chief secretary of the Mylene Magic Tournament Management. A man with blue eyes, brown hair and a black coat. He had glasses on his face, Eddie's teacher. A guy with red hair, black horns on his head and yellow eyes, student council president, Kia Dragonman. Eddie adjusted his glasses with his fingers and said that he was dangerous. The man put a piece of paper on the table and said that you can expect anything from this freshman. He is completely unsuitable for their academy. His existence here violates all the centuries-old traditions of their educational institution. Wesker looked at the girl in the purple dress, and he asked that he was not the only one who could defeat the dragon in the test. The girl was holding a black fan to her face, saying that they did not expect that at least someone could defeat him. But they were very mistaken. The man with gray eyes lowered his gaze and put his hand to his beard, saying that he was unusually strong. Eddie slammed his palm on the table and clenched his other hand into a fist, saying that their school does not accept the strongest, but the noblest. The guy with glasses frowned and twisted his face, saying that this student was just a goblin, a representative of the lowest race, and this was simply unthinkable. Wesker clasped his hands together, looking at the man who was saying that they couldn't let him study in their academy, and how after that they would look into the eyes of the headmaster. The man with a beard asked if that was why he decided to let him participate in the magic tournament. Mylene smiled, covering her face with a fan, and said that everything is correct, because students are warned in advance about the risk in the tournament, and death in these battles is not new. And anything can happen in the arena if he understands what she means. Wesker sighed and closed his eyes, thinking that, as always, they had drastic solutions to such a minor problem. Eddie extended his hand, lowered his head and said that moreover, this guy is a goblin and how could they even allow him to take the exam? Mylene looked at the man in a blue robe, answering that the headman allowed anyone to participate in the entrance exams. Lime looked at them through the window while Eddie said that he was the only one worried about the preservation of the glorious traditions of their academy. The main character frowned, narrowed his eyes and thought that everyone has the right to enter the academy. But not everyone is happy to see the goblin here. Wesker looked to the side with a calm gaze. He put his hand to his face and hummed thoughtfully, saying that since they decided to act, then so be it. The man got up from his seat, saying that was all for today, and it was time for him to get ready for bed. The door closed behind Mylene and the girl turned to her, saying that he simply approved of their actions and this does not look like the headman. Eddie frowned, calling Kia. The guy stood behind him, saying that he was listening. The teacher told him to adjust the competition table so that in the first battle the main character would meet with a representative of a superior race. The man clenched his teeth, looking at the guy and said, he is the pride of their academy and let him get rid of this misunderstanding. The red-haired boy frowned, his golden eyes glowing faintly as he told the teacher that he was obeying. Lime frowned as he watched them and thought it was a dragonman. The guy crossed his arms over his chest, looking forward and thought that okay, he would be happy to fight him. Mylene smiled evilly, looking to the side and holding a fan in front of her. She said that the aristocrat was directing all his strength to get rid of some goblin. Laughter and that's all. Eddie looked at the girl angrily, leaned his hands on the table and shouted that they didn't understand anything. Lime straightened his hood, standing by the window, and thought that he would no longer hear anything interesting. The guy disappeared from the place where he stood, leaving behind dark energy. He stood on the roof of the dormitory, with a goblin fairy flying next to him and a priestess in an academy uniform standing next to him. The priestess raised her index finger, saying with a smile that there was an interesting find. High bookshelves with many books, one of them was pushed aside. Behind it a passage was visible from which a faint blue light emanated. The girl said that in the academy library she discovered a secret passage into the dungeon. Behind the bookshelves, the fairy held a map, which the main character took in his hand. She said that she had drawn a map of the academy, as he had asked. Lime smiled at them, looking at the girls and holding a card in his hands, thanking them and saying that that's all for today. He looked over his shoulder, noticing something and humming. The man was holding a sword by the sheath, standing away from the hostel, and the main character asked what else was there. The man raised the sword above himself, holding it with both hands. A guy with blonde hair and animal ears on his head waved his sword, frowning. Lime crossed his arms over his chest, looking at him and raising his eyebrows. He said that he was surprised to train until late at night. The fairy raised her hand, saying that he has been training here since she began to map the academy. He is a representative of the kobold race. It seems he comes from a lower race and lives with the main character in the same dormitory. A guy with blonde hair and a white shirt waved a sword in the air. His heavy breathing could be heard. Lime smiled, looking to the side and adjusting his hood, saying that life in this world is not easy for everyone in their own way. The main character walked into his room, removing the hood from his head. He looked down and frowned, asking the fairy to listen. She rested her cheek on her hand and closed her eyes, asking him what. The guy awkwardly looked at the fairy who was lying on his bed and said what she was doing on his bed. The fairy sighed and lay down on her stomach, resting her chin on her hand. She looked at the guy and asked if she wasn't cute. And how could such a beautiful fairy sleep on a chair or on the floor? The girl smiled widely, shaking her legs in the air, and said that they could sleep together. And had he never dreamed of sharing a bed with such a beauty like her? Lime closed his eyes and waved his hand, saying that if he tossed and turned in his sleep, he could crush her. The fairy looked at him with raised eyebrows and hummed thoughtfully. A cloud of pink fog appeared in front of the main character. He covered his face with his hand, looking in surprise at the white-haired girl in front of him. The fairy's skin became human, and her size became human. She smiled playfully and straightened her hair, asking if so. The guy with black hair looked at the fairy in confusion. His mouth parted. He asked her to just let him sleep, and the girl waved her hand, closing her eyes and saying that she was just joking. She said that if the goddess found out about her prank, she would punish her immediately. The black arrow pointed at the goddess with black horns, who frowned with displeasure. The fairy said that the protagonist's younger sister would be jealous. Lily frowned, puffing out her cheeks. Another cloud of pink mist appeared, in front of which the fairy again with green skin and her usual small size flew. She stretched. The girl said good night and said that she was going to bed. She lay down on the pillow and lay down under the blanket, falling asleep. Lime sighed and pushed his chair away from the table, thinking that before going to bed he needed to take stock of what he had learned. The guy unfolded the map that the fairy had drawn, and looking at it he thought that tomorrow would be a hard day. Magic Academy. Early morning, cafeteria. Students were sitting in the cafeteria. Next to them were trays with food on them. The main character was holding a spoon in his hands, chewing food, and looked to the side, noticing something. He looked at Letty, who was sitting a few tables away, smiling widely. The girl noticed the guy and turned in his direction with a surprised look. She smiled widely, raised one of her hands high up, waving to the guy, and also waved her other hand, calling him to her. The other girls looked at her questioningly. Lime smiled awkwardly at her, waved back, and thought that, as he thought, maintaining communication with a girl who lives in the most elite dormitory is not so easy if he himself lives at the very bottom. The guy dipped a spoon into the vegetable soup, holding a piece of paper in his other hand and looking at it. He thought that the magic tournament would begin in 5 days. Someone stood next to the guy, holding a tray of food in his hands, and asked if he could sit down. The main character agreed, looking at the man. The guy with blonde hair, animal ears, and yellow eyes smiled, thanking the main character. Lime looked up, looking at him, and thought it was that guy. He remembered how the fair-haired man swung his sword at night while training. The guy sat down next to him, turning to the guy with black hair, and asked if he was new to the dorm. He was also from there. Lime said with a smile that they would know each other. The guy with blonde hair looked at the guy excitedly, saying that he overheard it. It's true that he applied for the magic tournament. Lime looked at him with raised eyebrows and said that it was true. The guy with blonde hair smiled widely and said this. He wanted to say something else, but didn't finish. 2 people approached him from behind. One of them sharply lowered his hand. The guy with brown hair grabbed the blonde's head, clenched his fist in his face, and irritably asked who allowed him to eat at the table. The main character turned his gaze to the guy who approached them. The blonde smiled nervously and looked up, calling the guy Nero and saying that all students can eat in the cafeteria. Nero's face distorted with gloating, and he loudly asked who let the dog into the dining room and he should eat in the trash heap. The blonde looked at the floor, lowered his head in fear, and stuttered that no, he hadn't broken any rules. Nero loudly asked what he was muttering there. Suddenly Lime grabbed the guy by the hand and, rising from his seat, told him to stop. The guy with brown hair raised an eyebrow, looking displeased at the main character, and asked who else. Lime calmly looked up and said that he was a goblin, and shouldn't he also dine here since he is from a lower race. Nero clenched his teeth, frowning, looking down at the guy, and said, so he's a newbie goblin. The guy smiled maliciously, narrowed his eyes, and said that he would explain the local rules to him in a brotherly way. Nero rubbed his fist, asking if the guy would mind. 2 more students in white shirts stood behind him, grinning maliciously. Lime smiled and raised his hand, saying that he was all for it and let them enlighten him. The blonde looked at the main character in fear, sweat running down his face when he thought that the guy got into a fight because of him. Nero rubbed his fists gloatingly, looking at the main character while a scared blonde stood between them, looking at the tall guy. Nero stretched his shoulder, smiling widely. He sharply waved his hand towards the guy, who stood calmly, shouting that it looked like the newbie needed to be taught a lesson in discipline. Lime put his hand out to block the guy's blow. Nero's eyes widened in shock and he asked how it was. The blonde opened his mouth, also looking at this in surprise. The main character grabbed Nero's wrist, squeezing it in his hand, and thought that he should not use magic in front of other students. He held the tall guy's wrist tightly, looked at him with a calm gaze, and thought that he would end everything the same way. Nero fell to his knees, putting his other hand on the one the guy was holding, and clenched his teeth, shouting for the main character to let him go. And where did he get such strength from? The other two behind him looked on in fear as Nero screamed loudly. Lime let go of the guy's hand, leaving a red mark from his hand on it. Nero breathed heavily, leaning his elbows on the floor. A guy in a black robe sat down in front of him, calling him. Lime looked at the guy gloomily, frowning, and said that everyone could dine in this dining room, and asked if the guy understood. Nero frowned and clenched his teeth, looking at him, asking what. The other two students called Nero, fearfully saying that according to rumors, this first year defeated the dragon at the entrance alone. Nero looked forward in surprise, sweat running down his face. He leaned on his hands, saying that they were leaving. Nero pointed his finger forward, saying that he was not a resident in any case, and he was noticed by the dragon people, the Breath of Flame faction. The guy grinned, gritting his teeth as sweat ran down his face, and mockingly asked how fun he was to deal with them. Lime just sighed and turned his back to them. The blonde looked at him guiltily and thanked the guy. Holding out his hand, he said that because of him the main character got into a fight. He replied not to let it get into his head. The blonde looked sadly at Lime, saying that in fact he also applied to participate in the magic tournament. He put his hand on the scabbard of the sword that hung at his hip and said that if he won, he would wipe their noses with them all. And yet, the guy smiled sadly, lowered his gaze, and said that he was so weak, he couldn't even give them back, and it was ridiculous to think that he could even win. The guy sighed while Lime looked at him calmly. The blonde suddenly looked up in confusion and said that he hadn't even introduced himself. The main character extended his hand and said that it was okay, and his name was Lime. But the blonde said that his name was Loot Arcadia. The main character's eyes widened in surprise and he asked what. The guy approached Loot's face, asking if his name really was Loot Arcadia. The blonde stutteringly answered him. Had he really met him before? Lime's eyes widened and he stammered that he didn't. The guy pursed his lips, a drop of sweat running down his face as he asked not to take it into his head. He thought that Loot Arcadia in the future this young man would cope with a multi-million army alone. A tall knight in blue armor with golden accents. From the opening of his helmet his eyes glowed with a bright golden light, and his body was surrounded by yellow energy. In front of him stood Loot, who was smiling. In the future he will be the strongest swordsman on the continent. Among his enemies he will be known as Black Knight. Magic Academy, Sir's lower dormitory. Lime stood in the corridor by the wooden door, saying that he would go. Loot waved to him with a wide smile and said see you. The main character asked him to wait and he looked at him in surprise, asking what happened. The guy with black hair with a wide smile extended his hand and said that if he wanted, they could train with him at night. Loot asked excitedly. He saw him. The blonde smiled widely and blushed, closing his eyes. He clenched his hand into a fist and agreed, saying that they would try together, and suggested meeting today. The main character looked at him seriously and asked the guy to be honest with him from that moment on. Loot raised his eyebrows, looking at the main character in surprise, and asked what. A girl in a nun's robe who was holding a bouquet of white flowers. The cathedral could be seen in the distance. Her clothes were fluttering in the wind. There were white flowers under the girl's feet. Lime said that his little sister, if he is not mistaken, is the reincarnation of one of the 7 great divine demons, and now a service is taking place in a dark temple on the territory of Overcoat. Loot asked in surprise how he knew. The guy replied that there were various rumors around their family, even at the academy. The nun walked along the road in the forest among the trees. A stone wall was visible ahead. Lime said that Loot should listen to him carefully. His sister should go with the missionaries to the village, which is located on the border with the territory of people. On the path, traces of the nun's feet were visible. The trees blocked the sunlight on the path. Lime asked the guy to warn her that it was dangerous there, and it was better for her to stay home. Frowning, the main character looked seriously at the guy, saying that if he does as he asks, then they will be accounted for that incident in the dining room. Let his sister be careful. Lime frowned at him and asked if Loot understood him. The blonde looked at the guy with black hair in surprise and said in confusion that he understood everything. The main character smiled, waved his hand at Loot and said, "See you soon then." He turned back and a purple fairy flew around him. She crossed her arms over her chest, flying behind the guy's back, and asked if he was up to something again. He replied that maybe so. The guy looked ahead seriously, thinking that this information should change Loot's life. He thought that in the game, due to carelessness, his sister dies, and Loot becomes disillusioned with everyone and goes into hermithood, becoming a machine for killing people. A guy with blonde hair was kneeling at the coffin where his sister was, covered with a blue cloth. Red flowers fell next to him. The main character thought that if his sister survived, a deity would soon be reborn on the continent. A few days later, deep into the night, the forest behind the Magic Academy. Lime stood on the road among the trees, targets were hanging on the tree branches, and a waterfall was visible behind the guy. A purple sphere appeared near the guy's hand, with purple energy flying around it. The guy waved his hand, several spheres flew forward, hitting the targets. The main character looked at his hand and said that was not bad. Loot was standing behind him at the waterfall. The blonde closed his eyes, holding his sword in front of him, and took a deep breath. He suddenly opened his eyes. They glowed with a faint yellow light. Screaming, Loot rushed forward, bringing the sword behind his back, which began to glow yellow. Loot swung his sword in front of him towards the water. Yellow energy from the sword flew forward. A powerful pulse of energy cut through the water of the falling waterfall. Loot looked ahead excitedly, his face slightly red as he shouted out what he had done. He turned to Lime, clenched his hand into a fist and smiled widely, saying that he was able to make such a cut with an ordinary sword. The guy answered him. He trained every night, so such a result is quite expected. Loot looked at the guy with black hair enthusiastically, saying that it was all thanks to his advice, and he did not know that his attacks could be improved simply by enchanting the sword. Loot asked how he ended up in Sir's dorm, and it must be some kind of mistake, because he is so strong. Lime smiled and thanked the blonde for his kind words. The blonde was wiping his sword with a white rag. The reflection of his eyes was visible in his blade. He said that tomorrow was the first day of the tournament. Loot sat on one of the rocks, holding his sword on his knees and wiping it, saying that this was their last training before starting. Lime asked if he was worried. The guy with black hair said that in such a short time he achieved an excellent result. He did not give up and continued to stand his ground despite the fact that everyone considered him a weakling. And his true strength is determination. Loot blushed, raising a surprised look at the main character. Lime frowned, looking at the blonde with determination, and said that besides, while he trained with him every night, he realized something. Lime said that his true abilities were not fully revealed. Loot looked at the guy in confusion and asked about his true abilities. The silhouette of a girl who was pierced by many thorns. Lime replied, yes, usually. Hidden powers like his are revealed under a strong emotional shock. The guy frowned, looking at the guy with a serious face, and said that to be honest, he would like to avoid something like this for Loot. The guy with black hair waved his hand, saying that if this happens, he will, of course, gain strength, but will finally lose his mind. Loot smiled awkwardly and closed his eyes, saying that he doesn't quite understand what the main character is talking about. But he doesn't become strong this way once. Lime sighed and closed his eyes, asking him not to take it into his head. And this is his thinking out loud. He asked Loot to close his eyes and he immediately agreed. Loot sat with his eyes closed. The main character extended his hand in his direction. Lime's body glowed with purple energy as he called upon dark magic, shadow analysis. The guy opened his eyes wide, which glowed with a bright purple light, with a green ghostly chain flying around Loot, who lowered his head with his eyes closed. Lime thought that as he thought. Almost all of his dark magic was in a sealed state. Loot's body was entwined with many black chains, and the main character thought that these chains were holding a rabid beast under control. The boy with black hair frowned, pursing his lips, thinking that he had grown up with similar restrictions his entire life. The black chains broke, and the guy thought that Loot would become much stronger if these shackles were removed from his body. But Loot himself must awaken the indestructible power of the most powerful swordsman on the continent. The blonde covered his face with both hands, lowering his head while a girl with spikes in her body lay in front of him, and Lime thought that last time, the impetus for his growth was a tragedy that changed his whole life. Lime waved his hand, dark purple energy flying around it. Black claws sprouted on his hand. The guy called Loot. He pulled his hand back, his palm turned purple, with long sharp claws. The guy asked the blonde not to move. Lime sharply hit Lute in the chest. Purple energy passed through the blonde's body, which also circled in the air. Lute's eyes widened in shock, beads of sweat running down his face. Lime put his hand on the shoulder of the guy who looked at him and said, "That's it." Lute put his hand to his chest in confusion, asking what. He raised his other hand, thinking that it was as if he had just been pierced with stakes, and what was it? Lime turned to the guy with a smile and told him that their training was over for today, and they should go and rest. Tomorrow would be a hard day. Lute looked at the guy and smiled, agreeing with him, saying that he was right and they should go. Early morning, Magic Academy, Colosseum, a huge Colosseum standing next to a dense forest. The opening ceremony of the Magic Tournament. There were many students sitting in the seats in the Colosseum who raised their fists in the air. There were many people standing in the arena who were coming out of the gates. Lime looked forward resolutely with a serious look on his face as he stood next to the other members. Lute also walked through the arena, his lips pursed nervously. Tia walked down the corridor, frowning. Behind him there were two more with horns on their heads. Between the aisle, with red curtains on the sides, Mylene appeared, who waved her hand forward, shouting that they had been waiting for a long time and now this day had come, the beginning of everyone's favorite magic tournament. The students smiled widely, raising their fists in the air, while the girl continued that this event had been held by their academy since its founding, and it had not left anyone indifferent. Mylene smiled widely, shouting that the start of their tournament will be announced by their founder and everyone's beloved director, Mr. Deer. She gives him the floor. A large purple seal appeared on the green carpet, with light emanating from it. A man wearing black armor appeared from the purple light. A helmet covered his face, and the man's skin was gray in color. Lime looked at him with a frown. The man was surrounded by a violet light. Interference was visible nearby, and the main character thought, "Is this really magic like Goblin kinship?" But no, it seems the connection is being made from another place. It's just a hologram. Deer opened his mouth, shouting that they are their future strength of the Royal Demon Army. Let them show him what they have trained for all the years they spent in the academy. There was a lot of static going through the man's body and a dark purple mist coming from his back as he shouted that there was only one rule here: kill or be killed. Let them prove that their life was worth something. Many students in the audience raised their fists in the air, looking towards the balcony where the Deer hologram was. Letty looked down with a frown. Balcony, where the vague figure of King Deer was visible. The protagonist thought that the hidden goblin village was suffering from the tyranny of his rule. He frowned at him and thought that he would definitely win the tournament and kill this scoundrel. Lime stood against the wall. High arches and students were visible nearby who were talking to each other. The guy was holding a piece of paper in his hand, looking at it. A tournament table was drawn on the paper, and the guy thought that a total of 128 students were participating in the magic tournament. To get to the finals, he needed to win 6 times in a row, and all he needed was to just give it his all, starting from the first match. The guy tilted his face to the sheet of paper, looking at it and mentally thought that he would become his first opponent. Before he could finish his thought, someone pressed a cold drink to the guy's face. He suddenly shouted loudly how cold it was. 3 students flinched in fear from the guy's scream. Lime stepped back from the man who was holding a cold blue drink in his hand and loudly asked what she was doing. Letty smiled widely, holding 2 blue drinks in her hands, with ice cream on top. She asked why the guy was screaming like that. Letty and Lime were sitting on a bench in the shade of a tree. The girl sighed and said that she just came to cheer him up, and she called him all the time, but he just ignored her. Lime smiled awkwardly at the girl, looking at her, and said that he just didn't hear her. That's all. There was loud applause. Letty with a wide smile said that she didn't understand it, but at least they could see each other like this. Letty held the green straw between her fingers, raising her eyebrows and saying that she thought the tournament was open to students who had been enrolled for over a year. Lime looked her way, holding the drink straw to his face, and said that this was just a common misconception. The blonde took the straw into her mouth, drinking the drink, and said that she understood. The main character looked at the girl, also drinking a drink, and asked her if something was wrong. The girl extended her hand and replied that everything was fine. Just after registration, he was forced to fight against the strongest fighters of the academy, and he was really strange. The guy looked at Letty in surprise, raising his eyebrows, and she asked in confusion what it was. He closed his eyes and turned away, smilingly telling her not to pay attention. The guy thought that if he said that she was strange, it would clearly anger her. Letty puffed out her cheeks, looking at the guy with displeasure, and said that he was acting like he was older. Her eyes suddenly widened and she looked away, saying, "Sure, let him take something." The girl held out a small pink bag. Lime looked at him in surprise, raising his hand. His eyes widened and he raised his eyebrows in surprise, gasping. The bag opened, revealing small round chocolates. The guy remembered how Letty ate the chocolate that Lily prepared for him, asking about that day. The girl put her hands on her lap. Her fingers were tied with many bandages, as she awkwardly said that she felt bad for eating it then. Lime asked the girl if she made them herself. Letty blushed deeply and frowned, putting her hand to her chest and saying that she did yes, but don't get her wrong, it's just her way of apologizing. Lime raised his eyebrows and blushed slightly, asking how wrong. The girl covered her face with her hands, blushing heavily and embarrassedly said that she didn't mean it. And it doesn't matter, Lime confusedly thought that he had no idea what she was talking about. The guy smiled, blushing slightly and not looking at the girl, thanked the girl, saying that he was very pleased, and he was glad that there were some kind of human feelings in the game. Letty turned to the guy, calling him a fool as he sat there confused. The guy looked at the brown watch, saying that it was time for him to go. Letty smiled widely and extended her fist to the side, wishing good luck to the main character. He smiled and bumped his fist against the girl's fist, looking at her. The guy walked back into the Coliseum, waving goodbye to the girl, who looked after him with a wide smile. When the guy left, Letty blushed deeply and embarrassedly put her hand to her chest, saying out loud that her heart was beating so fast again and why that was. The first match of the Magic tournament, a huge coliseum with many spectators. Dust was flying across the field. From the purple pentagrams came the voice of the host, who said to greet the participants in the first round. Lime looked forward decisively as he walked out. The host said that this is a goblin named Lime, from Sir's dorm, breaking all standards. He took part in the tournament after being enrolled just a week ago, a student who knows no fear. A guy with pink hair was holding a red weapon on his shoulder, smiling. His eyes were pink, and there were two large red horns on his head. The presenter said that the guy's opponent was a dragonman from the dorm, Lucifer Orphan Escudo, a member of the Breath of Flame faction, and their right hand. The three girls smiled widely. Blushing, they clenched their hands into fists, looking at Orphan with a loving gaze, shouting his name, and that he was beautiful as always, asking him to defeat this goblin. Mylene was sitting on a red chair, covering her face with a purple fan, saying that in the first battle of a newcomer it's not too suspicious to put up the second strongest from the Dragonmen faction. Eddie sat next to him, adjusting his glasses and looking at the girl, said that they are doing serious business here, and not playing games. Wesker clasped his hands together, frowning and silently looking at the tournament. One of the judges extended his hand towards the main character, and asked if he needed a weapon. He refused. Orphan grinned, throwing his weapon off his shoulder and holding it out in front of him, saying that it seemed like this fight would end quickly. The brown-robed judge waved his hand and said they were starting. Orphan jumped from his seat into the air, shouting that he would end his life instantly. The guy was flying in the air, holding a red spear. Translucent red wings were visible behind his back, and he shouted, "Dragonman skill, Wyvern mode." The girls watched the guy blushing. One of them clenched her hands into fists, brought them to her face and screamed that Orphan so elegantly soared into the sky. The other girl looked at it with a wide smile, shouting that he would just smear this goblin on the ground. The guy with pink hair smiled widely as he extended his hand towards the spear, calling upon dark magic. A magical coating. Pink fire appeared around his spear, surrounding it, pink flames flying in the air. Orphan frowned, his face contorted with gloating as he flew down, shouting that the newcomer was finished. Lime waved his hand with a calm face, thinking that this was somehow too simple for a dragonman. The ground under the protagonist's feet split and cracks ran through it. Lime's eyes widened as brown chains and green vines emerged from the ground, rocks flying through the air around the guy. Chains and vines wrapped around Lime's legs. He pursed his lips, looking back with a frown as vines and chains wrapped around his body. Letty looked at it in shock, placing her hand on the wall, asking what it was. Orphan's eyes widened and he smiled widely, madly, wondering if the main character really thought that he would fight honestly. The guy with pink hair was clutching a spear burning with pink flames in his hand, flying towards the main character, and screaming for him to die. Lime looked up at him, frowning at the guy as the vines and chains held him down. A girl with short purple hair, with a long lock at her neck, held a green crystal over her index finger, smiling. She stood against the wall of the Coliseum, peeking around the corner, the third most powerful dragonman from the Breath of Flame faction, Lena. Brown chains around which the vine is woven. She is a descendant of the forest dragon and specializes in nature magic. Orphan flew down at the main character, while he looked at him with his hand clenched into a fist. The guy with pink hair shouted that he really thought that he would fight honestly and let him die. Lime's eyes widened as he looked at the guy. A strong blow passed across the ground, which broke the stones on the ground, causing them to fall in different directions from the impact. A bright pink beam of light was visible, and dust rose into the air. 3 girls looked at this with wide smiles. One of them folded her arms, and the second clenched her hands into fists, shouting that Orphan had won. Letty looked fearfully into the arena, calling out to Lime. Because of the dust, the arena was not visible. Small stones fell to the ground. Lime held his sword in front of him, blocking the spear's strike as purple lightning sparked around him. The boy's eyes glowed with a purple light as he held the sword in front of him, uttering the call of the dark sword, Mjolnir. Orphan frowned at the guy in shock, sweat running down his face as he screamed that it was impossible. Lime looked at him darkly, waving his sword to the side. The guy was behind Orphan, raising the sword glowing with purple energy behind his back to strike. He sharply hit the guy with pink hair with the hilt of his sword and he fell face down on the ground, breaking the stones around him. Lime stood in front of the guy lying on the ground, dust dissipating in the air around them. He turned to the referee and pointed his thumb at Orphan, saying that it looked like he couldn't get up anymore, so the fight was over. The judge stuttered and announced that Lime was the winner, and many students cheered, raising their clenched fists in the air. Eddie and Mylene looked at this in shock. The girl's eyes widened, and the man frowned, crossing his arms over his chest. Wesker smoothed his long beard as he looked down at the arena and thought that his dark magic reserve was equal to SSS-Rank. Letty stood up from her seat with a big smile, clenched her hands into fists, and screamed that it was so cool. Lime walked along the path next to the high arches, saying that his first battle was over. Lily smiled, turning back, noticing the guy. She waved her hand at the main character with a wide smile. Next to her was a girl with long turquoise hair, and a goblin fairy was flying between them. Lime said in surprise that it was Lily. He thought that next to her was the goblin girl he saved. The goblin fairy crossed her arms over her chest, flying up to the guy, and told him that they wanted to see him fight, saying that they had to support him. Lily smiled widely, clenched her hands into fists, and said that he defeated that guy so coolly. The girl with turquoise hair also clenched her hands into fists, and embarrassedly said that he was simply incredible. Lime patted the 2 of them on the head, smiled and said he was glad they liked it. One of the girls handed him a large round package, saying that here it is. Lily giggled, saying that they went all out to bake it, and asked Miyu if it was true. The guy was untying the pink package, looking at it. There was a large pie on his hand and the guy exclaimed in surprise, looking at it. He turned to the girl with turquoise hair, asking her name was Miyu. She looked at the guy in surprise, blushing. Lime smiled at the girl, thanking Lily and Miyu. The girl with turquoise hair embarrassedly hid behind Lily, wishing the guy good luck in the next match. The girl with dark hair clenched her hands into fists, and smiling widely, said that they would root for him. The guy answered them that he would definitely win. Waiting room for tournament participants. Lime stood at the wooden table near the windows, saying that the second battle would begin very soon. He heard something and turned back, humming questioningly. A girl with long dark purple hair and purple eyes came in. She had a green bandage on her arm. She excitedly told the guy that they were in trouble and it seemed his companions were badly hurt. The guy's eyes widened in fear and he asked what. The girl asked him to come to them now, and the guy shouted okay. Stone walls with lanterns on the walls. The corridor, with many high arches. Lime mentally called his younger sister. He stopped in a clearing that was surrounded by trees, shouting that they must be here. The guy was breathing heavily, frowning and asked out loud where they were. The girl with long purple hair appeared behind him, holding a purple crystal over her finger and, smiling insidiously, sarcastically asked where they were. Lime clenched his teeth and frowned, looking towards the girl. The guy's legs were entwined with green vines that sprouted from the ground. The vines entwined the guy's body and he lowered his head, clenching his teeth and saying that he just fell into a trap. The guy thought that they took advantage of his relationship with his younger sister to lure him here. Lena smiled. The crystal above her hand glowed brightly. Lime asked because she was a member of the Breath of Flame and the girl just giggled. The guy moved slightly as the vines entwined his body. He waved his arms, the vines around his body breaking and frowning. Lime said that her trick wouldn't work on him twice. The girl with purple hair raised her hand. 2 figures with horns appeared from behind the trees. She said that she already understood it. Lime was surrounded by dragon people. Some of them were wearing shirts, others were wearing robes. Lena said that his opponent would not be her. Tia smiled, his body glowing with red energy as he said that he didn't care about the tournament, and right now the main character was going to fight against the entire order of dragon men. The guy with red hair pointed his finger at Lime, saying that no one would even notice that he would die here, and they would say that it was just an accident. Lime silently looked up with a bored face. Lena laughed with a wide smile and raised her hand, sarcastically asking what happened and whether he had forgotten how to speak out of fear. The guy with black hair lowered his head, putting his hand to his chin, and said thoughtfully that 3 minutes should be enough. Someone asked what. The guy raised his head, showed 3 fingers on his hand, and calmly said that he would finish it in 3 minutes, otherwise he might be late for the next match. Tia frowned, his face was distorted with anger, and a vein stood out on his face. When he smiled irritably, fiery sparks flew around him. Kia asked what the guy was even talking about. The guy with red hair lowered his head, frowning and saying that he wouldn't hold back. Kia raised his hand, which had a flame in it, fire flying around him as he angrily shouted at the guy to prepare to die. Lime spun around on the ground, dark energy swirling around his legs as he told the guy to show what he could do. Lime stood calmly in place, his robes flowing behind him from the energy that swirled around him, and he thought that he needed to release as much dark magic as possible. The guy raised his hand with a calm face and looked to the side, saying that he would at least warm up before the start of the second round. A dragon appeared and opened its mouth as flames flew around. Tia, in the form of a dragon, held 2 balls of flame in his hands. His eyes glowed with a yellow light. Red wings were visible behind his back. The guy screamed, the appearance of a dragonman, a salamander. He raised his mouth, flames came out of it, and he called upon dark magic, fire magic. Tia opened his mouth wide. A huge fireball flew forward, and the guy screamed for the main character to die, an explosion of primordial flame. Lime frowned, holding his palm out in front of him, purple energy glowing around it as he mentally summoned dark magic. He summoned a dark curtain. A purple shield appeared in front of the guy, blocking the blow. Dark dust from the blow flew behind the shield. Tia, in salamander form, looked at the large fiery explosion that passed in front of him. The main character blocked the explosion with his shield while dense fog flew behind him. One of the students jumped over him with a smile, bringing his sword down on him, shouting if the guy had forgotten about them. The other 2 students directed blue and yellow energy at the guy. The purple blade blocked the student's blow. Dark blade, sword Mjolnir. Lime held the sword in one hand, which glowed with purple energy, blocking the blow, and extended his other hand back, holding the shield in front of him. A ball of purple energy appeared on the hand behind his back. He waved his hand forward. Dark magic, hellfire. The students screamed as several balls of dark flame flew towards them. To the side of the guy there was a purple mist from the dark fire, his cloak fluttering behind him. Tia shouted that he was rejoicing early. His mouth opened wide, and in front of him was a huge ball of fire. Several other dragonmen stood around the fireball, holding out their hands, from which flames emanated. Kia shouted that he would definitely not be able to withstand a simultaneous attack. Lime frowned, his face lighting up as he looked to the side. A powerful fiery explosion passed across the ground, breaking the stones on the ground, causing them to fly to the sides. Several students smiled widely at this, shouting that they had succeeded. Lime appeared behind them as sparks of fire flew near the students. The students screamed as Lime slashed at their heads with the hilt of his sword, leaving a purple light behind the blows. Tia noticed this, asking what was going on. Lime waved his hand, throwing his sword forward, and a huge beam of purple energy passed across the ground, with lightning sparkling around it. The beam passed near many students. Purple lightning sparkled around them and the students screamed in pain. The purple sword crashed into the tree, lightning sparkling brightly around it. One of the students opened her mouth in shock. Her eyes turned white, and above her hung a sword with a purple hilt from which lightning emanated. Tia opened his mouth wide in anger, and flames appeared around him. Huge flames flew around Kia, who became a huge dragon with yellow eyes from which fire came. He screamed as the guy dared. The dragon opened its mouth, its face contorted in rage as it shouted, the ultimate form of a dragonman, a salamander. Tia ran towards the main character, who turned on him and shouted that he was finished. Lime looked at him, his eyes glowing with a purple light. He moved his hand to the side. Purple energy gathered around it, dark magic, muscle enhancement. The guy sharply hit the dragon on the chin. The blow sent a powerful pulse of purple energy through the air. Tia raised his head from the guy's punch, and the main character clenched his fist, throwing his arm back as his body glowed with purple energy around him. Lime's eyes widened as he raised his hand for another strike, purple lightning coming from it. The guy dealt many blows to the dragon's body, all of them emanating a bright purple light. The guy dealt another powerful blow to the dragon's body with his fist, in front of which powerful purple energy glowed. Lime held his hand out in front of him, looking forward. Tia screamed loudly in pain. opening his mouth wide, saliva flying out of his mouth. He fell to the ground in front of the main character, throwing up a huge dark cloud of dust into the air. Kier returned to human form, lying on the ground, his eyes turning white. Lime dusted off his hands as a human figure hid around the corner near the arch. Lena looked at the guy in fear and screamed, hiding around the corner. Lime walked slowly along the ground, approaching the girl and asked her to listen. He walked up to her and looked at the girl, who lowered her head, asking her what time it was. She looked at the guy in confusion, asking what, and Lime repeated the question, asking how much time was left before the start of the second round. Lena raised the silver watch in her hand in fear, looking at it and said in fear that it was 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Lime walked next to her, looked to the side and said that it was great, he would have time to reach the arena. Lena fell to her knees, looking after the guy. Magic Academy, Magic Tournament, second round. The host announced the Goblin Lime. The guy stood in the center of the arena. He looked away when the host said that his next opponent would be a Dragonman. But it seems he is late for the competition. The voice came from the purple pentagram on the wall, which said that if he did not appear now, his absence would be counted as a technical defeat. The host announced that Lime was the winner. The guy scratched the back of his head and looked away, thinking, well, which one of them he should fight with. Lily and me were sitting at the spectator seats, looking at the arena, and Lily, with a shocked expression on her face, shouted that the fight ended so quickly and how could it be. Eddie stood up from his seat, sweat running down his face, and he held onto the armrests of his chair, screaming how this was possible. Wesker smiled, closing his eyes and stroking his beard, saying that this boy was very lucky. Letty smiled widely, clenched her hands into fists, and closed her eyes, saying that luck was on their side. Miyu and Lily also smiled. The girl with dark hair said that she didn't understand how it happened, but her brother won. Miyu replied that's good. The main character thought that he won 3 more subsequent battles due to the fact that his opponents did not show up for the battle. The brown-clad judge pointed at the guy, shouting that Lime was the winner. He thought that this was not surprising, because he had already defeated all his opponents in the backyard. The judge shouted again that Lime was the winner, and Eddie sat in his chair with his hand to his face and his lips pursed. The main character thought that his opponent had shown up for the final battle. The guy in black boots stood on the ground. Lime smiled, saying that he had come after all. Looking at his opponent, the main character told him that they had not seen each other for a long time. Clenching his fists, Lute walked along the ground with a determined expression on his face, and the main character called his name. Lime's eyes glowed purple. A system window appeared above Lute, on which it was written, Lute, Race, Kobold, Class, Dark Knight. The guy looked at the blonde's class in the system window, thinking that it seemed that the Dark Knight's abilities began to awaken. His abilities manifested themselves earlier than he expected. Lute put his hand on his sword, looking at Lime with a smile, and said that thanks to him, he was able to become stronger, and he is glad to meet him in the finals. Lime thought that it seemed that Lute's sister was not dead. He looked at the guy with a smile, saying that he was also glad to see him as his opponent. Lute put his hand on his sword, gripping its hilt, and said that they would begin. Suddenly, the guy lowered the hilt of his sword, saying that of course he wanted to say that. Lute closed his eyes and raised his hands up with a smile, saying that he was giving up. The main character asked what. The blonde put his hand to his chest, looking at the guy, and answered him that he was really grateful to him for everything he did for him. Therefore, he wanted to somehow thank him for everything, and decided that in the final battle he would give him the victory. Lime frowned, looking at the guy with displeasure, and said that this was unfair, because he kept waiting for him to finally be able to fight him in the finals. Lute looked at the main character in surprise, his mouth slightly open, when he said that since he was grateful to him, let him fight him in a fair fight. Lute placed his hands on the hilt and sheath of his sword again, asking if he was sure. The guy smiled, his eyes glowing with a faint yellow light, and gusts of wind flew around as he said that then he would not hold back. Lime smiled, looking at him, saying that he was satisfied with this. The guy thought that he was in anticipation of what Lute had achieved in such a short time. Lute tilted his head, frowned, and started shouting. The main character also bowed his head, shouting into battle. The referee opened his mouth wide, shouting that the fight was about to begin. The blonde pushed off the ground, jumping away from it. Lime also pushed off the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. At the place where they collided, there was a strong blow, raising thick dark smoke into the air. Stones flew to the sides. Lute crossed his sword with Lime's purple sword. They stood opposite each other, sparks emanating from their crossed swords. Yellow and purple lightning were visible in the air. The main character frowned, looking at their swords, and thought that, as expected, he had no equal in fencing. The guy disappeared from his spot in front of Lute, and the blonde waved his sword. He placed his sword back into its black scabbard. The kobold guy turned to the side, a yellow light shining around him. Lime frowned and raised his sword behind his back, thinking that everything was thanks to the magic of the Dark Knight. Lute swung his sword, firing a powerful beam of golden energy across the ground. The main character thought that the bearer of this title gains colossal physical abilities. Lime swung his sword, cutting through the golden energy, thinking that, however, he had not fully unleashed his potential. Lime rested his feet on the ground. The main character quickly ran forward, leaving a trail of purple energy, and struck Lute, who blocked it. Lily looked at this in surprise, saying that this guy was stronger than everyone who fought with his brother earlier. Miyu excitedly shouted good luck to the guy. Letty looked out at the arena in surprise, her hair blowing in the wind as she muttered that it was so cool. Eddie stood up from his seat, clenched his hand into a fist, and shouted that he didn't care who he was. Just let him finish off this goblin finally. Mylene screamed from her seat for Lute to knock him down. Many white, purple, and golden rays of light flashed through the air. Lime clenched his teeth, frowning as there was a purple beam of light in front of him. Lute also clenched his teeth, looking towards the guy with a determined gaze while there was a golden beam of light in front of him. Lute raised his sword behind his back as the boys' swords left a purple and yellow beam of energy in the air. The boots of one of the guys slid along the ground, breaking the stones beneath them. Lime jumped away from Lute, holding his sword in front of him as the guy looked at him. The blonde man thrust his sword forward, shouting receive. Gritting his teeth, Lime tilted his head to the side, a golden beam of light tearing the fabric on his hood. He exhaled loudly and raised his hand with the sword behind his back, approaching the blonde. The protagonist struck Lute's sword, breaking it, with a purple light shining brightly from his sword. Lute frowned at this and opened his mouth in surprise. Lime's eyes glowed purple as he raised his sword to strike again, shouting that Lute was finished. The guy swung his sword at Lute, clenching his teeth. He hit it sharply, leaving a bright purple light in the air, but the blonde jumped to the side, clenching his hands into fists. Lute rolled across the ground, landing on his feet with one hand on the ground. He looked up, the green crystal on his chest falling. Lime frowned at him, thinking that he was able to reflect his blow, and was not even hurt. The guy stood in front of the kobold, who was holding a broken sword, and thought that it was becoming more and more interesting. Lute raised his sword and looked at him silently. He waved his hand, throwing it aside. Lime raised his eyebrows, looking at him silently. The guy closed his eyes and extended his hand, his sword in front of her disappearing into the purple light. Lute's eyes widened in surprise when he saw this. A golden light shone around Lute and standing in front of him. The main character thought that the Dark Knight's magic was tied to shadow illusions, and yet he wanted to fight him on equal terms. Lime smiled and looked decisively at the blonde, beckoning him with his hand, thinking that without any illusions or deception, what Lute would say to this. The blonde frowned and smiled, asking the guy if he decided to use one of his magic tricks. Lime clenched his hand into a fist with a wide smile, and replied that he was not going to use shadow magic on him. He wanted to fight him face to face. Lute smiled widely as golden lightning began to spark around him, sharp fangs visible in his mouth as he said that the guy could try. Taking a fighting stance, Lute looked at the main character. His hair and clothes fluttered from the golden energy around him. Claws appeared on his hands as he urged the guy to take a risk. Lime smiled as he looked at him, purple energy appearing around him. Lute also smiled, looking determinedly at the guy. The judge in brown clothes ran away from the arena in fear, dense fog flying around him. An impulse ran through the ground as the two guys jumped from their seats at the same time. They flew at each other. A warlike cry of one of them was heard. Lute raised his fist and put his hand behind his back. Yellow energy flew behind him, breaking stones. The guy opened his mouth wide. Lime clenched his teeth as purple energy flew around him, clenching his hand into a fist and pointing it at the blonde. Lute's eyes widened and he frowned, thinking how strange this was. The guy blocked the main character's blow with his hand and smiled, thinking that even though they were fighting seriously, for some reason, he was having so much fun. Lute punched the protagonist, who blocked his punch, which left a yellow trail of energy behind. Lute thought that he is sure that Lime wants to win, but he really doesn't want this fight to end. The two guys raised their fists to punch again. Lime's fist was glowing with purple energy, and Lute's fist was golden. The blonde thought that with each blow he felt himself becoming stronger and stronger, and it was simply incredible. The two guys' fists flew at each other. A powerful explosion of purple and yellow energy erupted in the center where they stood. Lime rolled backwards on his feet, resting his hand on the ground broken beneath him. He raised his head, looking ahead and thought what it was. Lute stood surrounded by yellow energy, his eyes glowing with a bright yellow light, and the guy clenched his fists. Lime thought that he had leveled up while fighting with him. The guy leaned his feet on the ground along which the fog was flying and thought that this was bad, he might lose to him. Lime ran forward and, frowning, shouted at Loot to attack. The blonde stood calmly in place as a bright purple light glowed next to him. Getting closer, Lime hit Loot, but the blonde remained standing calmly and the protagonist's eyes widened. He frowned and turned back to look at the guy next to Loot, who stood calmly. His translucent shadow was visible. The main character looked back while a yellow light flashed with him. Loot sharply kicked the guy, the impact of which emanated a bright yellow light, and the guy with black hair let out a groan of pain. Lime remembered the translucent figure next to the blonde and thought that he had just used the highest skill of the Dark Knight, stopping time. But it didn't seem to him. The protagonist rested his feet on the ground, legs spread wide, and thought that Loot had really unleashed this ability so quickly. Lime clenched his hand into a fist, looking to the side as a lot of purple dark energy gathered around him, and he thought that in order to win, he would have to use all his strength. The guy pursed his lips, his eyes turned purple, emitting light after themselves. Lime threw several powerful punches at the blonde, who crossed his arms in front of his face. Loot frowned, blocking the guy's fist with his hands, and looked at him. He smiled, looking towards the guy. Loot grabbed the main character's wrist. The kobold kicked Lime in the stomach, shouting that he was caught. Suddenly, the guy in his arms dissolved into dark purple energy and Loot's eyes widened as he held his hands in front of him. The guy opened his mouth, frowned, and asked what with his eyes wide open. There was a dark purple mist in the air, and Loot realized that it was not there and that it was really an illusion. Loot stared ahead with a blank expression until the dark figure of the protagonist appeared behind him. The blonde clenched his teeth and turned back sharply. A bright purple light flashed from the impact. Something crashed into the arena wall, raising a huge cloud of dust and breaking the stones beneath it. Loot opened his mouth wide, groaning in pain, his eyes widening as he slammed into the wall. The guy fell to his knees on the ground. Dense fog flew in the air. Loot's eyes began to close as sweat ran down his face. Lime stood in front of him as the blonde fell face first onto the ground, a thick fog flying around them. Lime looked at him with a frown, sweat running down his face as the host shouted that Lime was the winner of the tournament. The guy walked forward along the ground. He stood in front of Loot, who was lying on the ground with his face buried in the ground. Lime smiled, looking down at him, and said that he had become stronger. Loot was lying on the ground with his eyes closed, his face and clothes covered in scratches. Magic Tournament Award Ceremony. Wesker stood in front of the main character, holding a cup in his hands. Behind him were Mylene and Eddie. Mylene, gritting her teeth and frowning, bowed, her voice trembling with anger, saying that she congratulated the guy on his victory. Lime smiled, looking at her, and thanked her. Wesker handed the guy a gold cup with a red ribbon around it and said that this trophy was rightfully his. The man looked at the guy in front of him and said that a little later he would be called to a personal audience with King Deer. He would personally present him with a prize. Lime looked at him with a serious face and thought that finally, he said that he understood. The guy turned on his feet and said that he would go then. Wesker looked at him, asking him to wait. He frowned at the guy and asked him to answer who he was. Lime turned to the man and asked what he was talking about. The man with a long beard replied that the first year, who won the magic tournament, defeated the strongest students of their academy. Eddie turned away and gritted his teeth as the man continued that it was no understatement to say that he definitely stood out from the rest. Lime looked at him calmly, holding the goblet in one hand. Wesker said that he thought that the main character had already realized that they had tried to kill him countless times in this tournament. Eddie and Mylene looked at the man in surprise. Their eyes widened. The other students in their seats began to whisper among themselves. Wesker dropped his hands, saying that those who plan this will be severely punished, and this fate awaits him too, because he did not stop them, although he should have. The man bowed his head in front of the guy and said that he sincerely apologizes that he had to go through this hell. Lime looked at him with his hand on his chest and said that there was no need to apologize. He fought to win this tournament, and was glad that he was able to challenge such difficult opponents. The guy looked at the man, thinking about him. Wesker lowered his head, closing his eyes, and the main character thought that he did not remember him as a game character, but he gives the impression of a good person. The other students looked on in confusion from their seats. Wesker extended his hand and said that then he wanted to know his personal opinion on what their academy was lacking. Lime put his hand to his chin and asked him to let him think. He said that the academy accepts students of any race, but as soon as he found himself within these walls, he saw the absolutely opposite of the stated attitude. Lime remembered Eddie, who asked how a goblin could enter their academy. He quoted the words of Nero, who said that kobolds have no place to eat among demons. The guy said that his teachers underestimated him only because he was born a goblin. The guy remembered the screaming Nero, saying that the entire academy was saturated with this spirit. The large white academy building, which was surrounded by a fence, Lime said he believed the curriculum itself was not bad. But the discrimination came from the very heart of the academies, starting with the rank-based residence halls. The guy continued that this and ending with teachers who discriminate against others based on race. Eddie and Mylene clenched their teeth in anger, their eyes widened and sweat running down their faces. Wesker turned his back to the guy, folded his hands behind his back and said that first he should fire these two. The man thanked the main character, saying that he would take his words into account. Lime smiled and narrowed his eyes slightly, looking towards the two teachers. Eddie and Mylene were shaking. The guy frowned, with a shocked face, thinking that he would be fired, and the girl put her hand to her face, with the same shocked expression, thinking that she had nothing to do with it. Lime and Loot stood in the backyard of the Coliseum, sunlight falling on them. The blonde smiled, looking at the main character. A band-aid was visible on his cheek. He congratulated the guy on his victory. Lime smiled as he looked at him and thanked him, saying that he was glad that he was his final opponent and he fought just fine. Loot smiled, closing his eyes, laughing and thanking the guy. The blonde reached out, raising his hand and said that fighting in the tournament was so fun, and it was a shame that it came to an end. Lime agreed with him. Loot's ears twitched slightly and he extended his hand towards them. Lime said that he wanted to ask him something. Loot smiled widely and, blushing slightly, approached the guy, saying that he would do everything, even if he just said it. The blonde excitedly waved his tail and the main character smiled nervously, raising his hands and asking exactly. Loot answered of course. Lime stood against the wall, frowning and said that in truth, he would soon leave the academy. Loot looked at the guy in confusion, stretched out his hand to him and asked if he hadn't just recently entered here. The main character answered in agreement, but said that he needed to do something. The guy with black hair lowered his head and said that he promises one day he will return. Raising his head, Lime extended his hand to the blonde and, frowning, asked when this happens, whether he will become his ally. Loot raised his eyebrows, looking at the guy in confusion and asked about an ally, answering of course he would become one. Lime stood in front of him, asking even if it would make him an enemy of the Demon Lord army. Loot extended his hand in confusion, saying why was he asking this so suddenly. Lime looked at him with determination, asking Loot to promise him this. The blonde looked at the guy in surprise, eyes wide open. He closed his eyes and smiled, answering well. Loot extended his hand back and said that he promised, no matter what happens. They shook hands and Loot said that he would always be by his side. Loot looked down contentedly at their hands clasped together. Lime looked at the blonde with a smile and said that he understood, thanks to him. He raised his index finger to point at the blonde and said that there was something about his fighting style. He remembered fighting Loot, saying that he was too honest and he should fight more treacherous opponents to improve him. Loot lowered his gaze, his ears drooping as he said that he understood, and he would definitely try to fix it while the guy was gone. Lime turned around and walked back. He turned to the guy and waved his hand, saying goodbye. Loot waved his hand back at the guy with a wide smile and shouted that they would see each other again. The setting sun illuminated the white walls of the academy. Lime walked along the road to the large gate exiting the walls of the academy. His eyes widened when someone suddenly started counting down. 1, 2. Two girls ran along the ground towards the main character. Lily and Miyu hugged the guy, closing his eyes, by both of his hands and shouted that they congratulated him on his victory. Lime looked at them in surprise. The Goblin Fairy looked at them with a smile, crossing her arms and sighing. Lily smiled widely, saying that everything was as expected from her brother. Miyu said that he was very cool. A girl with dark hair joyfully raised her head to the main character, saying that she would show off to everyone in the village. Miyu tugged at the guy's clothes and excitedly said that he could stay for one day. Lime smiled and patted the turquoise-haired girl's head, thanking the two of them for their support. Letty stood behind the tree, away from them, watching. Her mouth opened in shock and she frowned as sweat ran down her face. The girl wondered who these girls were and what class they were from. The blonde put her hands on her head and hid behind a tree, mentally asking why she was hiding, and she could just call him. A notification appeared on the system window. The Awakening quest has been raised to level 4. A notification appeared on the second system window. The range of magical skills has been expanded. A notification appeared on another system window. A unique fast movement skill is available. Hidden Goblin Village. Lime stood on the road that led to the Goblin Village. He took off his hood with a smile, saying that only a week had passed since he left, but it felt like it had been so long. The other Goblin children looked at the main character. The boy smiled and shouted that this was the Messiah. The Goblin girl shouted to the other children that he was back. A boy with blonde hair with a wide smile asked him to play with them. Many children surrounded the confused guy and Miyu and Lily, who were smiling. They shouted that the guy was wearing some strange clothes and it was so cool. The main character looked to the side, noticing something. The goblin elder stood near the houses, leaning on his cane. He pointed his finger to the side, his eyes narrowed with a smile. In the fields, one of the goblins was harvesting the crops, while the other was drawing water from the well. The goblin girl was sitting on a blanket holding a sandwich in her hands and smiling widely. The goblin girl was sitting next to her. The village chief looked forward, thinking that their village had begun to prosper, all thanks to Lime. The main character put his hand to his forehead and smiled, thinking that it seemed that the advice he gave before leaving turned out to be useful. He remembered how he stood in front of the headman, holding out his hand and telling him that the soil in the village was barren, and almost all the water was dried up. On such land, crops with fruits would not be able to grow. This is the reason why it is so difficult for them to maintain their population. Lime looked at the headman seriously, asking if he thought so. The goblin chief closed his eyes and lowered his head, saying that nothing could be done about it. And this was the only place where they could escape from the gaze of others, and they had no choice but to live like this. Lime gritted his teeth and frowned, saying that they could change this, and this land was deliberately desecrated by someone. The guy thought about a man in a long cloak with dark energy flying around him. The headman's eyes widened and he frowned at the guy, asking if he was sure about this. The guy remembered looking at a dark seal in the sky above one of the houses, saying that he could see a circle of harmful spell cast over the entire village. He remembered standing on the street, turning over his shoulder and looking at the pentagram in the sky. The headman asked if he had seen it. Lime raised his hand and said that ordinary goblins were unable to see him. He said that if they could break the spell, the soil would become fertile again and the village could prosper. The goblin elder looked at the guy in surprise with wide eyes and asked how they could do this. Lime raised his hand and, smiling, said that everything is simple, they will destroy him. The main character stood on the road of the village, under a dark blue pentagram. He thought that the magic circle in the center of the village was the core that supported the effect of the spell. A goblin behind whom there was a system window, and the main character thought that in a game for weak goblins it would be impossible to sense this ominous magic. Lime pulled his sword out of its sheath and thought that now everything is clear, and this someone is deliberately reducing the goblin population. Dark blue pentagram. The guy looked at her, frowning, and thought that he would remember the structure of this pollution magic. Lime swung his sword in the air, releasing a bright long beam of purple energy. The beam hit the pentagram in the air, sending out a dark shock. The pentagram shattered, disintegrating in the air, dark drops of energy falling down. Lime frowned at him and thought that he was thinking of an excuse to add another name to the list of enemies. He turned to the goblin chief who was standing nearby and said that he could rest easy and clean water would have to come from underwater springs so they could start growing crops. The top of the main character's head was visible, above which there was a blue, cloudless sky. He thought that it seems that since then the pollution has disappeared and this is good. Lily looked at her older brother, smiling and clenching her hands into fists, said that she knew what they would do since he returned. Miyu next to her said that he would like to try their home cooking. The goblin children smiled widely and clenched their hands into fists, shouting hooray about home cooking. Lime smiled and blushed slightly, agreeing with the girls. He thought that this was how he enjoyed his vacation. Near one of the houses there were several tables with different foods on them. Two girls were carrying large pots from the house. Other goblins were taking food from the tables. Lime stood next to Miyu, looking at the girl with a smile and holding a plate of food in his hands. Lime thought that Miyu and Lily's cooking was really delicious. He chewed the food while holding an empty plate while the turquoise-haired girl looked at him with a blush and Lily smiled. He thought that the villagers perked up and a smile appeared on their faces again. The other goblins were smiling, standing next to each other with their eyes closed. The white-haired goddess crossed her arms and sighed. The guy thought that he was sure they would be very happy if the goblin goddess appeared now. Next morning, large window on a stone wall. Lily and Miyu entered the room with wide smiles on their faces, opening the door and wishing the main character good morning. Lime smiled, turning in their direction and also wished them good morning. He closed his eyes and lowered his head slightly, saying that he thought it was time for him to go now. The younger sister clenched her hands into fists, looking at him worriedly and asked if he was already ready. Miyu looked at him also worriedly, asking so quickly. Lime smiled and thanked Lily for the herbal tea she made after yesterday's snack, and thanks to it, Lime slept well. Lily put her hands behind her back and smiled contentedly, closing her eyes, saying "You're welcome." Miyu blushed and lowered her hands, excitedly saying that they did something if he wants. Lime held a small bracelet with turquoise stones in his hand and asked what it was. Miyu smiled and clasped her hands together, looking up at the guy, saying that she and Lily made him together. The girl with dark hair smiled widely, clenched her hands into fists, and said that it was a good luck charm for him to always win his battles. Lime blushed slightly and looked at the bracelet on his wrist with a smile, thanking the girls for that. Lily said with a big smile that he should take care of him. Miyu replied that he was better. They both waved to the main character and the girl with dark hair told him to take care of himself. Miyu told him not to be shy about stopping by the village at any time. The Goblin fairy flew next to the main character, looking out the open window and said that the time had come. She turned to the guy and said that the cruel King Deer was quite a strong opponent. Lime looked forward with a serious face and said that he knows and let her just leave it to him. He has a plan. He said that he also remembers every detail about his fighting style. The main character frowned and said that he could not lose. The Goblin fairy put her hand to her chin and said that she had been interested in something for a long time. This woman had not given him her gift of foreseeing the future. She looked questioningly at the guy, her hair blowing in the wind, when she asked how he was so sure that he knew everything. She flew closer to the guy who was looking at her with a surprised look and asked if he was really a goblin. Lime smiled and laughed, saying of course. He smiled widely, his hair blowing in the wind as he said that he was just an ordinary goblin. The guy said that now they will go and overthrow the master of this dominion. Demon Continent, Dominion of Deer. A huge dark castle, there were bare trees nearby. A road led to the castle, under which there was a huge abyss. Castle Deer Throne Room. On a red throne sat a man in heavy dark armor with gray skin, long horns on his helmet. The man smiled, clenching his teeth, his golden eyes glowing, and he said that so a lowly goblin, whose race was on the verge of extinction, would soon come here and how intriguing it was. Lime put his hand to his chin with a smile and looked to the side, saying that he almost forgot, since they were going to the castle of King Deer. He was using his new fast travel skill. The Goblin fairy crossed her arms over her chest, flying over the guy and asked what it was. He looked at her and told her not to be afraid and just get into his pocket. He opened the system window with a smile and clicked something there, saying that they would be there in a moment. He disappeared, leaving behind a blue light. Sir's dorm. Lime room. Outside the window of the room, a blue light could be seen flashing through it. Lime appeared at his dorm room bed, a blue seal on the floor beneath his feet. The Goblin fairy looked out of the guy's pocket, sighing and resting her cheek on his hand, asking with a smile, so this is teleportation. And she can no longer say that she is surprised at everything he does. Lime smiled as he looked down at her. He thought that the ability that allows you to instantly transport you to any place you have already been to, and everything becomes much easier once the player learns this ability in the game. Lime believes that this fact remained unchanged even in this world. The guy took a folded piece of paper from the table, saying that all that was left was to bring the invitation he received for winning the magic tournament. He squeezed the paper in his hand and adjusted the hood on his head, saying that the time had come for the decisive battle. Castle Deer. A passage between two high dark rocks that led to a huge dark castle. A guard in dark armor stood in front of a huge gate, holding a weapon in his hand. He noticed something when he turned in that direction. Lime was walking along the road. Dust was flying in the air under the guy's feet, which was rising from the wind. The guard hit the ground sharply with his axe and asked who was coming. He opened his mouth wide. His helmet covered the guard's eyes. He said that this is not a place for low monsters like him and let the main character leave. Lime, with a calm face, revealed the paper that had the golden seal on it and said that even if he had this. The guard inquiringly brought his face closer to the invitation and asked in confusion what. He immediately bowed to the guy, who sighed. The guard loudly asked him for forgiveness for his rudeness, and said that he could enter. Castle Deer, Main Hall. A large room with high columns and golden chandeliers hanging on the ceiling. Lime looked up, looking around the castle, and said that, as expected from the castle of one of the great seven army of the Demon Lord, quite scary. The Goblin fairy held onto his clothes and looked at the guy with a smile, saying that it seemed like the main character wasn't scared at all. Lime looked at her, saying that he was a little nervous as he thought about everything that was in front of them. The fairy crossed her arms over her chest, saying yes sarcastically. The white-haired butler bowed and closed his eyes, thanking the protagonist for his patience. He pointed to a large dark door with a golden design on it and said that he should go there. Lime clenched his hand into a fist and said that the time has come. He told the fairies not to stick their heads out, no matter what happens. The fairy's wings were peeking out of the protagonist's pocket, and she said that he didn't need to tell her about it twice. She wasn't a fighter anyway. Lime walked towards the huge doors that opened in front of him. He walked through the doors, looking to the side. Castle Dur, central gate. Next to the gate stood a guard in dark armor who yawned, raising his hand to his face. A man in a black cloak and hood approached the gate. The man opened his mouth and asked for forgiveness, calling the guard. He looked at the man who stood in front of him and asked what happened. The hooded man extended his hand and said that the student just entered the castle. It seems he forgot his gift to King Deer. He wants to return it as soon as possible. The guard asked what and cursed the dark gate to the castle, next to which dust was flying. The guard looked at the man in front of him with displeasure and told him to just come in already. The man thanked him. He adjusted his scarf around his neck and smiled. Deer Castle, throne room. A large hall. A purple carpet led to the throne, on either side of which there were columns with red crystals. Lime walked along the carpet to the throne. He pursed his lips, looking forward determinedly, and thought that there was once an event here in the game, and the size of the room was definitely suitable for a boss fight. The guy walked past huge columns with red crystals that lit up when the guy walked past them. Lime gritted his teeth and smiled, a bead of sweat running down his face as he thought he had finally come face to face with him. On a black and red throne sat a man in dark armor who smiled, looking at the guy. He said how good it was that he came. The cruel king of Deer, one of the 7 greatest demons of the Overlord's army. Lime bowed his head and looked at the king from under his brows, thinking that he had fought with him many times in the game. But facing the reality is completely different. The guy put his hand to his chest and bowed his head, said that he was humbly grateful for his invitation. His name is Lime, a goblin, a first-year student at the Academy of Dark Magic. Deer said that he can speak normally. The king clenched his teeth, frowning at the main character, and said that he looked at the recordings of the magic tournament. He asked if the guy was really a native of this insignificant tribe. The guy with black hair calmly looked at the king and said that indeed. Deer looked at him while sitting on his throne, asking how he honed his skills. Lime in front of him answered that he trained daily in a secret place. Deer asked if he was self-taught, and if this also applied to his methods of controlling darkness. Lime said that everything is so. The king frowned and hummed thoughtfully, putting his hand to his cheek. Lime frowned at him, a shadow falling over his eyes. The king raised his hand and said that this was very good, and if there were talents like him, then the future of the Demon Lord's army was in good hands. He pointed forward with his finger and said that from now on he invites him to work as hard as promised. Now he will hand him his magical treasure and let him choose. Hidden in the shadows were 3 pieces of equipment. A sword with a red hilt and a silver blade, in the middle of which there was a red glowing stripe. The cursed sword of Arandi. A steel shield with dark red energy flying around it. A shield of madness, a demon wall. The armor had a red crystal on its chest. There were dark chains around it. The armor of evil, the chains of Hades. Lime frowned, looking ahead, and thought that these were all legendary items, and that was exactly what he was looking for. What should he choose? The guy looked up at the king, looking at him, and thought that it was surprising that he had so many rare items, and if he said that he was giving him one of the 2, he would not hesitate. The guy said that in this case he chooses Arandite. Deer agreed and raised his hand, with red dark energy appearing around it. The sword was enveloped in red dark magic and flew into the air. The man held the sword over his hand. A bright light emanated from it, illuminating the man's face. Deer said let him take his reward. Lime walked forward, approaching the man. He extended his 2 hands towards the man's to take the sword. Deer suddenly spoke up, telling him that he forgot to tell the guy something. The guy's eyes widened, a drop of sweat running down his face. Deer opened his mouth, his eyes obscured by shadows, as he said that when he became king, he had his servants obtain a special stone to decorate his throne room. Lime frowned and pursed his lips, silently looking at the man. Deer said that the power of this stone is very simple. When a demon with bad intentions enters the throne room, the stone lights up red. All the stones on the stone pillars glowed red. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock when he heard this. The sword in the hands of King Deer vibrated. The man suddenly took the sword and pointed it forward, his eyes glowing red, and he smiled. Jumping forward, Deer sharply swung his sword towards the guy, kneeling on one knee. Lime clenched his teeth, frowning at him, mentally cursing. A powerful dark red blow passed across the ground in the throne room, the stones crumbling under it. Lime rolled across the purple carpet, reeling from the impact, leaving drops of blood in his wake. Drops of blood fell onto the carpet and collected in a small puddle. Lime frowned, clenched his teeth, and looked away. He held his wounded side. Blood seeped through his fingers. The guy thought that from the very beginning, he had fallen into his trap. Deer looked down at the guy with a smile, holding the sword in his hand by the red hilt, and told him that this was not bad and he was able to react so quickly to his blow. The king's eyes narrowed and he said that he was good, but such a dangerous element must be destroyed. Deer raised his hand up. He raised 2 hands in the air and, opening his mouth wide, shouted to the soldiers to kill the main character. From the doorway to the throne room, red eyes appeared in the darkness. Someone moved the slab on the floor. Many red eyes were visible in the darkness. Many monsters with red eyes. Some of them had visible armor. They bared their sharp fangs. Other monsters entered the throne room. A huge blue cyclops, orcs with sharp teeth, and demons with red skin. They all approached the main character, who was looking at them, standing in a black hood. The guy tusked and looked to the side, gritting his teeth. A horde of monsters was approaching him from the side, and the king told the guy to stand where he was. Deer smiled, looking down at him, and said that he could even fight in hysterics, begging for mercy. But for such thoughts, he would face a punishment worse than death itself. Lime's eyes widened as he looked at the king. The guy suddenly smiled widely and asked not to misunderstand him. But he was not going to beg for mercy, and since the king knew about his intentions, there was no point in hiding them. He looked at the king while other thoughts stood at the columns, saying that he came here, behind his head. The guy with a calm look looked decisively forward and said that after his death this territory would belong to him. Deer frowned, looking at the guy with yellow glowing eyes, and he asked seriously. Lime looked at the king, frowned, and answered of course. He smiled and, closing his eyes, waved his hand, saying that, of course, he could fight in hysterics, beg for mercy, but this would not work on him either. King Deer clenched his teeth and smiled irritably, clutching the hilt of his sword and calling the protagonist an insolent boy. The guy clenched his teeth and looked at the king with a determined look and told him to attack. The king's face contorted with rage and he shouted for his servants to finish this guy off. The horde of monsters rushed forward, opening their mouths with sharp teeth. Lime jumped from his seat. The other monsters raised their heads at the guy, pushing each other. Lime turned to his cloak pocket and asked the fairy to cure him. The fairy held a large purple ball above her hands and said worriedly that she would like to, but she couldn't. Lime frowned, a bead of sweat running down his cheek as he said that he understood, and it was all due to the bleed effect that Erendite was casting. The guy landed on one of the columns, while other monsters stood under it. Those with wings flew into the air. The guy thought that in the game a whole raid was assembled for the battle with Deer, because one player could not cope with such a crowd of monsters. The monsters looked up at the guy, opening their mouths. Another monster sank its claws into the column, leaving cracks on it, and the main character thought that in order to get to Deer, it was necessary to deal with his soldiers. Lime raised his hand with a violet flame burning above it and smiled. He sharply waved his hand, sending forward a pulse of purple energy. The monster fell down from the column, burning in purple fire. The guy said that even though he was alone, he had the strength of an entire raid. A purple explosion from the fallen monster went through the column. Stones flew away from the column, and cracks ran along it. Lime's body trembled and he looked down. His feet slid along the surface of the column and he thought that they decided to get to him by destroying the columns. The guy jumped to another column. Behind him was a dark monster with wings, holding a weapon in his hands. He waved his hand and a bright white light passed next to him. The monster looked at the surface of the column, where the guy was not. Lime jumped to another column, on the side of the monster. 3 more winged demons flew at the guy and he turned over his shoulder at them. He extended his hand, finger forward, and clenched his teeth. Dark magic, shadow threads, dark purple threads entwined the legs of a monster flying in the air. They suddenly tightened their grip on the monster's leg and pulled him by one. Lime screamed, opening his mouth wide and frowning. Around him, tied by dark threads, winged monsters flew and dust rose in the air. The monster opened its mouth, quickly spinning around from the threads that the guy was holding. There was a strong white explosion near the wall as one of the monsters crashed into the wall. The guy held the dark threads in his hands, shouting at the monsters to bite them and spinning the monsters in the air. He sharply lowered the threads and in the distance an explosion from the impact was visible. Dust flew into the air. A purple seal opened in front of Lime, with many purple orbs emanating from it. The blue cyclops lay on the ground, looking at the purple light next to him, trying to get up. There were many purple explosions on the floor, killing the monsters, drops of blood flying in the air. The monsters stretched out their hands, their weapons broke. Deer looked down on it, clenched his teeth and muttered what was happening. Lime smiled, extending his hand with a purple flame burning above it, asking who was next. Lime extended his hand. Standing on a pillar, 2 explosions thundered below, among a horde of monsters. Some of the monsters fell to the ground. The others also fell, with purple flames around them as the ground beneath them broke. The Cyclops climbed onto the column behind the main character. He jumped forward at the guy who had his back to him. Lime turned towards the Cyclops, waving his hand. Purple energy went through the blow, and the Cyclops raised his hands high, looking down at the guy. The guy jumped into the air, dodging the Cyclops' blow. King Deer smiled, looking at the guy, and said what a fool he was. The main character's eyes widened and he frowned. The guy swore, holding his sword in front of him, when the orc swung an axe in his direction. He put his hand in front of him. A bright purple light came from it and the guy shouted, "Dark magic, fireball." The guy flew over the columns, throwing a purple fireball at one of them. There was a powerful explosion. He frowned. A bright purple light was visible next to him. The guy jumped onto one of the columns. 2 winged monsters were flying above him. Lime landed on another column. Jumping onto it, 2 monsters were already climbing onto the adjacent column. The guy squatted down, looking at 2 flying monsters who were holding weapons. The king smiled broadly, looking smugly at the guy, and said that he wouldn't be able to run away forever. One of the orcs raised his hand, striking. Lime swung his sword, which emitted a purple light, and the monster fell from the pillar, losing its balance as other monsters climbed onto it. Lime spun around sharply, striking one of the monsters again, tearing its cloak on its back. Lime lowered his head, sweat running down his face, and the guy clenched his teeth. He put a hand to his side, frowning. Deer smiled, sitting on his throne, and sarcastically asked what was wrong with him and whether he was already exhausted. The main character looked from the column at the monsters who stood on the ground with their heads down. Lime smiled as he looked up and said that he thought their battle was already coming to an end. King Deer smiled broadly, raised his hands, and shouted that just like that, because very soon he would be finished off. A horde of monsters climbed onto the column. Monsters with wings flew in the air. Lime frowned as he looked forward and thought that he was deliberately avoiding their attacks. The guy waved his hand. The king's servants were already standing behind him. He said that the jokes were over, and what would he say to this? A bright purple energy glowed under the guy's feet. He leapt forward, jumping off the pillars, leaving a violet beam of light behind him in a zigzag pattern. There was a bright purple light burning on the column, from which 2 rays of light emanated. The purple beam of light that emanated from different columns outlined a hexagonal star. The main character closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Dark magic, goblin kinship. Dark purple energy was flying around the guy. His cloak fluttered from him. He said, following the light from this impenetrable darkness, let him come to the call and carry out his order. Lime lowered his head, keeping his eyes closed as dark energy flew around his face. A bright purple light shone on the pentagram around which the monsters had gathered, and the main character summoned the Goblin King. The monsters bared their teeth. One opened its mouth. They disappeared into darkness and purple light. Purple energy flowed down the white boots. The green-skinned goblin was holding a golden staff in his hand, with a purple round crystal at the end. A man in the attire of a king, a voluminous cloak and a crown on his head. He had white hair and a beard. The Goblin King smiled, his red eyes glowing faintly, and said that it had been a long time since he had crushed bones in the world of the living. Deer clenched his teeth, looking down at the king, and asked displeasedly who it was. He looked at the goblin with the staff in front of him, from which a purple light emanated, saying that he had summoned 1 goblin against all his generals. Deer's eyes narrowed, glowing with a golden light, and he screamed, "How funny the guy is." The servants ran towards the Goblin King, surrounding him. Lime smiled looking at this and said that he was the king. The Goblin King raised his staff up, and the main character said that the king has his own servants. A bright purple light illuminated everything around, and the monsters had to cover their faces with their hands. The goblin soldier wearing an iron mask and armor emerged from the ground. Many identical soldiers appeared from the ground, from dark blue energy. The horde of identical soldiers behind the king filled the entire hall, facing the monsters of King Deer. Deer looked at this in shock, his face distorted with displeasure as he shouted that the summoned spirit could really summon someone else. Lime extended his hand and looked at him with a smile and said that he thought he could defeat him with numbers, but he was a goblin, and goblins are only strong when they are united. The guy said, "The army of the generals of King Deer against the whole army of goblins. Let the bloodbath begin." The demons and goblins ran at each other, holding their weapons. One of the masked demons opened its mouth, growling. He punched one of the goblins hard in the face. The demon smiled, his red eyes glowing. Several goblins stood behind him, holding weapons in their hands. The goblins ran forward. They held shields and weapons in their hands, slowly moving forward, stabbing swords into the demons. A group of goblin archers pulled the strings of their bows, taking aim. The arrows pierced the heads of the demons flying in the air, piercing them, drops of blood flowing from the wounds. Many goblins killed demons with their swords, piercing through them, sticking swords into their backs and killing the demons. The blue-skinned Cyclops opened his mouth wide, screaming as he was surrounded by a crowd of goblins. The Cyclops was lying on the ground, black mist coming from him, and many swords were stuck into his back. King Deer's face contorted in shock as he looked on, beads of sweat running down his face as he shouted that his soldiers had fallen to some goblins. There were many goblin soldiers standing in the hall, holding their shields and weapons. The Goblin King smiled as he looked forward and said that he was glad to help the master. The goblin soldiers were surrounded by a purple light as they disappeared. The Goblin King closed his eyes, also dissolving into the purple light. The guy stood on the floor, dust was flying at his feet, and he called Deer. The main character stood in front of the king, who was holding a dark weapon in his hands. Lime raised his hand, his eyes glowing purple as he suggested moving on to round 2. Deer's face contorted with rage as he swore at the guy and said that he would make him beg for mercy. The man stood on the ground in his heavy dark armor. Deer clenched his hands into fists, red energy visible behind him as he said that it had been a long time since he killed anyone with his own hands. Lime smiled, looking determinedly at the king, and said that he would take it as a compliment. The king screamed loudly, leaning his body forward. The stones under his feet began to crack, powerful red energy emanating from him. Lime frowned, looking at him. Red energy illuminated the guy's face, and he thought that the king was strong. The air in the hall became heavier from his dark magic. Lime smiled and extended his hand. Purple energy glowed around him, and the guy thought it was time to show what he was worth. Drops of blood were visible on the guy's clothes on his side. The goblin fairy raised her head and said worriedly about the guy's wounds and that he still hadn't recovered. Deer waved his hand, which was surrounded by red energy, and the main character thought that this was impossible due to the bleeding that Erendite inflicts. The hilt of a sword flew in front of the guy's hand, and he thought that he had to defeat him before his strength completely ran out. Deer leapt forward, leaving red energy swirling in the air. Lime clenched his hand on the hilt of the sword, with energy flying around it. He held his sword in front of his head, blocking the king's blow, causing sparks to fly in the air. Deer tilted his body, the ground under his feet sank slightly, the stones cracked. Lime clenched his teeth, blocking the king's blow with his purple sword. Deer smiled, stripes of red energy flying next to his face. Behind Deer's head, dark red energy gathered and a bright flame burned. The main character's eyes widened and he frowned when he saw this. Deer raised his free hand over the guy, around which a bright flame gathered. The man held a large fireball between his hands that glowed brightly. The fireball landed next to the guy, breaking the stones from the impact, and Lime screamed, staggering away from him. King Deer, smiling widely and opening his mouth, shouted that he was caught. The tip of a dagger appeared in front of his mouth from a red pentagram. The dagger flew through the air away from the king, surrounded by red light. It fell into the guy's hand, and the main character, screaming, closed one eye. His feet slid along the ground, leaving behind white dust. The guy had a dagger stuck in his hand as he stopped, looking at the king in front of him, who had 4 arms. Lime frowned, looking at him with a dark look, and thought that he had 4 arms, and in the game he didn't have such a design. The guy looked to the side, thinking that when using fire magic, Deer throws the target into a gravitational cage from which it is simply impossible to get out. A huge black and red cage landed on Lime. The boy's eyes widened in fear as he looked up at her. A bright huge explosion passed across the ground, scattering stones around. Deer smiled and laughed. Seeing this, the light from the fire illuminated his face. Suddenly the man frowned and hummed questioningly as he noticed something. Among the smoke, the main character was visible, pulling a dagger out of his hand. Lowering his head, the king asked so he was still alive, and whether the guy was really a goblin. Lime smiled, throwing the dagger aside and raising his head, asked if it was really so hard to believe. 2 bloody stains were visible on the protagonist's arm and side, and he thought that he had almost no strength left. And he did not expect that the battle against Deer would be such a difficult test. The king leaned his feet on the ground, breaking the stones, and said that he was even curious how much longer he could hold out against him. Red energy swirled around the king and he swung his double-bladed sword, holding it in one hand. The blow passed next to the face of the main character, who was looking at him with clenched teeth. Deer hit the guy with many blows, who dodged them, the blows leaving a bright red light behind them. The king delivered another blow, which hit the column next to the main character. He swung the sword again and again, clenching his teeth and leaving a red light behind the blows as the guy ran back, looking to the side. Lime turned around. The sword was flying straight at him and he thought that if he did not repulse this attack, then he would definitely be finished. Lime held his sword out in front of him, clenching his teeth, sweat running down his face. There was a strong blow on the ground next to the columns, which threw stones to the sides and threw the guy to the end of the hall. Lime screamed, mouth wide open, his eyes widened and the guy let out a groan of pain. He fell to the ground, dropping his purple sword, rocks falling next to him. Lime leaned on his hands, head down, a couple of drops of blood falling from his face. The guy turned around, looking up, where a red cage appeared above him. The main character's eyes widened, blood flowed down his forehead when he thought that this was not the case. The cage sank to the ground and Lime jumped away from it to the side, leaning on his hand. He clenched his teeth, breathing heavily, dark dust flying around him. King Deer smiled broadly, looking down at him and sarcastically asked what it was and whether he was already exhausted. Lime held his sword in his hand, adjusting his hood, and Deer in front of him said that he had just begun. The guy with black hair frowned questioningly at the king and mentally asked what he was talking about. Deer frowned at the guy while his eyes glowed with a golden light and said that he recognizes that the guy is a wonderful warrior. Throughout their battle, he did not let his guard down for a second. The man clutched his weapon in his hands as he stood in front of the guy. The ground beneath them was broken, and the man said that he was watching his every move. He was excellent at dodging his attacks. Opening his mouth wide, Deer shouted that as a sign of respect, he would show him the full power of the general of the demon army. The man stuck his sword into the ground. The stones flew away. The protagonist's eyes widened as he mentally cursed and thought, what if this is what he was thinking? The king summoned the forbidden technique, Satan's Ball. A huge fiery tornado swirled in the air in the center of the hall. Lime looked at him in shock, his eyes wide, his cape fluttering behind him as he thought that his special technique would be no match for him in this state. The fire illuminated the guy's face, drops of sweat flowed down his face, and fiery sparks flew in the air. A huge fire tornado demolished everything around it. Stones scattered to the sides, and fire was visible underground. Rocks were flying around the tornado. Sparks of fire emanated from it, and King Deer shouted that this flame could not be extinguished. He smiled widely, his eyes glowing yellow and fire lighting up his face as he screamed that he would burn the protagonist to ashes. Lime covered his face with his hand while standing near the flame and screamed. He looked at the fiery hurricane, around which the stones were spinning, and the guy thought that his technique was not so powerful. He just needed to get to the king. The guy pressed his hand to his wound on his side, from which blood was flowing, and thought that he was in such a state. The main character was breathing heavily, drops of sweat running down his face. The fairy peeked out of his pocket, holding out her hand with purple energy shining around it, telling the guy to let her try to heal him again. Lime turned around in fear at the fairy, opening his mouth wide, and the king screamed, "Here comes the annoying midge." The goblin fairy's eyes widened in shock. She screamed loudly as she was pulled towards the fire, and the guy called out to her. The goblin fairy caught her hand on the damaged stones of the column. She squeezed her eyes shut, holding onto it with both hands and clenching her teeth as the fire burned brightly behind her. King Deer shouted that he and all his servants would be crushed into dust. The man smiled widely, spreading his forearms to the sides, while a hurricane of fire could be seen behind him, and flames burned around him. Lime covered his face with his hand, narrowed his eyes and clenched his teeth, thinking that he should save her, but he was at his limit. The guy clenched his hand into a fist and thought, what if he had a little more mana? Someone suddenly screamed loudly and the main character's eyes widened in shock. He flinched. The guy turned back, looking to the side. A figure in a black cloak was flying towards him, arms outstretched towards Lime. Letty clenched her teeth and rubbed her head, frowning as the guy cried out her name in surprise. He was sitting on the floor. A blonde was leaning on her hands in front of him. Lime asked what she was doing here and the girl replied as if it was so important now. Her blonde hair fluttered in the wind and she asked, frowning, if he had run out of mana. Lime looked down and holding his wound, answered yes, if he had more mana, he would definitely be able to stop the bleeding. The guy frowned, without looking up, and said that he would have gotten closer to Deer, but now. Letty stood in front of him, saying that since this is the case, let the Dark Elf Princess help him. The main character asked in surprise what. The girl smiled broadly, looking at the guy with a determined look and said that she would help him deal with Deer, but he owed him a favor. The girl closed her eyes and frowned, her face illuminated by white light. She extended her hand, palm open, and said, a special technique, energy exchange. Letty spread her arms out to the side. blue and purple energy flying around her as a seal opened under her feet. Lime looked at her in surprise, raising his eyebrows and opening his mouth. He looked at his hands, his body lit up with turquoise energy, and the guy said in surprise that it sucks mana from the environment and transfers it to him. The girl smiled, her eyes closing as turquoise energy developed around her. She told him to remember. Letty's eyes closed and she fell. When the energy disappeared, the girl muttered that he owed her. Lime grabbed the fallen girl by the shoulders and looked at her. He frowned, looking down at her as the girl went limp in his arms. The guy looked to the side, noticing something. He extended his previously wounded hand, which was now completely healthy. Turquoise energy glowed around it with a quiet hiss, and the guy realized that the elf princess's special technique helps draw mana not only from objects, but also from herself. Letty was lying on the floor with her eyes closed, drops of sweat running down her face, when the main character realized that she had given him everything she had and fell exhausted. Lime stood over the girl while a fiery tornado swirled nearby. King Deer shouted that he could not hide, and this flame would overtake him wherever he was hiding. The main character clenched his hand into a fist. Purple energy gathered around it. The hood fell from Lime's head. His body was completely illuminated by the purple energy, and he said that thanks to it, he was now fully restored. The guy looked forward resolutely as the purple flames grew around him, saying that he was confident that he could kill this tyrant. Lime raised his hand with his index finger out and said that every technique has its weaknesses. He extended his hand forward, energy and dark lightning accumulating around it. The guy stuck out his index finger and said that all he needed was to concentrate. The goblin fairy screamed as she flew back towards the fire tornado. King Deer screamed for them to die. For the goblins to die, the man opened his mouth wide, standing in the middle of a firestorm. His eyes glowed brightly and saliva dripped from his mouth as he screamed loudly. Rays of violet light emanated from the protagonist's finger when he frowned and said that he needed to focus dark magic at one point for one precise strike. Dark lightning struck all around, emanating from the guy's hand. One thick ray of dark energy pierced a fiery tornado right through, passing through him. King Deer's face contorted with anger as he opened his mouth wide. Where the dark beam of light hit, a powerful bright explosion occurred, raising clouds of fog and scattering stones. King Deer stood in front of the fiery hurricane, raising his hands up. The main character could see a hole in his body with blood flowing inside. Deer fell face down on the floor. Blood flowed from his head. Fiery sparks flew nearby. The guy turned away while a dense fog flew around him. His cape fluttered behind him and Lime smiled, saying that he admitted that Deer was much stronger than his game version. The man was lying on the ground with his mouth wide open. His helmet had fallen off his head. There was a bloody stain on his forehead, and there was a pool of blood on the ground. Lime smiled as smoke and fiery sparks flew near his face. The huge fire hurricane disappeared, and a fairy flew nearby. She looked over her shoulder in surprise, asking what. The goblin fairy landed on the ground, letting out a cry of pain. She sat on the ground, looking at the scorched earth and muttered that she was saved. Someone called her. Lime held Letty in his arms, looking at the fairy and said that someone here needs to restore their mana, and can she help? The fairy flew into the air and extended her hand, which had purple energy around it, answering of course. Shining purple energy flew around Letty, who closed her eyes, and the fairy said that she did not feel sorry for anything for her heroes. Lime smiled, looking down at the blonde as a blue system window appeared in front of him. Many system windows opened in front of the guy. It was written on them, King Deer has been defeated. The Awakening quest has been raised to the 5th level. The range of magical skills has been expanded. The unique skill Light in the Darkness is available. An additional reward, the Sword of King Deer, Erendite. Lime put his hand to his chin and said with a smile that he had a new unique skill, and it seemed that his game character even had it. The guy held out his hand, clenched into a fist, and said that he also got Erendite. Not bad. He looked down and thought that the battle had been difficult and he had almost exhausted all his mana if not for Letty. The blonde opened one of her eyes and hummed. Letty said with a wide smile that she had woken up. He looked down at the girl, looking at her, and said that he defeated the King of Deer thanks to her. Letty sighed and blushed with a wide smile, saying that's good. Her eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Lime held her in his arms and the girl's face turned very red. She put her hands to her cheeks, asking him to let her go. The guy sat on his knees, looking at the girl in disbelief as she blushed deeply. Letty immediately backed away from him, screaming sorry as the protagonist extended his arms towards her. She put her hands on the ground on her knees and said it didn't matter. Letty dusted off her clothes, stood up and said with an awkward smile that everything was fine. She looked to the side, blushing deeply, and thought that this was not the first time Lime had held her in his arms. The girl remembered how they flew into the air, and then the main character let her go and thought that this time at least he didn't send her flying. Lime extended his hand towards the girl and called her. She shuddered and turned to the guy, nervously asking what happened. Lime looked at her, raised his hand and said that she never said what she was doing here. The guy lowered his gaze and said no, that's not the first thing. He put his hand to his chest and, closing his eyes, bowed his head, saying that first he wanted to thank her from the bottom of his heart. Lime raised his head and smiled joyfully, saying that only thanks to her mana he was able to defeat the king, and thanks to her. Letty smiled awkwardly and pressed her fist to her chest, saying that there was no need for gratitude. She raised her hand, saying that she had to admit that she did not think that he would seriously attack the king of Dor. The main character awkwardly scratched his cheek. The girl continued that he not only started a fight with him, but was also able to defeat him. Lime is simply incredible. Letty lowered her gaze to the floor, blushing and pursed her lips, thinking that it seemed to her that with each meeting she fell in love with him more and more. The goblin fairy spread her arms to the sides and sighed, asking what next. Letty shouted in embarrassment that was all she wanted to say. Lime stood opposite her, asking why she came here. The girl looked at him in surprise. She looked at the guy seriously, frowning and said that it was a long story. Letty folded her hands, looking at the main character, and said that she entered the academy for the same purpose as him. Lime asked what, and the girl lowered her head, biting her lip and saying that she, the princess of the Dark Elves, had to take revenge for all her people. Lime looked at the girl in surprise. His mouth parted and muttered that of course he heard that she was a princess, and yet he remembered how Letty passed the test and other students said that the rumors were true when the princess entered the academy. Lime said he didn't think that was true. Letty looked away, sadly saying that although she was a princess, her country no longer existed. Lime extended his hand in her direction, asking what she was talking about. The girl replied that her country no longer belonged to the Dark Elves. She frowned and narrowed her eyes slightly, saying that they had become a puppet state, or rather an ordinary slave colony. Lime frowned, looking at her with pursed lips and thought that the Dark Elves had really become slaves. This definitely didn't happen in the game. Letty opened her mouth and said that her father was the ruler of their country. A large white round building, a large tree sprouted near the white bridge. The ruler made a deal with the Demon King in exchange for his most valuable resource, orichalcum, a pair of turquoise stones that emanated light. The Demon King promised to recognize their country as independent, the scroll on which had incomprehensible inscriptions and a golden seal on it. However, less than a year had passed since the Demon King terminated this peace treaty with them. The demon extended his hand, on which there were sharp black claws. Sheets of paper were burning above it. He invaded their lands with an army of demons, blue energy, in front of which stood the figure of a man. A huge army was visible in the distance. Letty lowered her gaze, sadly saying that the king of the Dark Elves, her father, was put into an induced coma. A man with long blonde hair was lying on the bed while a dark blue fog was flying above him. The girl said that he was alive, but due to a strong magic spell he could not wake up. Letty and Lime stood nearby as the girl said that in exchange for her father's life and safety, the elves swore allegiance to the Demon King. A seal appeared behind the girl from blue dark energy. She said that the king of the elves ruled the country for many centuries. The people simply adored him. Letty closed her eyes, clenched her hand into a fist on her chest and said that was why they could not leave him to his death, not after all that he had done for his people. 3 elves in white clothes stood around turquoise crystals, holding out their hands to them. The girl said that now their best magicians in the country use orichalcum to pump out magical energy. Lime calmly looked at her with a frown and said that this was terrible, but why did she follow him to the deer castle? The girl clenched her hand into a fist, lowered it and said that her position does not play any role in her own country. She cannot save her father. She cannot rule the country. Letty looked at the guy with determination. A green light shone around her as she said that for the sake of her people and her father, she decided that she would take revenge on the Demon King. Behind the girl's back was a dark blue seal, from which someone's bone hand was slowly reaching out. Letty presses her hand to her chest and says that for the sake of her people, for the sake of her father, she decided that she would take revenge on the Demon King. She adds that that's why she entered the academy, so she could meet King Dur. Her hand is clenched into a fist. She says with a serious expression that she wants to take away the erendite sword from him. Lime was surprised by her words. The girl says that this sword is capable of freeing her father from eternal sleep. She puts her hand forward and says that if she defeated King Dur and took his sword, then she could free her people. The girl clenches her hand into a fist. The main character with a serious expression on his face says, "That's how it is." The girl with a smile on her face says that, to be honest, she did not expect that she and Lime had similar goals. Near the black and blue circle is a skeleton hand. The main character is silent with a small smile on his face. Letty rests her chin on her hand and tells the protagonist that he is indeed too strong for a normal goblin. The girl with a suspicious look says that she has a feeling that there is something wrong here. Her cheeks turned red and she said that it didn't matter. She tells the protagonist whether he is a goblin or not, he is still her hero. There is a misunderstanding on the protagonist's face. The main character opened his eyes wide and asks the girl who exactly is in power in her country right now. A drop of sweat runs down Letty's cheek. Streams of blue-black energy fly near the girl's feet. She reports that his name is the Emperor of Dark Souls, Lick. She imagines a Lick in a robe with a cross above it. The girl has a serious expression on her face. Letty and the fairy turn back with fear on their faces. The main character, surprised and screaming, calls out to Letty and the fairy. The main character with a sword in his hand stands opposite the Lick. The fairy is hiding from the Lick. The Emperor of Dark Souls says that he would never have thought that the cruel King Deer would fall to just two youngsters. Letty screams and asks the Lick what he is doing here. The Lick asks the protagonist if he is a goblin, and then says that this is impossible and assumes that he is a mutant. The main character thought with concern on his face that this guy exudes so much dark magical energy, and then adds that he is also one of the generals of the Demon King's army. A lot of green energy appears around Letty, which she is about to shoot at the enemy. She screams at the Lick to answer immediately. The main character asks the girl to stop. Several magical bolts of energy are sent to the Lick. Clumps of energy pierce the Emperor of Dark Souls. The Lick puts his hand forward and says that the Dark Elves, as always, do not impress him with anything. The Emperor of Dark Souls casts a spell. A magic circle appears around the girl, in which she is bound by black and blue energy. The girl has a frightened expression on her face. The girl covers her face with her hands and pink clots of energy fly towards her. Letty removes her hands from her face and now has a surprised expression on her face. The protagonist's hand is enveloped in pink energy and he tells the Lick that he will not dare harm his dear friend. The main character with an angry expression on his face is enveloped in pink energy. The Lick smiles smugly. The protagonist, with an alarmed expression on his face, thought that he remembered where he saw this magic circle. The protagonist remembers a similar magic circle and thought that it covered their entire village, making the soil infertile and drying up their rivers. The main character clenched his hand into a fist and thought that the Lick not only captured Letty's homeland, but also did not allow the goblins to find their place. The blonde became embarrassed after hearing the protagonist call her a dear friend. The Lick informs the protagonist that he was right after all and his colleagues completely underestimated his appearance. She puts her hand towards the protagonist and invites him to become his guinea pig. The main character with a serious expression on his face asks, "What?" The Lick reports that first, you need to get rid of the annoying bugs. Letty falls to the ground. The main character looks at the blonde with concern on his face. The Lick plunged a ghostly dagger into her chest. The blonde clenched her teeth and closed her eyes due to the pain. The main character sees Letty absorbed by black and blue energy and shouts her name. The Emperor of Dark Souls asks the protagonist if he really didn't notice the flow of his mana. He adds that he is not the most common demon one might encounter. His face is hidden in shadow and he asks the protagonist what choice he will make. The main character, with concern on his face, asks what kind of choice this is. The protagonist looked at something. The protagonist sees a portal in which burning houses are visible and says that this is the same portal to the Goblin village. The Lick materializes scales and asks the protagonist whose life is more valuable. Goblins run in panic through the burning streets of the city. A bunny toy lies on the ground on fire. The main character made an angry expression and turns to his face. The Emperor of Dark Souls looks at the protagonist with a gloomy look. Lime clutches the sword in his hand. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's cheek. The Lick advises the protagonist to hurry. The Emperor of Dark Souls tells the protagonist that he will have to make a choice. The Lick stands near two portals. Letty is visible in the second portal. The dagger in the blonde's chest is enveloped in black and blue energy. The Lick says that the lives of all the villagers and the life of this girl are at stake. He throws up the hourglass and says that they will all die in 30 minutes. He reports that this girl and his village are under his control. The map shows King Deer's castle, Lick's castle, and Goblin village. Two swords appear above the Lick next to the scales. He asks the protagonist whose life he will save. The Emperor of Dark Souls asks the main character whose life, in his opinion, is more valuable. The main character lowered his gaze. The Lick asks the protagonist to surprise him with his choice. He raises his hand up. A huge amount of pink mana appears, which comes from the protagonist. The Lick wonders in surprise what this abnormal amount of dark mana is. The main character says that he is not going to choose at all. Streams of dark mana emanate from him. The black and pink energy that comes from the protagonist's sword cuts the Lick into two halves. The Lick opens its mouth wide. He screams loudly and his purple pupils disappear. Two glowing green crystals fall to the ground. The protagonist looks at them and thought that the Lick clone was created using the magic stone orichalcum technology that was discovered by the evil elves. The green crystals stop glowing and the protagonist believes that the Lick himself is actually still alive. The fairy glows brightly and addresses the protagonist. She asks the protagonist what they should do with a worried look on her face. She adds that the protagonist's entire village and his sister, as well as his girlfriend, are in danger. The main character dispels the purple energy and tells the fairy that he said that he was not going to choose at all. The fairy screams and asks the protagonist what they should do then. The main character turns to the fairy. The protagonist moves his left foot towards the fairy. He tells her with a serious expression that he is going to save them all. An hour ago, Goblin Village. Miyu says with a smile on her face that everything is ready. The house is illuminated by bright sunlight. Lily, with a smile on her face, asks the green-haired girl to let her take a look. She looks at the strawberry cake and exclaims that it looks delicious. The purple-haired girl tells the green-haired girl that she even decorated it with strawberries, then calls her a good girl. Miyu says that because of Mr. Lime they have fresh berries and that's why she decided to decorate the cake with them. They pick up forks and ask, well, shall we try? They wish each other bon appetit with happy expressions on their faces. They both jump because of the loud noise. The girls turn back with worry on their faces. The loud noise continues. Someone opens the door. Zombies and a toothy monster are running after the villagers. A crawling zombie reaches his hand towards the goblin. Flying one-eyed skulls fly towards the goblin girl. Lily covers her mouth with her hand and says that this is a nightmare. Miyu puts his hands together and addresses the purple-haired girl. Lily says that her brother warned her about this. She remembers how the protagonist said that now the desecrating seal has been removed from this land. He informs the headman that now there should be no problems with clean water and crops. Lily says with a smile that she can cook sweets every day. The protagonist with a serious expression says that this is not all. He approaches Lily and asks to listen to him. The protagonist tells the girl that he thinks that the demon who put a desecrating seal on this land will soon appear in the village. He raises his finger up and says what if this happens. In the present, Lily and Miyu raise their index fingers and say that they must use the secret passage and help all the villagers escape. The zombie attacked one of the residents with his hand. A toothy monster bit a resident's hand. The purple-haired girl screams and asks everyone to come here quickly. The girl with the child thanks Lily and Miyu. A dead man in a robe with a flying skull behind him puts his hand forward and tells the residents that they will not leave. The purple-haired girl thought that she could not allow them to follow the inhabitants into the portal. She picks up something and tells Miyu to step back. Lily hits the portal with her hammer. The portal gradually disappears. A girl with green hair addresses her friend. The purple-haired girl says she had no choice and then apologizes. A girl with green hair turns her head from side to side expressing disagreement and asks her friend not to apologize. She adds that she thinks Mr. Lime would do the same. Lily clutches the hammer tightly. Both girls turn back with concern on their faces. A monster in a robe stands in front of them. The girl with purple hair mentally calls her brother. Castle Dial, throne room. The main character clenches his hand into a fist and says that using the skills he has received, he will definitely save Letty and Lily. He turns his head and addresses Fury. The fairy asks the protagonist what he needs. The main character tells something to the fairy. The fairy says that she understood everything. The protagonist tells her that there should be no mistake and he relies on her. He puts his hand forward and uses his skill with the words that they will save his little sister. The protagonist is teleported to the village. Houses are burning around him and monsters are roaming around. The protagonist materializes a purple ball using dark magic, a level 58 search technique. A purple puddle appears under the protagonist. The main character is reflected in a purple liquid. He sees people running away. He sees destroyed houses. She notices images of two girls. The main character pushes off from the ground and exclaims that it is there. The protagonist moves with lightning speed from one monster to another and cuts them. Violet energy emanates from his eye. The monster in the robe laughs and says that the girls have blocked the way for themselves, and then says that this beautiful soul is perfect for Mr. Rixai's experiments. Lily, hammer ready, tells Miyu to step back. The girl with green hair wants to say something, but the purple-haired girl interrupts her. Lily exclaims that she will defeat him. A monster in a robe with a staff says that this is useless resistance. He casts his spell. The purple-haired girl's hammer begins to turn into a black liquid. Blue-black energy comes from the monster's staff. He wishes the girls bon appetit. The protagonist quickly moves through the burning city. The protagonist hits the monster and cuts it into 2 parts. With a serious expression on his face, he says that there is still a little time left. A huge amount of blue-black energy appears near Lily. She closes her eyes and screams for her brother to help. Among the black-violet energy, a violet glow appears. The purple-haired girl holds her head as Miyu stands in front of her. The girl with purple hair has a surprised expression on her face. Miyu falls to the ground. The purple-haired girl shouts the green-haired girl's name with a worried look on her face. Lily sits in front of her defeated friend and repeats her friend's name over and over again. The monster in the robe rests his chin. Miyu opens her eyes slightly. She thanks the purple-haired girl for saving her. A drop of sweat runs down the cheek of a girl with green hair. Miyu tells the purple-haired girl that she had a lot of fun with her. Lily cries, looking at her dying friend. The green-haired girl asks her friend to run now while there is time. The man in the robe moves his hand to the side and sighs, and then says that he doesn't like it. He adds that they only switched places. Lily clenched her teeth. With an angry expression on her face, she tells her enemy that she will not lose to him. The monster's expression also becomes angry. Black and purple energy emanates from his staff and then tells the girl to die. The monster's body is divided into 2 halves by black and pink energy. The 2 halves of the monster are separated. Drops of sweat run down the protagonist's face. Lily calls her brother with tears in her eyes. The main character grits his teeth and apologizes for the delay. The girl with purple hair tells her brother about Miyu, who is lying on the ground. The main character clenches his hands into fists and tells the girl to rely on him. Black and purple energy emanates from the protagonist's hand because the protagonist uses dark magic, summoning magic. The protagonist closes his eyes and recites the spell, "We are beyond the light, in the depths of darkness. Give me strength, healer goblin priest." A girl with her eyes closed appears near the protagonist. A goblin girl with purple eyes holds a staff in her hands. She smiles and tells the protagonist that since he called her, something urgent happened. Lime holds Miyu in his hands and asks the priestess if she will cure her. The priest girl says that she's on the verge, to be honest, but something will work out. The priestess reports that, however, first we need to take her to a quiet place. The main character agrees with the girl. Black and purple energy emanates from the staff of the girl with purple eyes. Lime puts his hand forward and calls the priestess away. Lily exhales and says how good it is that Miyu was saved. The main character presses his hand to his chest with a small smile on his face. The girl with purple hair opens her eyes wide. She clasped her hands together and wondered if there were others who needed to be saved. The girl rests her chin and makes a thoughtful look. She turns to her brother and thanks him for saving her. But there is one thing. The main character turns to the girl and asks her what she means. A girl with purple hair asks the main character if he has anything else to do and if he came primarily for them. The protagonist has a surprised expression on his face. He wonders how she knows. The girl with a joyful expression on her face tells the protagonist that she is, after all, his sister. He holds the hand of the main character and says what he thinks, and now there are those who need the help of the main character more. She looks into her brother's eyes. The main character looks down and a drop of sweat runs down his cheek. Castle Regressed. Birds fly near the castle, the place where Letty is located. The brick wall is damaged. There is a ghostly dagger sticking out of Letty's chest. Black and purple energy emanates from the dagger. The girl opens her eyes. She wondered what kind of place this was. She gets up from the floor. The dagger in her chest causes pain and the girl closes one of her eyes. She lies down on the ground again. The Emperor of Dark Souls appears next to her. He hovers over the blonde. The Lick looks at the girl. Letty wonders if she will die here. She thought that she didn't want this and mentally asks the protagonist for help. The protagonist tells Lily that it is, and the girl tells the main character that then he must do what he must do. The girl clenches her hands into fists and asks the protagonist to leave this place. The main character exclaims that there are still monsters here. The girl replies that yes, and that's why she will lend the protagonist's friends. The protagonist asks with surprise on his face, "Friends?" Lily tells the protagonist that she doesn't want to be constantly protected. She points her finger at the protagonist and asks him to rely on her. The protagonist looks at the girl in surprise. The main character with a smile on his face replies that he understood everything. The main character adjusts his hood and tells Lily that he trusts her. The protagonist and the girl are standing in the middle of a field. Lime closes his eyes and uses dark magic, Goblins. A pink magic circle appears. The protagonist recites the spell, "We are beyond the light, in the depths of darkness. Give me strength, Goblin heroes." The protagonist puts his hand forward and pink-violet energy emanates from it. Goblins materialize in front of the protagonist. An army of goblins appears. Some of them are dressed in metal armor. The main character puts his hand forward and tells his heroes to save as many people as they can. The goblin with purple eyes says that he accepts the order and then adds that this is a place and they care. He adds that they will definitely complete this task, and the protagonist thanks them. Lime tells Lily that he will go now to save his dear friend. The girl with purple hair smiles and says that she understands everything. She bumps fists with the protagonist and wishes him luck. The protagonist has a bracelet with green stones on his hand. The girl with purple hair opens her eyes wide. She smiles and thought that the protagonist is wearing it now. The main character tells the goblin in a helmet and with a large sword behind his back that he has another request. The protagonist runs quickly along the road. With a worried look on his face, he thought that he wouldn't be able to use fast travel to the place where Letty was now, so he could only get there himself. The protagonist raises his leg high and thought that then he would do something. He puts his hand out to the side and materializes a purple magic circle. A huge, strong goblin appears next to him. The goblin picks up the protagonist, who asks him to throw him with all his might. The goblin agrees and swings his hand, which contains the main character. A strong goblin leans on his leg. He scrunched up his face. He makes a powerful throw. The protagonist flies very quickly. Purple energy appears in front of him. The protagonist materializes another magic circle. Black and pink energy emerges from it. The protagonist landed on the saddle. He rode a goblin dragon. Lime, with a serious expression on his face, thought that he would definitely save Letty. Castle Rixai, the place where Letty is located. The lick hovers over the blonde. Letty, with a painful expression on her face, thought that this was the end and she would be killed. The Emperor of Dark Souls says no, it's too early. He says that goblin killed him and remembers how he was cut into two halves. He materializes something in front of him and thought that the analysis was continuing. He created an observation portal in front of him. He was surprised by what he saw. The Lick saw the defeated undead in the portal and said that they really killed everyone he sent there. He sees the fallen flying skulls and says that this cannot happen and does not understand how it is possible to do so. He turns back and thought that this is impossible, because it means the protagonist will come here now. Letty's face turned red. The Lick thought that he would kill her right away, and after that, he would fight the protagonist. The Lick puts his hand forward and blue energy emanates from it. The main character flies on a dragon against the flow of wind. The main character shouts and asks if the speed can be increased. The goblin dragon says that's the maximum. The main character gritted his teeth out of worry. The dragon flies very quickly over the surface of the water. The protagonist thought that he had to hurry, because he needed to be in time. The Emperor of Dark Souls tells Letty that plans have changed and she will die now. The blonde looks at the Lick with one eye. The Lick clutches his scythe in his hand. The girl cries and mentally asks Lime to save her. The protagonist, sitting on a dragon, thinks that he needs to go faster. The Lick tells the blonde that it will only hurt for a moment, and then she won't feel anything. The girl closed her eyes and thought about Lime. The protagonist, with concern on his face, thought that he was not making it in time. The Emperor of Dark Souls strikes and tells the girl to become a sacrifice. The main character closes his eyes and clenches his teeth. The blonde opens her tear-stained eyes. Someone is beating off a scythe with a sword. Letty has a surprised expression on her face. The Lick is surprised by what is happening. Lute protects the blonde from the enemy's attack. His hand in which he holds the sword is shaking. He takes the enemy's coma aside. The guy with the sword is pushed back. The Lick holds his scythe with a trembling hand. He asks the guy who appears who he is. A blonde man with animal ears comes closer and says that his name is Lute. He is enveloped in golden energy and introduces himself as the Dark Knight, Lute Arcadia. A fairy flies next to him. He tells the Lick standing in front of him that he is Lime's best friend. He asks the King of Darkness, Mr. Rixai, to lend him his life. The Lick looks at the blonde with his mouth slightly open. Lute clutches his sword tightly. 30 minutes ago, the main character says something to the fairy. He tells her with a serious expression that he will pass through Seal's dorm before going to the hidden place. The fairy flies near the protagonist's hand. The protagonist tells the fairy that she will stay there. The fairy has a drop of sweat running down her cheek. The protagonist tells her that he needs to convey the following words, "Be my ally." The fairy asks if this is all, and the protagonist replies that yes, he will understand everything. The fairy crossed her arms and said that she understood everything. The main character holds something in his hand and says that there is something else. He releases the red and black sword from his hand and tells the fairy to give it to him. He adds that there should be no mistake and therefore he relies on it. The Lick repeats Lute Arcadia's first and last name and asks if that is his name. The guy with the animal ears gets into a fighting stance and tells King Rixai to lend his life. The Lick puts his hands forward. Behind him, the wall collapses. He looks back with surprise on his face. Behind the hole is a goblin dragon. The protagonist lands on the floor and calls out for Letty. A girl with a smile on her face calls Lime. Lute Arcadia tells the protagonist, who lands on the floor behind him, that he got here quickly. The main character, shrouded in pink energy, stands next to a guy with animal ears. Lute says it's a shame because he was just about to finish him off. The main character with a smile on his face asks if they will do it together. The blonde replies that yes, they would be good. The Lick screams and calls the guys smug and asks them who they think they are. The main character closes his eyes and says that they should speak. The blonde tells the Lick that he enslaved the elf empire evil and cursed Letty. He imagines an elven building with a tree on it. He imagines Letty in pain because of the dagger. The protagonist tells the doctor that he also cast dirty magic on the goblins, as a result of which his sister and friends suffered. He tells the Lick that he has set monsters on them. He remembers how a monster with sharp teeth bit the hand of a villager. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, asks the Lick if he really wants to be respected. The Lick shouts to his enemies that they are superior beings and he will kill them all. He puts his hand forward and shouts, "Get it." He materializes a zombie. Many monsters emerge from the blue-black energy. Many monsters appear in front of the Lick. He shouts, "Wild dance." Letty screams with worry on her face. The main character moves his sword hand aside and tells Lute that they need to start. The energy around the blonde and the protagonist intensifies. The protagonist exclaims that they will get rid of everything dark and therefore they need to combine their breathing. Lute, in response to the protagonist's words, exclaims, "Accepted." With a confident expression on his face. The protagonist makes a serious expression on his face. The protagonist and his partner quickly move from one monster to another and cut them. They make many strikes with menacing expressions on their faces. Letty says, "Wow," with admiration on her face. Zombies head towards the protagonist and reach out to him with their hands. The protagonist hits the dead man. Lute makes a wide attack on the monster. His skull is cut into two parts. The Lick floats next to the killed monsters. The Lick's face shows concern. He noticed something. The blonde attacks the Lick from behind. The protagonist also attacks the enemy from behind. The Emperor of Dark Souls turns back. Lime and Lute do a face attack at the same time. A bright light appears from the combination of pink and golden energy. The blonde is enveloped in a powerful golden aura, his hair rising upward due to the wind. The Emperor of Dark Souls is gradually disappearing. He has almost completely disappeared. Lute has a surprised expression on his face. He sees two glowing green crystals and thought that it really wasn't real. He looks around and asks where the main body is. The Lick appears behind the blonde and calls his enemies fools, and then adds that they only destroyed part of his body. He puts his hand forward and tells the guys that they will never beat him. He adds that he hides his presence and attacks from a blind spot. The Lick opens his mouth wide and shouts, "Die." The Lick has a surprised expression on his face. He doesn't notice the protagonist and asks where the other one is. The main character behind the Lick says that King Rixai's special technique is that he hides himself and attacks. The Lick is surprised again. The protagonist reports that the technique is used accidentally. The enemy listens to the protagonist's words. The main character, who is enveloped in powerful pink energy, says that however, if the enemy activates the space covering technique in advance, it will become possible to detect the real body. The main character with an angry expression on his face tells the Lick that he knows everything, and this is his problem. The Lick asks the main character what he means. Lime smiles and tells the enemy that it's good that the previous attacks affected him. The protagonist tells the enemy that he cannot change even if history changes, because he is just a mediocre boss. The main character floats and is enveloped in pink streams of energy. The Lick asks the protagonist to stop. Lime takes the sword aside and tells the enemy that by investing the feelings of the elf residents from evil, as well as the dead guys, he will kill him. The main character raises the sword above himself and pink energy emanates from his left eye. He makes two quick attacks against the Lick. He finds himself far behind the enemy. The space around is cracking. The Lick, cut into several pieces, falls to the ground. Rixai says he is amazed, but the analysis is done. A system window appears in front of the protagonist. The Lick tells the protagonist that the creature that the Goblin goddess summoned from another world is him. The main character sees the image of a goddess with horns and yellow eyes. The protagonist has a surprised expression on his face. The Lick with a menacing look tells the protagonist that he is not even a demon and stands above any heroes. All that was left of the Lick was an eye, and he says that he sent the result of the analysis to King Hermes. He laughs and tells the protagonist to be ready. Lute runs after the protagonist and shouts to him what they did. He turns to Lime. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, thought that the king would finally find out about him. He clenches his hand into a fist and thought that, of course, it had to be revealed someday. But then it would be more difficult. Lute silently looks at the main character. The blonde man silently looks at the protagonist. The chief extended his hand over Letty and concentrated the pink energy. The ghostly dagger in Letty's chest disappears. The blonde opens her eyes. She sits down and asks, "What?" The main character tells the girl that the spell has just gone away, so she has not yet come to her senses. The girl turns to Lime. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, tells the girl to rest a little more. The blonde smiles and thought that Lime saved her. The girl lowered her gaze. The protagonist asks the girl, "What is it, Letty?" The blonde replies that she just thought that the protagonist saved her. She imagines herself with green energy emanating from her. She says that she was the strongest knight and she saved hundreds of children. She closes her eyes and says that after meeting the protagonist, she constantly needs help. The main character touches the girl's forehead with his index finger and says that this is not true, they are equal. He smiles and says that they are friends. The girl puts her hand to her forehead and says that's for sure they are friends. She thanks the protagonist with a smile on her face. She jumps up and says she's okay and they can go. The girl staggers and begins to fall. The protagonist catches the girl as she falls. The girl apologizes to the protagonist, and he says that everything is fine. The girl and the protagonist look at each other with reddened cheeks. Letty turns to Lime. The main character asks her what she wants to say. A drop of sweat runs down the blonde's cheek and she wants to tell the protagonist how she feels, but stops, wondering what she's saying. With reddened cheeks, she again tries to express her feelings to the protagonist, and the protagonist asks, "What?" with a confused face. The girl, looking at the protagonist, thought that it was too early, but she couldn't stop. Lute coughs and then apologizes to the girl and the protagonist for being in the way. The blonde asks the protagonist if he would introduce him. The fairy moves her hand to the side and tells the protagonist that he is completely ignoring the savior. The main character and Letty apologize to the blonde. Lute tells the fairy that he thinks he did a good job. The main character thought that he would admit his guilt. The fairy says that she understands, because this goblin always takes away everything good. The blonde holds her head and wonders when she managed to become like this. The main character raises his index finger up and invites the blonde man to a party. He puts his hand on his shoulder and tells him that he wants to introduce him to his little sister. He looks him in the face and says that he is his comrade in battles. Lute smiles as his cheeks turn red. The main character, with a smile on his face, says to his comrades, "Let's go back." Hidden Goblin Territory. Two goblin men lift stones while a woman sweeps. The goblin girl carries a basin with clothes, and the boy drags a board. The woman and child are sitting at the grave. Sunlight falls on the window. The priestess closes her eyes and puts her hand in front of Miyu. The girl with green hair opens her eyes. Lily takes the green-haired girl's hand and calls her name. She smiles happily. Miyu also smiles and says her friend's name. The girl with purple hair exclaims that she has woken up. The priestess watches what is happening with a smile on her face. The priestess smiles and says that now her recovery is a matter of time. The purple-haired girl asks if this is true. Lily clings to her friend's hand and cries, and then speaks. The priestess closes her eye and tells the girls to take care of themselves. Pink smoke emanates from it. The girl with purple hair thanks the priestess. The green-haired girl says that she is alive. She squeezes her friend's hand. Lily, with reddened cheeks, replies that of course, because her brother saved her. The girl with green hair with a joyful expression on her face says that it was Lime, and then adds that this person always helps her out. She remembers how the protagonist extended his hand to her when she was chained. Someone is knocking on the wooden door. Lily opens the door and asks who is there. She opens her eyes wide. The main character greets a girl with purple hair with a smile on his face. The girl hugs the main character and says, "Welcome back, brother." Lily shows a variety of dishes on the table and tells the protagonist to see how much she has prepared. The main character, the fairy, Lute and Letty look at the food with admiration. The main character says, "Well, let's start our holiday." Everyone sits down at the table. The blonde pressed his hand to his chest and said that he was a student at the Dark Knight Academy, and his name was Lute. He bows and says that he and Lime are on good terms. A purple-haired girl with a smile on her face thanks the blonde man for looking after her brother. The blonde man wiggles his tail and his cheeks are red. The protagonist wonders why he feels like he came to say hello to the girl's father. Letty raises her hand and says she's next. She says that her name is Letty and she is also a student at the Dark Knight Academy. A bead of sweat runs down her cheek. He presses his hand to his chest and says that he is Lime's friend. She thought she almost said dear friend. Miyu says her name and says that Lime saved her life. The girl with purple hair says that she is the protagonist's younger sister and her name is Lily. She adds that as a sister, she is glad that her brother has more friends. The blonde thought that she was the protagonist's sister, but Miyu seemed not to be. She remembers how the protagonist stroked the green-haired girl, and his sister stood next to him. Letty looked out from behind the tree and wondered what kind of girls these were. A girl with purple hair asks her brother's friends to take care of him. Lute and Letty have surprised expressions on their faces. The main character coughs and says, well. He and everyone else raise their glasses of juice up and exclaim, let's drink. The dishes on the table are empty. The main character holds a cup with a hot drink in his hand. He says with a serious expression that the pressure towards lower demons is too strong. Lute looks at the protagonist and says that he needs to meet the Demon King as soon as possible. The main character says that he would like to resolve everything peacefully, but before that there is something else that needs to be done. The protagonist turns to Letty, after which the girl is surprised. The protagonist tells the girl that she needs to liberate the evil empire. The blonde asks the protagonist if he really will help. The main character with a smile on his face says that yes, of course, because now the king is not Regressed and it will be easy to do. The guy with animal ears with a smile on his face says that he will help too. Letty thanks the guys with a happy expression. Lily, with a smile on her face, asks the main character if he can stay here a little longer. The protagonist tells the girl that of course he can. And the purple-haired girl tells her brother to do what he considers necessary. The main character thanks his sister. The purple-haired girl and the blonde look at each other with smiles on their faces. The protagonist's face is reflected in a cup of tea. He thought that when he freed the elves, things would get more serious. Castle of the Demon King Hermes. A dark corridor leads to the throne. Someone with a clawed hand holds a ball in his hand, from which a holographic image of the protagonist is projected. A monster with red eyes and pointed ears looks at the hologram. He sits on the throne and says that this is a creature from another world, and then adds that it is interesting. Elf Empire Evil. Sunlight falls on the city. The main character stands on a steep cliff. Behind him are Letty and Lute. The protagonist looked at something. He sees two guards with one-eyed skulls flying above them. Many elves are at the market. The guard points his finger at the elf with the cart. The guard is eating a red apple. And behind him, behind the counter, is an elf with a displeased expression on his face. Letty says nothing has changed. With a serious expression on her face, she tells the elves to wait a little while until she frees them. The main character says that now there is no commander in the person of Regressed and if they should enter, it should be right now. Lute props up his chin and says that the problem is still in this gate. He gives a thumbs up and asks the blonde if she knows how to get in. The girl answers no. The protagonist says that there is no such good outcome. He smiles and says that they will go head on. He puts his hand forward and tells Letty to be patient. There are two guards at the entrance, and above them are two flying skulls. Someone in boots approaches the guards. The guards look at whoever is approaching them. A fairy who looks like an elf with white hair tied in a ponytail walks towards them. Behind her are the protagonist and Lute dressed as guards, who are accompanying the chained Letty. One of the guards asks the white-haired elf who she is. The disguised fairy replies that she caught the escaped elves and came to report about it. The guards look at the chained blonde. One of the guards looks through the book. They ask if this elf is a princess. The white-haired elf presses her hand to her chest and with a smile on her face says that yes, she found out about her antics and went on her own to search. With a smug smile on her face, she puts her hand on the blonde's shoulder and tells the guards that as they can see, there is not a single scratch on her and therefore she is waiting for the appropriate payment. The guard points his finger at the entrance and tells the elf to come in and head towards the castle. The protagonist removes Letty's chains. He says they succeeded. He looks at the blonde and apologizes to her. The girl says that it's nothing, because the main thing is that they were able to get through. With a joyful expression on her face, she tells the protagonist that he is still strange for coming up with such a thing. The white-haired elf turns back into a fairy and crosses her arms and tells the blonde that she is right. Lute, with a nervous smile on his face, asks the others what they will do next. The blonde adjusts her hood and says that she will then contact the others. Clouds are visible in the sky. The main character and his group are walking through the market. Lime noticed something. He sees three elves chained in chains, led by a guard. The main character with a sad expression on his face asks what is happening there. The blonde says that elves who have magic are sent to the mines and there they are kept by force like slaves. Lute with a dissatisfied expression on his face says that this is too cruel. The fairy with a serious expression on her face says that it's the same with goblins. The protagonist silently walks down the street. The blonde stops at the stone wall and says that they are there. The girl presses her palm to the ground. She reads a spell. The crystal, which is fixed on the wall, begins to glow brightly. A dark passage appears in the wall. The blonde takes off her hood and tells him to follow her. The protagonist's group walks along a dark passage. They come across a wooden door. The blonde opens the door with a smile on her face. A bearded elf with white hair and dark skin stands up from a chair and asks, "Princess?" with a look of surprise on his face. The dark-skinned elf sighs and notices that the princess is safe. The blonde with a joyful expression on her face notes that Elrond is also fine. Letty raises her finger up and says that she is not a princess, but a knight. The dark-skinned elf tells the girl that this suits her, because he heard that she was the owl. A drop of sweat runs down Elrond's cheek and he replies that he didn't think the blonde would return. The blonde with a smile on her face asks the dark-skinned elf if he will gather everyone. Letty, accompanied by the protagonist and Lute, stands in front of many elves. The bearded elf sees a black and red sword. He notices with surprise on his face that this is that damned sword. The blonde points at the protagonist and says that this is his doing. The dark-skinned elf says that the protagonist is an ordinary goblin, and the blonde with a dissatisfied expression on her face asks him not to say such things, because the protagonist saved her life. The main character smiles nervously. Elrond bows to the protagonist and says that he apologizes. The old man presses his hand to his mouth and sighs. He leans on the table near the cursed sword and says that with this sword they can free the master and finally rebel. A man with very long blonde hair lies behind bars. An elf with dark skin raises his fist. Letty presses her hand to her chest and says that her father was cursed by the Dark Knight Lencha. The main character asks, "The Dark Knight?" The main character with a serious expression on his face thought that he was a dark knight like him. Letty says that he is called a great magician because his dark magic is terrifying. Black and purple energy circulates around the blonde elf. The protagonist adjusts his hood and says what it means: you need to defeat him. A dark-skinned old man with a serious expression on his face calls this magician a traitor. The main character thought that it seemed like there was some personal enmity here. He asks if they need to defeat this Lencha now that Rixai is no more. Elrond, with a look of surprise on his face, asks the protagonist what he means. The main character replies that he killed Rixai. The elves have surprised expressions on their faces. The main character with a smile on his face says that, more precisely, they killed him along with him, and then puts his hand on Lute's shoulder. Letty closes her eyes and with a smile on her face says that she told you that he is not an ordinary goblin. One of the local elves says, "Wow, he defeated one of the 7 great ones." The dark-skinned blonde says that if the protagonist is with them, then they will succeed. He exclaims that they will show the strength of the evil elves. Letty turns to Lime. The main character turns to the girl. The blonde presses her hand to her chest and asks the protagonist if he will become the savior of this country. The blonde looks at the protagonist with a sad look. The protagonist replies that of course, because that's what he came here for. Letty made a serious expression on her face. The main character turns to Elrond and asks him to give him more information, and then adds that he needs to come up with a plan. The protagonist holds a card in his hand. He points and moves the white pieces. The main character moves the white figure and asks the dark-skinned old man how he likes it. Elrond asks if this is possible. Letty with a joyful expression on her face says that nothing is impossible for him. Lute, with a drop of sweat on her cheek, tells the blonde that she has more confidence than the protagonist himself. The dark-skinned old man clenches his hand into a fist and tells the protagonist that they will become his strength. The main character asks Elrond if he is sure. The dark-skinned old man replies that the protagonist has the most strength, so they will follow the strong one. The blonde turns to Lime. She tells the protagonist that he is the leader. The protagonist stands surrounded by many companions. The main character has a serious expression on his face. The fairy says that it looks like they have reached an agreement, and then asks the dark-skinned old man if he can find a map of the castle for them. Elrond replies that of course he can. He adds that they will also help with medicines and weapons. He puts his hand towards his subordinates and shouts to everyone to start preparing, and then adds that the plan will be in effect from the very morning in 2 days. His subordinates agree with him. There is a lamp hanging on the wall near the stairs. The main character follows an elf with gray hair. The fairy says that she will go to find out where the occupying forces are and will inspect the right place. The protagonist thanks the fairy. Lime wishes Lute good night. The guy with animal ears tells the protagonist that they are starting to implement a plan with the evil elves, and then adds that there is never a dull moment with the protagonist. He asks with a smile on his face who would have thought that such a problematic person could be enrolled in the Academy of Dark Magic. The protagonist points his finger at Lute and tells him that he himself is quite a problematic person. The guy with animal ears asks the main character if this is true. The protagonist with a smile on his face tells the blonde that in the end, when he became their ally, he went against the army of the Demon King. The guy with animal ears replies that of course, because he had to help his friend, and then adds that otherwise his sister would be very angry. He adds with a sad expression that besides, he knew about the circumstances. The main character thought that Lute was a kobold. The blonde presses his hand to his chest and says that he doesn't know what will happen next, but he decided that he will follow the protagonist. The protagonist with a smile on his face tells Lute that it's not for nothing that he is a dark knight. Lute replies, "Go away." The guy with animal ears wishes the protagonist good night, and the protagonist wishes good night in return. The protagonist leaves and thought that he was relying on Lute. He is lying in bed. He gets up from his bed. Letty is standing in the doorway. The main character, with concern on his face, asks the girl what happened at such a time. The girl sits down on the bed and asks the protagonist if he can talk a little. The main character answers yes. They are both sitting on the bed. The protagonist, with concern on his face, thought that he and the girl were alone in the same room in the middle of the night. He adds that there was no need to let the fairy go. The blonde turns to Lime, after which the protagonist twitched. The girl with a serious expression tells the protagonist that she wants to tell him something. She says that Lencha is an elf. She reports that he is very talented and was a magician who invented various spells. A golden light appears between the two hands. The girl says that, however, at the same time he was very ambitious and therefore one day he left the country. The elf mage leaves the building. The girl with a serious expression says that when he returned, he was already their enemy. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's cheek. He remembers the words of the dark-skinned old man and thought that this is what he meant. The main character turns his head to the girl and asks her if he wants to rule their country, and the girl replies that she thinks so. The protagonist says that they already said about him that he would be the next ruler. The main character props up his chin and says that it looks like there is another side to the coin. The main character opened his eyes wide and wants to say who will be the next ruler, but the girl interrupts him. She says with a smile on her face that she is his bride. She closes her eyes a little and says that since he controls the empire, she should marry Lencha, the killer of her people. The protagonist, with a surprised expression on his face, thought that was why she fled the country. The blonde lowered her gaze and cried. The main character looks at the girl with a surprised expression on his face. He points his hand towards her. Letty made a surprised expression on her face. He takes the girl by the hand and she asks, "Lime." The girl squeezes the protagonist's hand. The main character tells the girl not to worry, because he won't let this happen. The girl with a red face asks if this is true. The main character with a serious expression on his face replies that yes, and then adds that he will protect her. Half of the protagonist's face is covered by a shadow, and he thought that this was the shortest way to free the country. The girl cries even more. She shouts out the main character's name and hugs him. She closes her eyes and thanks the protagonist. She reports that she is a knight and therefore always thought that she needed to give it her all, but there were times when it became scary. She remembers how she stood behind the doorway of the castle. The main character puts his hand on the girl's head and tells Letty that she did a good job. She squeezes the protagonist's hand and addresses him. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, asks her what she wants to say. She wants to ask the protagonist to do something if she can break off her engagement to Lencha. She looks at the protagonist holding his hand. The fairy interrupts the blonde with her cough. With a gloomy smile, she says that she worked, returned, and then two lovebirds are flirting. The protagonist's face turns red and he asks the fairy since when she has been here. She reports that she is here somewhere from the words of the protagonist that he will protect Letty to the words of the blonde that she loves the protagonist. The blonde exclaims that she didn't say that. The fairy lands on the bed and says that she doesn't care, so she goes to bed. She covers herself with a blanket and tells the others that they will continue when the case is successful. Drops of sweat run down the faces of the protagonist and the blonde. Ryulf Castle. A man sits on the throne. There is a green ball next to it. A fairy is visible in the green ball. The man says that this woman is watching everything and judging by the information that he has, the elf brought the princess, but nothing is known about them until now. He imagines a fairy in disguise and the protagonist with Lute accompanying the princess. The man adds what it means, the guards were deceived. A male elf with blonde hair props his head up with his hand. He gets up from the throne and says that the rebels will soon begin to act. With a smile on his face, he says that they need to be destroyed and then he will become the ruler of this country. Green-black energy appears around the green ball and Lencha says that Letty belongs to it. The next day, the protagonist and the blonde are in the garden, and Lute approaches them. The princess looks at the roses with admiration. The guy with animal ears says that he bought everything, and the main character thanks him. He holds woven clothing in his hands and asks the protagonist what he is going to do with it. Lime points his finger at the clothes and says that the rebels need them. He thought that thanks to the fact that they defeated Rixai, he had discovered a new skill, dark synthesis. The protagonist remembers the system window where it was written about level 6 awakening. The main character takes one rose. He picks roses and puts them on his clothes. He closes his eyes. The main character opens his eyes and uses the dark synthesis skill. A huge amount of violet energy appears near him. Something is being formed from streams of violet energy. A black and red dress materializes in front of the main character. Letty says with a smile on her face that this dress is very lovely. Lute is surprised by what happened. The protagonist reveals that he not only looks good, and then says that he has increased his durability. Rose petals are flying near the suit. The main character says that he doesn't care about a little fire. Lime says that he will make clothes for the others too. Lime is about to say what they will do with them on, but the protagonist interrupts him. The main character with a smile on his face says, "Yes, let's go to the ball." At the ball there are people in luxurious outfits. In the foreground, a girl in a pink dress covers herself with a fan. The main character says that Lencha, who never gets out of his shell, will definitely be there. He says that they will go there, defeat him and force him to tell where Letty's father is. The evening of the next day, at Yulf Castle, there is a woman in black shoes standing in front of the castle entrance. This is a fairy disguised as an elf in a pink dress and gloves. Lute is wearing a black jacket and tie. Letty is wearing a black and red dress. The main character puts on purple gloves and says that now is their exit. He is dressed in a frock coat with gold chains. He has a confident expression on his face. The main character and the rest of the group are standing in the middle of the hall. Letty raises her finger up and says that the guys from Elrond are waiting for a sign, and they are ready to act as soon as they find their father. The main character puts on a black mask and says that he understands everything. Many people are present at the ball. An elf with blonde hair talks to a man who has gray hair. The gray-haired man and woman are talking to someone with joy on their faces. The protagonist's group walks around the hall. The main character looks around and asks if Lencha is here. The blonde says yes, he should be here. The fairy looks around. The main character says that it won't be so easy to find him when there are so many masked people here. A girl in a blue dress and a man accompanying her approach the protagonist. The girl greets the main character and tells him that she sees him for the first time. A bearded human man puts his hand forward and tells the main character that he does not look like a soldier of the Demon King. The main character takes out a stamped envelope and says that they have an invitation. He thought that they were being careful, because among the nobles there were also members of the resistance. A bearded man asks the main character if he is real. An elf girl in a blue dress says that commoners and low-ranking soldiers have been trying to sneak into the house with fake invitations lately. She says with a small smile on her face that she will therefore give the protagonist a test. She smiles broadly and says that she will check how suitable the main character is for this event. She says in another language that the protagonist is well dressed and asks him where he is from. She tells the protagonist that he is dirtying the floor and needs to get out of here, and then adds that the protagonist still does not understand what she is saying. Letty rests her chin and thought that this was an ancient elven language, and even she found it difficult to understand her speech. She adds that she doesn't understand what she's saying. The main character moved his hand to the side and put it in front of the blonde. He turns his head towards her and tells her to rely on him, because they deserve a well-mannered response that matches their rude accusations. He touches his mask and thinks, it wouldn't be nice to make a scene here anyway. I will drive them away quietly. He opens his mouth. The girl in the blue dress tells the protagonist that apparently he still didn't understand, so she will speak in modern language. The girl is going to drive the protagonist away, but he says with a smile on his face that this is not necessary. He puts his hand forward and asks the girl if she really only insulted them. He adds that did she really think that they wouldn't understand. A drop of sweat runs down the girl's cheek and she asks, what? The main character with a smile on his face tells the girl that it's a pity, but he understands the ancient elven language better than she. He adds that moreover, he knows about 30 languages, and the girl has a clear accent from Kiryuon. With a smug expression on his face, he tells the girl that this means that she is not even from the capital, and then asks her how she can pretend to be an important person given this circumstance. The elf in blue clothes is trembling. The main character tells the woman to listen to him carefully, and then says that the value of aristocrats is not determined by the size of the territory. He approaches the woman and says that what is more important is how this territory is managed. He looks the girl in the face with a serious expression and says that if she understands everything, then she needs to leave the hall. The woman covers herself with a fan, and the bearded man shouts, "How rude." He is about to take his sword out of its sheath. Lute grabs the hilt of the man's sword and tells him that if he does something, they won't just let it go. The guy with the animal ears made an angry expression on his face. Drops of sweat run down the face of a bearded man. He and the woman in a blue dress run away from the hall. The man exclaims that they remembered it. The main character sighs, and the blonde asks the protagonist how he knows their language, because even the imperial family doesn't know it that well. The main character smiles and says that he cheated. He adjusts his mask and thought it was thanks to the goblin. He called him in a whisper. He imagines an eye with goblin ears, from which come several more appendages with eyes, Professor Goblin. Among ordinary goblins with low intelligence, rare species are born that can understand and speak almost all languages of the mainland. The goblin eye looks at the protagonist. Lime imbued himself with goblin knowledge, and thanks to this, he spoke fluently the ancient language of the elves. He adds that he was able to take revenge on this lady. The main character smiles smugly. The blonde with surprise on her face says that the main character really cheated. Letty turns back. She sees many elves in costumes. They approach the protagonist and loot with joyful expressions, and then say that everyone saw them. They saw their feet. The brown-haired girl tells the guys not to think that these two are leading the evening. The girl with black hair says that these aristocrats are very problematic individuals. The girl in the blue mask says that everyone disliked them. The girl with burgundy hair tells the protagonist and the blonde that they finally dealt with them, so they are now fans of them. Girls ask guys what their names are. The boys say their names with concern on their faces. Girls with blushing faces call the names of the protagonist and loot beautiful. Girls surround two guys. One of them asks Lime to dance with her. The other one says, "No, with me." Another girl asks to dance loot with her. Letty watches what is happening with a dissatisfied expression on her face. The blonde says that she actually gave him that name. The fairy puts her hand on the blonde's shoulder and asks her what she will do. Someone is coming down the stairs. This is Lencha, who is wearing a black mask. Letty has a surprised expression on her face. The long-haired elf with violet eyes smiles smugly. Letty, with concern on her face, thought it was Lencha. The main character turns his head in his direction. He thought that this was his goal. The purple-eyed man is holding onto the railing. Commander-in-Chief of the occupying army, Dark Magician Knight Lencha. The purple-eyed man thanks everyone who came here. A girl in lilac clothes exclaims that Mr. Lencha is wonderful. The gray-haired man thanks the commander-in-chief for this evening. Some of those present say that this is a great honor for them. The blonde raises his hand. He snaps his fingers and says that at today's ball he wants to show something. The red curtain opens. The gray-haired man and the brown-haired girl made surprised expressions on their faces. Behind the curtain is a suit of armor and a statue of a warrior with a large sword. Lencha says that the entire statue is made of orichalcum. He moves his hand to the side and says that their active actions bring them closer to success every day. He adds that if they can sell the weapons to the army to the Demon King, then they will have a huge profit. He spreads his arms to the sides and tells those present that he will give all this profit to them. Letty thought that this thing was made from exhausting forced labor of elves. She imagines the elves behind the chains concentrating green energy. She adds that, in addition, only the top of the army and some members of the aristocracy will receive results. She imagines women and men in luxurious clothes. Lencha announces the start of the evening with a smile on her face. He stops smiling and says that at first he wanted to say exactly that. The main character has a surprised expression on his face. A purple-eyed man with a serious expression on his face says that he asks for a minute of attention. He asks those present to remember about pest control. He tells those present that they all know His Excellency Rixai, and then adds that he is not with them now. He reports that Princess Letty was discovered at the same time. He adds that an enemy fairy was spotted yesterday. Lute tells Lime that he has a bad feeling about it. The main character says that they were recognized. Lencha with a malicious smile says that these opponents are among them. Green energy emanates from the violet-eyed man's eye. He points to the protagonist and says that they are there. The main character looks at the enemy with a serious expression on his face. Guards gather around the main character and the guy with animal ears. The protagonist thought that the plan had failed. He concentrates black and purple energy into his hand. The purple-eyed guy puts his hand forward and tells the protagonist not to rush, and then adds that he doesn't want to make a mess. Lensha reports that he would like to propose a battle with an elf. Letty has a surprised expression on her face. The chief, with concern on his face, asks what kind of battle with the oath is this. The blonde says that it is a tradition among elves, according to which the loser fulfills the wishes of the winner. She says that this is an oath and cannot be broken. She imagines red energy emanating from the two crossed swords. A drop of sweat runs down Letty's cheek and she exclaims that this is too dangerous, so we need to act quickly. Lensha tells the blonde that she's pretty good and calls her lady. The girl shifts her pupils. The purple-eyed elf says, "No, Princess Letty." The blonde has a surprised expression on her face. A bead of sweat runs down her cheek. She thought that she was recognized. The villain's eyes begin to glow. He tells the protagonist that if he does not accept the challenge, then he does not know what will happen to the rebels. Letty thought about the rebels with concern on her face and said, "How can this be?" Lensha points a finger at the protagonist and says that he will tell him all his secrets in case of defeat, because he has such interesting abilities. The main character thought that he learned about this from Rixai. The purple-eyed elf with a smile on his face says that Letty will marry him and then he will become the ruler of this country. The main character replies that he understands, and the blonde calls Lime. The protagonist takes off his mask and tells the girl that he said that he would protect her. He says with a serious expression that he accepts the challenge. The Yulf Castle Battle Hall. Many spectators gathered in the stands. The main character stands in the middle of the arena with a serious expression on his face. Opposite him stands Lensha, who holds a staff with a green stone in his hand. The spectators cheer loudly as they watch what is happening. Letty, Lute and the fairy watch what is happening with worry on their faces. One of the spectators says that Lensha is ready to take an oath, and then admires his master. The man with the beard says that the protagonist is a fool for agreeing. The main character looks at the enemy's staff and thought that it was a magic rod. He sees how the staff is enveloped in a green aura and thought that his strength had increased several times. The main character looks at the man with the staff and thought that this enemy was not in the game, and then adds that he is the same as him. He adds that this will be a behind-the-scenes conversation. The main character shouts, "Let's start. Hang in there, Lensha." The protagonist puts his hand forward and sends a level 39 purple-black fireball at the enemy. The violet-eyed elf repelled the fireball with a level 59 barrier. The main character, with concern on his face, thought that it was magic exceeding level 50. The protagonist thought that he needed to break forward and was about to use acceleration. But he noticed something. Lensha's staff emits green energy. The scoundrel used a level 62 explosive star. A huge green ball is aimed at the protagonist. The main character asks what it is and thought that the ball was flying too fast. He has a frightened expression on his face. A powerful explosion of green energy occurs. Letty screams Lime's name. Lute also shouts out the protagonist's name. The main character staggers due to the attack. He wipes his face and thinks that the enemy's magic is different from his own. He adds that Lensha mixed his dark magic with the magic of the elves. Violet Eyes smiles smugly and uses level 43 Abyss. It is covered by streams of green energy. He asks the main character, "What is it?" The green brooch in the shape of an eye on the elf's clothing begins to glow. A huge amount of black-green energy appears around the main character. The main character jumped off the ground. With a painful expression on his face, he thought that he was feeling worse and worse. Lensha says, "Come on." He uses level 53 pressure and streams of green and black energy appear around him. Green-black energy appears around the protagonist. Green-black energy pins the protagonist to the ground. He is shaking due to pain. The main character clenched his teeth and thought that he could not control his body. The purple-eyed man smiles and uses level 42 acid. Many green clots of energy rush towards the main character. Clumps of energy hit the protagonist in the back. Letty screams Lime's name. The protagonist creates a purple barrier. The barrier neutralized the green energy. The purple-eyed elf directs green-black energy at the protagonist. He used a level 56 Hellfire. The protagonist jumped away from the landing site of the enemy's attack, where an explosion occurs a moment later. The main character, with concern on his face, thought that his enemy was too fast. Lensha tells the protagonist that his race are inferior and untalented beings. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, says that this is just the beginning. The enemy asks the protagonist how he can say that, given that he could not harm him. The main character tells his opponent to try to keep quiet, and then adds that he is too impatient to be a commander-in-chief. The purple-eyed elf with a smug smile says that this is nonsense. The main character, with an alarming expression on his face, thought that he still didn't know how to defeat him. Lensha puts her staff forward and tells the protagonist that she will finish him off. Green-black energy emanates from the staff. The main character was surprised by what was happening. The statue of a warrior with a sword began to glow. The violet-eyed elf above him materializes level 50 ice and fire. The main character, with a frightened expression on his face, thought that his enemy was now using 2 attacks at the same time. The purple-eyed elf shouts to the protagonist, "Get level 100 magic." The main character looks at the enemy using spells with concern on his face. He opens his eyes wide. The main character is in the middle of nowhere with glowing blue particles. He opens his eyes and asks where he ended up. In front of him is a woman with horns and yellow hair. She tells the protagonist that he has relaxed and asks if it is possible that he thinks too much of himself. The main character, with surprise on his face, says that this is the Goblin goddess. He thought that it looked like this was the same space. The woman puts her hand forward and tells the protagonist that she did not revive him so that he would now lose. With a serious expression on her face, she points her finger at the protagonist and tells him to stop playing, and then tells him that he needs to defeat the enemy. The protagonist, with a sad expression on his face, replies that he understands, and then adds that he was driven to such an extent because of poor health. The protagonist remembers the statue and says that this statue probably influences him. The goddess, with a serious expression on her face, notes that the protagonist actually knew about this. The main character reports that now he is sure of this. He remembers Lensha, who emits green-black energy. The protagonist rests her chin and makes a thoughtful expression on her face. He says that these techniques of his simultaneous use of 2 techniques are also related to orichalcum. He remembers the enemy's combined attack. The goddess puts her hand to the side and tells the protagonist that he has grown up. The main character replies that this is so. He asks the girl if she is really in the mood for praise. The girl sighs and says no way. She smiles and says, "Okay, just this once." She tells the main character that she was able to appear in front of the protagonist due to the fact that people began to believe in her again. Several goblins pray in front of a painting of a goddess. The goddess puts her hand on the protagonist's shoulder and tells him that it's all thanks to him. She adds that he needs to continue in the same spirit. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's cheek. He replies, "Of course." The goddess spreads her arms to the sides and tells the protagonist that he must do what is destined for him, and he knows perfectly well what exactly. She calls the main character a savior. The protagonist appears in the middle of the battlefield. A spell is directed at him. The main character puts his hand forward and wonders how he dares to lose here. The protagonist stops an enemy spell using purple energy. The purple-eyed elf with a shocked expression asks if the protagonist stopped his magic. The main character smiles smugly and thought that he cannot lose, because he is the savior. The protagonist dissipates the energy in front of him and says that he will first deal with the enemy's speed, and then deal with the use of 2 techniques at the same time. Green flames appear near Lensha, one of which he directs at the main character. He asks the protagonist, "What is it, Goblin?" The main character opens his eyes wide. Green energy neutralizes the protagonist's barrier. A strong, powerful explosion occurs. The main character sits on his knees and holds his stomach. The enemy smiles smugly. Lute and Lime call out to the main character with worry on their faces. Letty asks the protagonist to give up. The main character gets to his feet and says no, everything is fine. The protagonist looks at his friend with animal ears. He tells him something. Lute's facial expression becomes surprised after the protagonist's words. Lime moved with lightning speed. He was heading towards the enemy and thought that in order to stop him, he would have to go straight ahead. The protagonist materializes black and purple energy using the level 43 Chaos skill. Lensha asks, "What?" with a dissatisfied expression on her face. He looks around and asks where the main character will attack from. Lime swings his sword at the enemy from behind. The main character gritted his teeth with an angry expression on his face. The protagonist attacks the purple-eyed elf, and he parries the attack with his staff. He says with a smile on his face that his rod is first class. The place where the staff clashed with the sword begins to glow brightly. The protagonist runs towards the enemy and thought that he was physically agile. The main character is about to use acceleration, but Lensha shouts that it is too late. The purple-eyed man concentrates green energy into his staff. A powerful explosion occurs and the main character is pushed away by the blast wave. The main character rises from the ground. At the end of Lensha's staff, a spike of energy appears, which he is about to plunge into the main character. He screams at the protagonist to die. The main character clenches his teeth and his eye glows purple. Lensha screams that everything is useless. The enemy pierces the protagonist with his staff, who screams loudly after the blow. Lime is lying on the ground. An old man in uniform looks at the protagonist and says that he has no signs of life. Lencha says with a smile on her face that it's all over. The old man points his hand at the purple-eyed elf and declares him the winner. The elf magician raises his hands up and tells the audience that they saw everything with their own eyes. He adds that justice always prevails. Lencha closes her eyes. An old man in uniform points his finger at something. The purple-eyed elf turns his head. The main character got up from the ground. Blood pours from his chest wound. Lencha has a shocked expression on her face. He looks at the protagonist and shouts that this cannot be because his breathing has stopped. The main character points his hands towards the enemy. The purple-eyed elf made a frightened expression on his face. Behind him, the dead appear from the ground. The dead grab Lencha, who screams and asks, "What's going on?" Two dead men with brown hair go to the magician. The main character tells the magician that these are the elves whom he enslaved. Lencha asks the dead men who have grabbed him from all sides to stop and let him go. The main character with an angry expression on his face shouts to the enemy, "Come with me to hell." Lencha screams no for a long time. She falls to the ground. The elf mage with a surprised expression on his face discovers that the dead have disappeared. The violet-eyed elf asks the main character if that place was a vision. The protagonist asks the enemy how he likes the winner's dream. Purple energy emanates from the protagonist's eye as he used level 65 vision. A bead of sweat runs down Lencha's cheek. He asks if it was then and remembers the protagonist with an angry look, whose eye begins to glow. The purple-eyed elf notices that he no longer has his staff. Lute calls Lime's name. He exclaims that everything is ready. There is now a magic circle near the green statue. Letty stands next to the magic circle. A fairy in an elf disguise also stands near the magic circle. Lencha asks the main character if he really noticed. The main character with a smile on his face says that this is so. He tells the enemy that these are not his abilities. The main character tells the elf that all his techniques are contained in this orichalcum statue. He adds that with the green brooch he could cast these spells at any time. He remembers the violet-eyed elf who concentrated green energy, and then tells him that he is not fast at all and just used what was ready over and over again. The protagonist remembers how the elf mage combined two spells. The main character destroys the brooch and tells the enemy that now he has none of this. Lute says they sealed the statue. Drops of sweat run down the violet-eyed elf's face. The main character remembers how he felt unwell during the battle and says that orichalcum also destroyed his physical abilities, and now that all this is broken, it's his turn. The protagonist is enveloped in a huge amount of purple energy. The protagonist's eye glows bright purple. He asks the enemy if he is ready. Lencha puts her hand forward and asks the protagonist to stop with a smile on her face. He adds that the result is final and it was he who won. The main character swings his fist. He makes a strong blow to the elf's stomach. The elf has a painful expression on his face. The main character takes a fighting stance. He kicks his enemy. The main character quickly moves behind the enemy. He concentrates violet energy into his hand. He raises his fist. He punches Lencha in the face. Smoke rises and wind currents diverge to the sides. The defeated elf lies against the wall. The judge announces that Lime has won. The protagonist stands still clenching his fist. He turns to Letty. The blonde stands opposite the elf mage. The blonde tells the enemy that he orders, by this oath, to tell the location of the elf Emperor Evil. Lencha says that he is in a room in the castle's basement where there is a wall that is a hidden door. Letty starts to run. She is surrounded by guards who tell the girl to stop. A bead of sweat runs down the blonde's cheek. Someone makes a hit. The attack hits the guard's head. Someone is attacking the remaining guards. Someone clutches a sword and says to leave it to them, then calls the girl a princess. It was Elrond and the rest of the resistance. Letty thanks the dark-skinned old man and the rest of the resistance. The blonde with a dissatisfied expression on her face says that she is actually a knight. Elrond has a joyful expression on his face. The main character with a smile on his face says that now they will begin executing the plan. He jumped off the ground. The protagonist floats in the air. He shouts that he is telling everyone that Rixai is no more. He adds that Lencha is no more either, so they have no chance. The masked man made a displeased expression on his face, and the elf girl and the old elf smiled. Elrond clashed swords with the human warrior. The protagonist shouts that this is the result of the struggle of the elves who fought for victory. He adds that they will advance further and invites the elves who are ready to go with them to join. The elves listen to the protagonist's words with joy on their faces. The elves rejoice after the protagonist's words. The main character lands on the ground. Lute turns to Lime. He presses his fist to his chest and tells the protagonist to rely on him. The main character tells his friend to go get Letty. Dungeon. Hidden room. The blonde looks at the green symbol on the wall. She presses her palm against the wall and casts a spell. The blonde sees the wall moving. She opens her eyes wide. She goes inside. She sees her father lying on the bed and chained. She thought it was a high-end chain. She touches the chains. Letty gets hurt because of the chains. The protagonist asks to be allowed to remove the chains. The protagonist materializes the destroyer sword. He makes 2 quick strikes. He cut the magic chains. The blonde's father opens his eyes. The girl hugs her father. The main character watches what is happening with a smile on his face. And so peace came to the land of the elves. Sunlight illuminates the elven city. All the enemies were detained, and the slaves were freed. Elrond gives orders to his subordinates. The elf's shackles were removed. After the Goblin village, the protagonist managed to help this country. The female elf and the male elf smile happily. The main character looks out the window, with a serious expression on his face. He says that next he will move on to the army of the Demon King itself. Country of Elves. Emperor's Hall. There are many elves in the hall. The Emperor sits on the throne and with a smile on his face tells the protagonist that he saved their country. The main character bows and says that he was not the only one who did this. He adds that this is the merit of those guys who are here. Letty pressed her hand to her chest and smiled. Lute smiles too. The Emperor closes his eyes and tells the protagonist not to be modest, because everything has its limits and if you overdo it, it can become unpleasant. The main character got worried and said that he didn't want to do this. Elrond asks the protagonist to allow him to thank him, and then thanks him. He touches his face with his finger and says how good it is that Lencha didn't steal Letty. Elrond asks the Emperor what he thinks about giving the princess away as a hero. The blonde's face turned red. The Emperor props his chin and says there are no other races in this country yet. He adds that this means the first mixing will be with goblins. The Emperor smiles and says that I wonder what the child will be like. Letty and the protagonist's faces turned red. The blonde asks the men what they are talking about. The Emperor asks his daughter if she is against it. The girl replies that she's not exactly against it. The dark-skinned old man exclaims that it is then decided. Letty holds her head and says that they didn't even hold hands. The main character presses his hand to his chest and says to wait. With a serious expression on his face, he says that he understands everything, but now there is no time for that. The Emperor asks the protagonist what he means. The main character replies that his actions were most likely noticed by the Demon King. He adds that he thinks the Demon King is attacking, so he needs to act as quickly as possible. He imagines the image of a horned man with wings. The Emperor tells the protagonist that he is right, and then asks him what he is going to do. The main character says that he will very carefully join his army. Elrond asks with surprise on his face, what? Lute and the fairy close their eyes and smile. The blonde thought about Lime with a worried look on her face. The main character tells everyone not to worry, because everything will go smoothly, and after this country has cut ties with the Demon King, they will no longer be able to maintain neutrality. The Emperor props up his chin and tells the protagonist that with his power, anything is possible. He raises his hand and addresses Elrond. The dark-skinned elf removes the curtain. Behind the curtain on the wall hang an axe, a staff, swords, a shield, and armor. The Emperor says that these are magical items made from orichalcum and the protagonist can use them. The main character says, wow. The fairy says that they will get the best out of them. The Emperor reports that they are always ready to help the protagonist, and he thanks the Emperor. The Emperor calls the protagonist the savior of the country of the elves. He wishes him luck with a smile on his face. He gets up from the throne and spreads his arms to the sides and asks the main character to at least note this. The main character looks at the smiling Lute. Someone wearing shoes appears. The main character has a surprised expression on his face. He sees Letty, who is wearing a black and green dress. The main character looks at the girl with admiration. The blonde smiles and her cheeks are red. Lute eats food and enjoys it. Letty looks at the protagonist who is eating. The main character puts his hands forward when the knight bows to him. Lute smiles, and 2 female elves stand next to him. The fairy stands in the arms of a pink-haired elf. Male elves dance with female elves. The main character is standing on the balcony. Lute asks Lime if the main character can be in such a place. The protagonist turns around and says that goblins are not used to such places. The guy with animal ears closes his eyes and tells the protagonist that they are similar to him. The protagonist tells Lute that he became famous here, and his friend replies that he is not very famous. A man with animal ears tells the protagonist that it's not boring with him, because he shows him a world that he could never imagine. With a serious expression on his face, he tells the protagonist that this is why he wants to fight with him in the future. The main character has a surprised expression on his face. Lute clenches his hand into a fist and says that for this he wants to become stronger. He asks the protagonist if he will tell him about his path. The main character replies that of course, and his friend smiles and asks if this is true. The protagonist remembers how Lute fought and thought that his abilities were higher than his. He adds that he is stronger only because he was reborn. He tells his friend that, however, this path is not easy. He points his fist towards his friend and asks him if he can catch up. The guy with animal ears smiles and answers yes. They combine their fists and Lute says he's ready. Letty and the fairy are watching them from around the corner. The main character and the fairy are in their room. The fairy lies down on the bed and says that it was fun, but she is tired. The main character replies that this is true. The fairy looks at the protagonist and asks him what he is doing. The main character with a serious expression on his face says that he decided to put his thoughts in order. He looks at the world map. The main character smiles and says that he will think about a plan to penetrate the castle of the Demon King.